Great. First, I'd like to check with David Michael in IT. If we are ready to record. Please be patient with staff, namely me, as we navigate our first ever hybrid meeting. We are meeting in person as well as streaming live.
Mister, we are recording.
Good morning, commissioners and members of the public. I do see a recording icon, and so I would like to begin the meeting. It is my pleasure to extend a cheerful welcome to you all to our May Land Conservation and Development Commission meeting. Today is Thursday, May 19, 2022, day one of our two-day meeting. My name is Esther Johnson, and I am the commission assistant. Here are some reminders. Here are some reminders. This meeting is being recorded and recordings will be made available to the public by early next week. Zoom participants, please rename yourselves with an identifying title related to your organization. If you intend to testify, please sign up using the public sign-up form online. If you are in person and would like to sign up and have not done so online, please sign up using the green sheet located at that table. Please hand me the forms and I will be sure to add you to our list. For folks who have signed up to provide testimony virtually, you will be in listen-only mode until called on to testify. If you're on the phone and would like to testify, please press *9 and that will notify me and add you to the queue. Please note, the chair may set time limits for individual speakers. Thank you again for joining us today. It is our desire to extend a gracious and inclusive welcome to all of you. I now take this opportunity to introduce our highly esteemed and well-respected Chair Mcarthur.
That is it's very touching, Ms. Johnson. I appreciate that. I'm Robin Mcarthur, Chair of the Land Conservation and Development Commission. I'm thrilled to be here, although it feels really awkward to be here. I'm used to a little screen in front of me at my kitchen table, and I'm sure it's kind of weird for you guys too. I really want to thank Esther, the IT team, and all of DLCD staff first and foremost, because these are hard meetings anyway. You went seamlessly to my impression is you went seamlessly from a in-person meeting setting to the virtual for the past 2.5 years. I was astounded and impressed, and I suspect it's just as difficult. It sounds kind of weird, but it's just as difficult to come back to this setting, especially because it's a hybrid setting. So we welcome everybody today. And with that, first of all, I'd like to introduce our brand new director, Brenda Bateman. And if I may just turn to you to introduce you and welcome you with warm arms. And if you'd like to say a few things, we'll get started.
Thank you, Madam Chair and commissioners, staff and visitors. I know we have a very busy day ahead of us, so I will save the bulk of my comments until tomorrow. But I just wanted to say hello and let you know that I've received a very warm welcome from staff, partners, and stakeholders and commissioners since my arrival. I want to thank everybody who sent really nice notes and thoughts my way during my transition from my previous agency, and I'm very pleased to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. We're really happy to have you here. And I think I was counting last night, I think it's your day 15 or something. And I just think about the whirlwind tour you've had over the past few weeks, but we're glad to have you here. And as long as we're on that topic, let's introduce you to our fellow commissioners, your commissioners. So we'll start with Vice Chair Halova.
Hello, my name is Sonia Lehalova. I'm obviously the vice chair. Got my my name tag right here. I live and represent Portland, and in the daytime, I'm a real estate developer that's focused on equity and sustainability issues, and I am happy to be here. Thank you.
Commissioner Boyer.
Good morning. It's my pleasure to be here with you all today. I'm a farmer out of Yamhill County, and I represent Willamette Valley.
Commissioner Lilac.
Good morning. Thank you. It's great to be here and great to see everybody in person. Nick Lilac, I live in Bend, Oregon. I represent the 18 counties on the eastern side of our state, including Central Oregon, and I serve in my day job as the Deschutes County Administrator.
Commissioner Warren.
Good morning, everyone. Stuart Warren. I represent Southern Oregon from Ashland, Oregon, and I'm actually studying to become a land use planner.
Commissioner Sandoval.
Hello, Gerard Sandoval. Let's see, I'm an associate professor. Hopefully in a few weeks, I'll be a full professor. Yeah, thanks. And I teach urban planning, and I also serve on the state's Housing Stability Council.
And our final commissioner couldn't be here, Commissioner Jacobson. She's our coastal rep, and she's terrific as well. So I'm assuming that she'll join us in July. With that, I think we'd like to, take roll first. Thank you. I need cues because I have my paper, but I have a lot of paper. So if I go off script, let me know, Esther.
Commissioner Warren,
Here.
Commissioner Lilac,
Here.
Vice Chair Halova,
Here,
Commissioner Boyer,
present.
Commissioner Sandoval,
Here.
and Commissioner Jacobson has an excused absence.
Great. Thank you. And then I don't know if you're going to put it on the screen. Oh,
Oh, excuse me, and also Chair McArthur.
thank you. Appreciate that. And I don't know if we used to put it on the screen, the land acknowledgement. We don't have to. I think we have it in our packet, and it would be really nice if one of my fellow commissioners could read that. But if you don't have it for the screen, that's fine, Esther. Yes, please do. Yes, thank you.
I'd like to acknowledge the many tribes and bands who call Oregon their ancestral territory and honor the ongoing relationship between land, plants, animals, and people indigenous to this place we now call Oregon. We recognize the continued sovereignty of the 9 federally recognized tribes who have ties to this place and thank them for their continuing to teach us how we might all be here together.
Thank you. Very much appreciate that. Housekeeping matters. Remind everyone, as I usually do, to fill out your scorecard. That is an evaluation and assessment of how the meeting went. As I have said before, staff really does use that in the debrief of this meeting the Tuesday after these discussions to really continually improve their presentations and staff work. And kudos is always highly appreciated as well. So. And the other thing is the mics are always live, I guess. Is that right? So we just be aware of that. And we have to be relatively close to them for the recording for Granicus. So as well as other things. Yeah, great. Okay. I think with that, we approving agenda. Thank you. That helps. There's 2 screens I can look at now. Thank you. So approving the agenda, perhaps one of the commissioners could offer a motion to approve today's agenda.
So moved.
Commissioner Lilac,
I'll second.
Commissioner Stewart seconds. Esther, would you call the roll?
Commissioner Boyer,
Yay.
Vice Chair Halova,
Yes.
Chair McArthur,
Yes.
Commissioner Lilac,
Aye.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Commissioner Sandoval,
Aye.
and Commissioner Jacobson has an excused absence.
Thank you. And so the agenda is approved for today. That is great because we were hoping to go through all those wonderful topics. So now is the time. Oh, well, I thought we were going to do public comment first. Is that good? Did I have that wrong? So we now have public comment, agenda item number 2. And as part of this agenda, for those that don't know already, it's for comment on non-agenda items. And I know that Judge Grasty is, I don't think he's here, but he's teed up to say something during the public comment period. Hopefully we can get
Judge
him.
Grassi, you are live.
Judge Grasty, welcome. It looks like you might be on mute, but we'd love to hear what you have to say, as well as perhaps see you if that can work for you. Welcome. Apologize, Judge. We don't have your audio at the moment, so we're going to work on that.
I can touch base with Judge Grasty and see if he can join us by phone if we'd like to move forward with the next.
Why don't we wait a minute,
Oh.
just because I think the other, there's a lot with the next agenda. And I'm not quite sure that the easy place to, I guess we could go to the next agenda item and introduce the RAC members who work so hard on the climate friendly and equitable communities rulemaking, if that makes sense. Yes, Kirsten.
Sure. If I could, we did ask RAC members to convene at 8:45, so, earlier than 9, so they might just be coming on in a few moments. So if it's okay to just pause either
Sure.
for a moment to let RAC members come on, or Judge Grassley, that would be.
I like that idea. Let's
Appreciate
just
that.
do that.
Thank
Thank you. Yes. We'll just chill for a moment. Oh, got it. There's a hand raised from somebody. Is there- Oh,
Esther, I don't know if you can hear me, but I've got no sound
speaker perhaps.
from your end. Just pure silence. Chair MacArthur, I don't know if you can hear me or not, but if so, maybe raise your hand. I've got no sound at my end. I have video.
589-0215.
Hmm.
Yes.
Chair, while this does make for an awkward silence, it does give me an opportunity to tease Judge Grasty, who's also a state parks commissioner, and I get to work with him in that capacity. So this is actually really
Ma'am.
good for me, this moment.
Yeah.
That's great. You'll have one up on.
I,
Put my cell phone in front of the microphone for you.
yeah, I can't hear you guys at all, but if you can hear me, I'll just go ahead and say what I'm going to say.
Okay, you're currently on my cell phone. I'm gonna put you in front of a microphone and hopefully I won't do that.
Do you think putting it on speaker? and-
Wave your hand if it works. So.
Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can
Right.
everybody hear the
Yeah.
judge in the microphone?
Yes, Judge Grasty, we apologize for the technical difficulties. This is Robin MacArthur. We definitely welcome you here and thanks for commenting.
All right, I'm gonna leave my, unless you've got an echo, I'm gonna leave my cell phone up as well. So make sure that you can hear. Does that make sense?
Yes, I think we can hear you. Can people out
Okay.
there hear you?
All right. Chair MacArthur, members of the commission, thanks. Thanks for giving me a few minutes. I guess the question I'd like to start with is Director Rue still in the room, or has he gone on to other things?
We corralled him. He is still in the room and he's listening intently to what you have to say.
All right, I had intended to call with a number of true but mean things, but decided that I wouldn't go in that direction. So I know the commission and the department is really going through some big changes. And I just want to reflect on my friend, Director Rue, if you will allow me, my friend Jim. In my time as Harney County judge, 18 years, I had a lot of occasions where I got to interact with your outgoing director. And I found him to be a guy that was focused on solutions and seeking answers that work for everybody. No other state agency ever came to work as early as he did. And Director Bateman, there's a challenge for you. I knew I could always catch him about 6:30 in the morning if I really wanted to talk to him, and did on a number of times and a number of occasions. And occasionally we even talked about business. But the different challenges that this department, who I've said a number of times was the #2 most hated state agency, and I'll leave it up to you guys to figure out who #1 is. But as we go through those challenges and sit in little communities like Burns and Harney County, we look at rules and state statutes. At times it's just a one size fits all and they don't work. I can tell you, Jim worked his tail off to help us get through those difficult situations and to find some kind of user-friendly solution over and over. And it's one of the things that I most appreciated about him. I really appreciated his leadership. And Jim, I gotta say, thanks for all those years, for your leadership, for helping us find solutions, and have a great retirement. And Director Bateman, I have one thought for you as you assume this new role. I suspect somebody's going to say to you, perhaps already has, that you're going to be filling big shoes. I got one suggestion. Make sure Jim takes all his shoes with him. Best of luck to all of you. Thanks for your time.
That was beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Grasty. Really appreciate it. I know that Jim is glowing over there to the extent that Jim does glow. So he's very appreciative of your comments.
You guys are more than welcome. Thanks again for allowing me a few minutes.
Thank you, Judge. We'll talk soon.
Great. Well, that was we had, and that's just a tidbit of a little teaser for the other praise we will and jokes. Hopefully, we'll heap on Jim later today. So just make sure you join us at 4:15 for refreshments and commentary. So.
And Chair
Great.
MacArthur, I have one person who has their hand raised on the telephone.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. For
I'd like to invite Mr. Todd Borkowitz.
Mr. Borkowitz, thank you for being here for public comment.
I'm sorry, my hand was accidentally raised. My apologies. I
Mr.
have no
Borkowitz,
comment.
you've been unmuted.
I'm sorry, I accidentally had my hand raised. I have no comment. Thank you.
So Chair MacArthur, it has come to my attention that Zoom participants can hear audio, but we are not able to hear. So we may need to take a 2-minute break to do some technical problem solving.
Yes, I apologize, Mr. Borkowitz. We will take a little break here to see if we can resolve our technical issues with the audio. We have a full agenda of both staff presentations on this. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry.
You missed one.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
think
We missed somebody. We apologize.
I think we missed a couple here that we both see on the screen that we call participated, as well as, and you have another name there. So I see Jeremy Rogers and.
Just want to acknowledge Paul Thompson as well.
Thank you. Our apologies. Yeah, we're just trying to, we went from an in-person meeting to now we're at our desks with our laptops in front of us. So again, I appreciate your patience with us.
Okay.
Eddie, yeah, Kirsten?
If I could, if we did miss anybody else, if you could just raise your
Yeah,
hand.
if, did we miss, thank you, Deputy Director Green. If we miss somebody else, we sincerely apologize and feel free to jump in and identify yourselves.
Was it large rack and
It was a very, it was 40 plus members, I think, and very diverse. I think it's one of the most diverse racks we've had. And again, it's a better draft because of your input and continued focus on this really important issue. With that, I think we will move into the, as I'm starting to say, we have a full staff report as well as a lot of people signed up public testimony. And then for my fellow commissioners, we had a lot of written testimony that we've gotten in 3 different supplemental packets. And I believe we've all had a chance to read those. So thank you very much for those that have been able to submit those in advance. It's really helpful, especially the lengthy comments, because it's a good, gives us a good chance to review those in advance of the meeting. We're going to, just a couple of days ago, we have a slight addition or change to the agenda. Just a couple of days ago, we received a letter. The commission received a letter from, oops, wrong letter. I've got a lot of paper in front of me, from Mr. Landau from the Home Builders, and asking us to, I guess it's a request on behalf of Mark Long, to the Chief Executive Officer for the Oregon Home Builders, to delay this hearing. And there's a particular statute that he is referencing. Given that it's a legal issue, I'm going to turn it over to our legal person, our legal eagle person, Steve Shipsey. Can you explain what this is to all the commissioners?
Thank you, Chair. You've got to notice that when you guys have more than one mic unmuted, that it's going to be echoing, and so just one person will have to unmute.
Okay, I'll be the unmuted person at this point. Chair Mcarthur, members of the commission, Steve Shipsey from the Oregon Department of Justice, for folks listening online and those in the room I haven't met yet. So yes, on May 17th, you received a letter from on behalf of the Oregon Home Builders Association CEO Mark Long. And the request is made under the Oregon Administrative Procedures Act. There's a provision that allows someone to request postponement of a rulemaking hearing. The postponement request has to be received by the agency before the earliest date that the rule could have become effective. And so this gets a little nuanced, and that's why I thought I would walk us through that. The Administrative Procedures Act has 3 types of notice that have to be given by the agency when we conduct a rulemaking. The first is the notice that we give to the Secretary of State that's published in the Secretary of State's, the Oregon Bulletin. And that notice we gave on, I think, February 24th. And then we also provide notice to the public that has asked for notice about a specific rulemaking, and then the public that has asked for notice in general about all of our rulemaking. So those are 2 lists that the department keeps, and we provide notice, which we provided on March 1st. And then the third type of notice we give is what we call the legislators notice, and that's notice given to legislators that have are on committees that are interested in the subject land use, or have sponsored a particular bill that we're acting on. And so the first day we can act in a rulemaking is timed after those notices have been given. And in this case, the one that takes the longest time for us would be the legislator notice, because that's a 50-day notice period. And so the 50-day notice from the time we gave notice to the legislatures ran on April 28th of 2022. So that was the first time that the commission could have adopted a rule. And because that's the trigger in the statute, this request, which we received on Tuesday, the 17th of May, is untimely. So as a matter of law, I would say that the commission should reject this request and therefore go ahead and have your hearing today. I'm not saying that you lose any discretion to, on your own motion, if you choose to postpone your decision today. You retain every avenue available to you under the Administrative Procedures Act to take whatever action you may need to today. But as far as this request, it's my advice to you that you have a quick motion to reject it as being untimely, and then proceed with your agenda as scheduled. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer those. Commissioner Leland?
And am I unmuting?
Oh, and let me mute myself then. Okay.
Thank you for the explanation. I did review the submittals that we received last night. I think they were posted at about 11:40. And there was a second request, just if you haven't seen it, in one of those submittals last night. I think it was, and of course I'm using the computer that I would be able to pull up the testimony. It's at the bottom of, I think it's the Oregon Restaurant and Lodging Association. They make a similar request under the same statute. I tried to read all of those this morning, so I don't know if it's one motion or two, or how we contemplate it.
Thank you. I didn't get to that last night. I was working on this, so I did not see that. So yes, I would say that the commission would reject any motion under ORS 183-335 Section 4 as untimely at this point if we receive that motion after April 28th of 2022.
Appreciate that. I just looked at my emails. I don't see it, but thank you, Commissioner Lilac. I appreciate that. Other questions from commissioners to clarify what Steve is suggesting and saying at this point? I mean, we have options. We could go ahead and accept it or reject it, I guess, are the two options. And so it's important. I think we need to take a motion on that, but I want to make sure there's sufficient time for conversation, discussion, so commissioners understand. This is unusual. We normally don't get this, so I want to make sure commissioners understand what's before us.
It was, so I'll just ask about, it's just as I think about it. So because I just read the letter this morning for the first time, so I'm just processing the request and your advice. So this actually would have been applicable in March, not for the March hearing, not for this hearing today, because that was noticed as a potential. Is that right? Do I understand that correctly?
Commissioner Lilac, the way the public or the way the Administrative Procedures Act is written is it's not tied to one particular hearing or another. It's tied to the first date we could have acted based on the notices we gave. So because if we wouldn't have had to do that in March because we couldn't have acted in March because we wouldn't be past the 50-day notice that we gave to legislators in March. So that's how that would have played out had we received that request in March.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions? I don't see any. So it would be helpful to have a motion from one of my colleagues so we can make a decision about whether to accept or reject this petition, I guess it's called.
I can make a motion. I don't know what the motion is, but I think the motion is to reject the petition in front of us and also the second petition which we received, or any other petition that was received after the April 28th, 2022 date.
Yeah, that motion works. The motion is on advice of council. We are rejecting any motion to under ORS 183-335 sub 4 received after April 28th.
I would like to say that again, but I need those details.
You can say what Steve said.
What Steve said. What Steve said.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a hybrid motion on the table. Vice Chair Helava is recommending that we go with the words spoken by Steve Shipsey, our attorney. Do I have a second on that motion?
I'll second.
A second from Commissioner Warren. Thank you. And so Esther, would you take the roll?
Commissioner Sandoval.
Aye.
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 Commissioner Poyer.
Aye.
And Commissioner Jacobson has an excused absence, so the motion passes unanimously with the commissioners present. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate that. I think then we should go on with the staff presentation. Welcome our CFEC team to the table.
I'm sorry, Chair, pardon the interruption. On Zoom, we're not able to hear Matt speak.
Much more complicated option. Okay, talk to this computer. I will do that. In the climate-friendly areas, have there's a prescriptive with a lot of regulations in there, and then there's a more general path for cities to try to show that. So you'll see that. In equity, that's mostly on the more general end. We did not come up with a real specific set of here's how to do some of the equity. There's certainly some ideas in there, but that is one that's more on the general side. Another thought to share, on the one hand, this rulemaking is very important. The rules are going to be, on the other hand, the implementation is probably more important, at least as important. It's going to be more work over time, working through this implementation. Our staff is very eager to start the implementation work with the cities and counties in the metropolitan areas. We have already been preparing and getting planning going on that, and bringing money to it. It's going to be very important too. We've been working on, we have money, $750,000 this biennium. We are looking at millions more in the next biennium. ODOT is bringing millions in for the transportation planning, so that implementation has to be just as important in the rules. And then finally, on one hand, the process. We've gone through a lot of process, and this process is very important in talking about rulemaking, talking about these things. We've had more than 100 meetings. We've had RAC meetings. We've had local community conversations. We've been engaging. We've had multiple drafts. I think people have at times been overwhelmed with the amount of drafts, but we're trying to share the process we're going through there. And the local level process will also be very important. But policy, on the other hand, too, there are very important policies, and we, as our policy, we start, of course, with the legislative targets, the legislative goals to reduce the pollution that's causing the greenhouse gas pollution that causes global climate disruption. We have an executive order giving us a very clear policy direction, and you, as a commission, gave us a charge with a very clear policy direction. And so we're following those policies. Even with all of that process, and we had lots of discussion, we did not come to 100% consensus on the policy issues. And you will hear that today, I'm sure, that there are differences of opinion, differences of views on those policies. So I hope that helps frame up some of the broad discussion and some of those dualities that we have been wrestling with and struggling with and trying to balance and working with in this whole process. With that, I'm going to turn it over here to the staff who have got some very specific things to work through, some of the specific issues that are most important, and talk about that. Bring them up here.
Thank you, members of the commission. Bill Holmstrom, I'm the agency's Land Use and Transportation Planning Coordinator. Hopefully everyone here can hear me, everyone out there in the world can hear me. Apologize for all those issues. I think we'll just go down the table real quick and have each person introduce themselves.
Good morning, Chair Mcarthur, Vice Chair Halova, Commissioners, Cody Meyer, Land Use and Transportation Planner with the department.
Kevin Young, Senior Urban Planner with the department.
Just for sound.
Good morning. Evan Manville, Climate Mitigation Planner, he, him pronouns.
Okay, thank you. So I'm used to doing this with 3 screens, so it's a little bit different now. We're trying to manage this and get all of our, where did Zoom go? Why did Zoom go away? It doesn't want to be. There we go. All right. All right. Get the clicker.
After this is to your computer or DX?
Is this? Maybe it's turned on, it says. There it goes. I'm pushing the button. Oh, there we go. It did something. All right. Thank you. Okay. So commissioners, thank you for your patience and everyone out there. Here's our quick agenda that we're going to go through, and I'll try to be brief. We're going to go over a little bit about some of the changes that we've made since March, including some specific rule revisions, and you'll see there, this is, we're covering some of the same territory that we covered with your work session last week, but we'll just make sure that we're providing that overview for you. Then we'll talk a little bit about the implementation of these rules, which is of key importance, and make sure that, you know, we're all on the same page about where we're moving forward in terms of making sure these rules work for the local governments that need to implement these rules. And then we'll talk a little bit about, the commission wanted to ask about measuring progress, how we monitor and report and look at performance as we move forward. So we're going to be doing parts of all that, and on the 4 of us will each have our own piece of that. My clicker will work again. Yeah, can you just advance one slide? Thank you. All right, 2 slides. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. So just a summary of changes that we've made since March. If you look at your staff report, pages 10 and 11, we have a summary of the changes that we've made in attachment B, which is both a summary of the rules themselves, but also there's a column there that talks about the changes that we've made in each of those rules, rules by rule, things that we've made in each of those rules. So that's an attachment B to your staff report. As you know, staff, we've made a number of revisions based on feedback we've received. We held, of course, the commission at your March meeting had input and feedback for us. We convened our advisory committee for a 12th time in April and had feedback from them. We heard from technical reviewers at other state agencies as well as at local governments about particular issues, and we made sure to tackle those and other stakeholders, of course, and their input, which we've received all along. We also made sure to go through all the rules an additional time to make sure that we're reviewing for clarity and consistency, cleaning up typos, things like that, using similar terms, and that was a helpful piece as well, and I think helped improve the rules. Next slide, please. Thank you. So there's a review of the written testimony in attachment F, but probably a better one to look at includes all of everything that's in attachment F is in your supplemental packet. There's, okay, hopefully folks out there in the world can hear me. I'm sitting right in front of my laptop. In the supplemental packet that came out last week, there's a updated summary of the testimony, which includes the staff's responses to each of those pieces of testimony as well. We have an updated corrections memo. We got one last week as well, but we have an updated one that came out last night. It includes everything that was in that corrections memo and a few other little tweaks as well. But it's pretty short. It's only 4 pages long. Yeah, next slide, please. So the first thing we're going to talk about is bicycle network standards. And I do have staff from the Department of Transportation here. I know after our last work session last week, the commission was potentially interested in asking them some questions about our rules here. Next slide, please, Esther. Thank you. So the rules for our bicycle network standards focus on making sure that we're building a connected, safe, and low stress network that provides direct connections to destinations across the community and is comfortable for all ages and abilities. We define what all ages and abilities is in the rule, and we're trying to make revisions to this rule to make sure that local governments are clear about our expectations here. Next slide, please. So the draft rule requires local governments to adopt standards for bicycle system planning and for facilities, for bicycle facilities. The standards must result in a safe, low stress, and comfortable experience for all people, people of all ages and abilities. That's the language from the rule. And we, that's the requirement, is that they have to adopt those standards. As part of the rule, we provide options for them to look at and review and help support development of those standards. They can adopt standards from those documents. We provide 3 options for them, not to say they couldn't use other options or that they can't develop their own options that meet the objectives of the rules. But the commission directed us to make sure that we had the Urban Bikeway Design Guide from the NACDO, which is the National Association of City Transportation Officials. That's one of the options. We also have another NACDO publication, which is Designing for All Ages and Abilities, I believe is the name of that publication. I can't remember off the top of my head. And then we also have the Blueprint for Urban Design, which is an ODOT publication in there as well. So I'm going to go ahead and pause there. That's all I have to say about bicycle network standards. If you have additional questions about that for myself or for, I believe Eric Havig from ODOT is on the line, or we can get him on the line. If you have any questions for ODOT staff.
So thank you, Bill. I have a question. So your slide says and NACDO and ODOT. So standard publications. So do you mean or because a local community could just decide to go with the NACTO standards? Is that, I'm trying to figure out what you meant by, because you said you had 3 options and then you would say and. So is it or and?
Commissioner McArthur, the rule says and. Those are all 3 publications that the commission, or that the local governments may use together or individually. Maybe or makes sense, but I don't know. Eric may want to pipe in here if he has something to add to that. I think my understanding is that each of those publications has pieces, and it may be useful to put those pieces together, and that's why we put and there.
And then perhaps then the operative word is may, because if they
Correct.
choose to just go with NACTO, that would be okay. They could make findings, we went with NACTO, and that would be fine.
Correct.
Because I was reading some of the written testimony, and there was some concern that the ODOT publications really focus more on ODOT facilities and is less accessible and useful in a community context. And the second issue I heard or read about was that the ODOT publication at this point anyway doesn't really have an equity lens in it, and the NACTO standards do include equity. Is that your understanding, or?
Chair McArthur, thank you. I think maybe I'll hand it over to Eric at this point if he wants to answer some of the specific questions around that. My understanding is that I think ODOT understood these documents would need to be used hand in hand and not any one of them individually.
Not sure what I mean. I'm not sure if I understand that term. What you
Sure.
so yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Chair, I'll hand this over to Eric.
Okay,
Eric
great.
Havig
Thank
at
you.
ODOT.
Thank you. So Eric Havig, thank you so much for joining us. I know you're on a tight time schedule. I apologize for us running over, but thanks for being here today. I think we're hoping that ODOT could be present for this discussion. So thank you. So any thoughts about the answer to my question?
Yeah, Chair MacArthur, members of the
I
commission.
can't hear, you're on mute, hopefully.
No.
Oh, shoot.
One of us has to turn on.
Oh, okay. So what do we do? We can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Somebody has to turn on their speaker.
Okay, Mr. Havoc, could you?
Can we try this again? Can you hear me now?
That's way better. Thank you.
Oh, we love technology. Chair MacArthur, members of the commission, for the record, Eric Havig, I'm the statewide policy and planning manager for the Oregon Department of Transportation. And yes, I think Bill is describing this, that really is there's 3 listed options in the rule. I don't think they have to go together. It really is probably more of an and or really. For state facilities, absolutely. The blueprint for urban design is really the framework we're wanting to be used for state facilities. The difference between NACTO, the materials from NACTO and ODOT's blueprint for urban design, NACTO is really not a design standard per se. It is really a guideline of what kind of systems you might want to consider, what they look like, their different applications. Where the ODOT blueprint for urban design includes that kind of information, but then also goes into the design standards and decision-making that would go into application when you get ready to construct and actually build those facilities. You really don't need that level of detail in a transportation system plan, nor should you want that level of detail, because things change and you really are focused on what is the solution and what is the kind of system you want to have for your biking and walking network. And I think all these documents give local governments tools at their disposal to think about how to plan for those systems. The language before on this slide, I think, really helps cover that as well. It sets the goal of what you want to do. Is you want to have a good interconnected system that is safe, low stress, reliable, and for people of all abilities and ages. That's really the main language. These are tools to help you think about what those systems will look like. And who knows, 20 years from now, we may have more ideas and more tools at our disposal than what we have today. This world continues to evolve. So making sure it's not absolutely a requirement of any one of these, I think leaving it open to the local government is the best opportunity. Again, ODOT for state facilities, we will use the blueprint for urban design because that is how we will want to design our facilities. The one thing that the ODOT Blueprint for Urban Design, just to put some context here, it does build upon new national standards that are coming out through roadway design, through the American Association of State Highway Transportation Officials and others that are adopting urban contexts. And that's what I think one of the strengths of the Blueprint for Urban Design is it helps to identify what those urban contexts are. So you start to figure out what are the right kinds of solutions for walking and biking for the different urban contexts. Those urban contexts can apply to local roads just as well as state highways, because they are describing what are the conditions, who's using the facility, what are the land uses, the destinations, all of those are factored into those context setting elements. So Chair, I think it really should be more of an and or as communities kind of think about this. Again, we need clarity that for state facilities, we will be using the Blueprint for Urban Design. And I think really from ODOT standpoint, we're really more focused on the work in the TSP should focus on identifying what those urban contexts are, what are those kind of solutions that make the most sense to go into your plans, and be really careful about too much detail on the design elements. So I don't know if that fully answered your question, Chair Mcarthur. I just know there's a lot of things spinning around this particular topic.
Thank you. I just, okay, I unmuted, but so, okay. So thank you, Eric, appreciate that. And so a question that came to mind as you were speaking, so this is back to staff. So if, since it says may adopt, and this is really a NACDO or based on the NACDO principles, ODOT principles, whatever, if a community didn't want to go with any of those, but they in fact addressed all the kind of bigger picture things, results in state safe, low stress and comfortable experience, et cetera, those qualifiers, if they had standards that met that would be fine. They wouldn't have to necessarily, I'm just thinking about people, I've heard that it's really hard to make findings for some of these things potentially. And so if they had to make findings on all the NACDO or the ODOT stuff, they wouldn't have to do that. They basically, you're telling them, these are documents that we think are useful. You can recreate the wheel if you want to, but it's important that you at least have the qualifiers, safe, accessible, all those fun things. Is that a correct statement?
Chair Mcarthur, that's correct.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you. Questions from other commissioners about NACDO, bicycle network standards? Oh, Commissioner Warren.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, staff, for the inclusion of this, and the way you wrote it, I think, is really well done. So thank you for doing it that way. When I'm adopting rules, I always try to come back to kind of three questions. Will it be effective? Is it enforceable? And will we actually see the outcomes we're going to be looking for? So I'd like to hear kind of your understanding of, will these rules create safe and accessible bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure? And if a city decides not to do that, do we have the enforcement capability? And then what kind of outcomes can we see, you think, from these rules?
Chair Mcarthur, Commissioner Warren, thank you. So I think, you have to keep in mind, this is at the planning level, right? And we're trying to make sure that the plans set local governments up for success. It's going to take activism and advocacy and leadership at the local level to make these things a reality. And without that, it's not going to happen, right? So we can't do it by ourselves. We're trying to put local governments and folks that would like to see things move in the right direction in a place where they can be successful, where they can say, yes, this is what we need to do, and move the community in that direction. But without leadership at the local government level and in the community, I think it's going to be difficult no matter what. Yeah.
Thank you. Other questions? I guess I'll just say before you go on, I think to me, in reading it and also hearing your answers, and again, thanks to Eric, it feels like it's both, it's a really nice combination of an outcomes-based approach as well as offering prescriptive guidance if a community chooses. So the way I see it, as you said earlier, that we have certain things that we want to accomplish in the bicycle network system, accessibility and everything else, all the kind of big picture things. And we're offering in this rule to say, hey, you can go ahead and look at these NACDO standards or ODOT standards or a combination thereof or something else, as long as you meet this big thing. So to me, I think it's a really nice hybrid, if you will, because last November we heard, oh, we're too prescriptive, let's go for, outcomes based. And then this is a combination deal, which I think is a good one. So thank you for that solution. I think we can move on to the next topic. Oh, yes. Steve.
For clarity on that, then we might consider on lines, page 88, lines 30, 31. This portion of the rule we're talking about. Currently the sentence reads, cities and counties may adopt standards based on. If we changed it to in adopting standards, comma, cities and counties may utilize one or more of the following, it would be clear that they didn't have to use all three, and that it wasn't a requirement. It's a permission that they may utilize these, but they're not required to. Yep. I'm looking at attachment B, I believe, page 88 of 109. And it's lines 30 and 31. Yep. Sure. So at the second sentence, start the sentence with in adopting standards, comma, cities and counties may utilize one or more of the following. Colon, yeah. And then we have our list.
Thank you, Chair. Next slide, please, Esther. Thank you. One more slide. And thank you, Eric, for joining us today. Appreciate your time. So we're going to talk a little bit about timing. This is an issue where we've spent a lot of time because it's very important. This is really about what happens in the next few years. We're moving from the status quo, the way our rules are written right now, how local governments do business, and to looking forward to some years in the future when we have the updated rules are fully in effect, that everyone has updated plans, that we're all up to date. There's going to be a time of transition over the next few years from where we are now to where we're going, and we want to make sure that we're doing that in a way that's as urgent as possible, but also that we are balancing that with being reasonable and making sure that the appropriate resources are matched with when we are expecting local governments to take action. So I think we went ahead a couple of different slides, but that's fine. So yeah, like it says here, we need to balance that flexibility with urgency, looking at resources. There's lots of different requirements out there from our agency that we need to make sure, the housing rules, that we're coordinating with the timelines on those, all the Division 44 pieces as well as Division 12 pieces, making sure that those are connected. And so we've heard a lot of feedback on this. You're going to continue to hear a lot of feedback on this, I think, today from local governments in particular, just to say, that we've certainly heard that and tried as much as possible to balance these different objectives. Next slide, please. So we have brought you two options. This is something that the Commission asked for in March, is can we have some different options for the timing? We have in your draft, in your staff report, in the attachment D, there are two different versions of Rule 12. There's 12A and 12B. 12A is the more urgent option, is what we're calling it. That is very close to what we saw in March, and then 12B is a more time draft, which provides some more time for local governments. Our updates to timing also provide for alternative dates, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a few slides here. We've made sure that some requirements are connected to when local governments do their transportation system planning updates, so to try to make that tie together and make that process the next time they do a major update that they're bringing a lot of things up to date at the same time through a coordinated process. Next slide, please. So this slide just goes over real quick, kind of the characters of those two options. 12A, the more urgent. Like I said, it's pretty close to the March draft. There are some changes there. Almost any change that we've made has provided more time for local governments. There's one exception to that having to do with EV charging, which was connected to state building codes and things like that. But I think we've actually maybe changed that back. I haven't left. So, so I think actually it gives them a little bit more time now. So yeah, that was the exception. Now no longer is. That's in your May 18th corrections memo. There's with this more urgent timeline, you asked us to give you an option about transportation system plans and when they could be updated. We worked really closely with Department of Transportation, who's going to be funding a lot of these things, and to figure out where they would be comfortable. And we do have a deadline in there that applies to those larger local governments over 5,000 in population outside of the Portland metropolitan area. There's a deadline for those jurisdictions to do an update to their TSP, a full update to their TSP. I do want to note that the rule provides for local governments to use existing rules through the end of this year. And maybe the options actually have different years there. That would be in your staff report. There's a table that talks about that. But so to give the folks that are doing an update right now, we're not changing the goalposts on them, gives them a little extra time to finish up what they need to finish. Then through 2027, at least in option A, we provide local governments the flexibility to make small incremental updates. As long as they're moving in the right direction, they don't have to do everything at once. So local governments often will make updates over time. We didn't want to stand in the way and say, no, you can't do anything over the next couple of years until you've done everything, which is unreasonable. So we've tried to provide some more flexibility there. Option B does provide more time for most actions, usually about 6 to 12 months. There is no specific timeline attached for TSP updates with that option. Next slide, please. So talk a little bit about the alternative dates. We formally called this a work program. We heard that folks, I think, were concerned that it would be time consuming and difficult to even ask to have different dates. And so we've tried to pare this down as much as possible. We're not even calling it a work program anymore, we're calling it alternative dates to make it simpler to apply for them and to get them. So that's what we've tried to do, is pare it down really to the essentials. We are requiring as part of that for them to tell us when they expect to do a full TSP update. We connected it closely with the work that's going to be required for the Eugene, Springfield, and Salem Kaiser areas in Division 44. So there's a work program that is required there. The alternative dates are optional, but if they choose to connect those in those areas, they can do that through one process with the later timeline of the two. And those alternative dates will be approved by the commission if you choose to do that. Next slide, please. When the department receives these submittals, we'll review those against some criteria and make a recommendation to the commission. We're going to be looking at urgency, making sure that we're moving forward, that there's making progress, that there's coordination across the metropolitan area. That was earlier, we had required them to come in together with a single work program. We've removed that requirement. It seemed like it was going to be too much and too onerous in some jurisdictions to make that happen, but we are asking them to talk with their neighbors and think about what's the right way of doing this and making sure it's coordinated. We need to make sure it's coordinated with the requirements of Division 44, particularly in the Eugene, Springfield, and Salem Kaiser areas, that the work that they're proposing is a logical sequence, that they're doing the things they need to do first, that feed the work that they need to do later, and that considers funding and resource availability. So as part of that, we expect at both ODOT and DLCD to be working closely with these jurisdictions over the next year as they're formulating these potential alternative dates and looking at what the situation is locally, to talk with them about what's going to be available, when is that realistically going to be able to be rolled out and employed at those local governments, what are the amounts and dollar amounts that go with those, to make it sure that we're connected there. So next slide, please. This is just a real quick graphic of how we expect that alternative dates process to work. The local government would review its own needs. Local governments come to this from a wide variety of spectrum of different needs and things that are happening in those jurisdictions right now, both transportation plans of different vintages and qualities, as well as other land use planning things that they've got going underway, including a lot of the housing planning. We want to make sure that we're responsive to that and meeting their needs where they're at. Local government's going to determine, it's like this is an option for them. So they're going to determine if they need to apply for that. They're going to work with us and our staff at ODOT as well and other state agencies to make sure that everything's going to be lining up correctly with the resources that are available, and then they'll submit those dates. The agency will work, of course, closely with those local governments, review those submittals and make a recommendation to you, the commission. You would review our recommendation, and if you choose to approve those alternate dates, you would do that. The rule also gives the commission a lot of flexibility to make changes along the way. We're talking about timelines over 5, potentially plus years here. Things change, budgets change, projects slip, things happen. So we want to make sure that the local governments and the commission had the flexibility to make changes if necessary. Next slide, please. And I think I'll let Cody talk real quick about this piece of it.
Thank you, Bill. Cody Meyer, Land Use Transportation Planner with the department. So just clarifying what's in the deadlines for Division 44. We do have ongoing work at Metro, so they will be updating their regional transportation plan in the next couple of years. We expect to see that as a department in late 23 or early 24. That will include an update to the climate smart strategies work. And so the department's working closely, both departments are working closely with staff there as they go on their ongoing monitoring work for that. And what we're proposing here in Division 44 is rule amendments are to extend the scenario planning and regional greenhouse gas planning to Eugene, Springfield, and Salem Kaiser areas. So we do have deadlines in that rule. These are deadlines that we think are workable and doable, but they are also flexible to be changed as those jurisdictions submit their work programs. So we are working closely with staff from both areas to help them with the requirements for the work program. And so they can submit alternate dates through those work programs. And it does also pick up the work program for any alternate dates they want to see in Division 12 requirements as well. So here's the dates on the screen here is that we really would be looking to help sharpen up the regional planning work that Eugene Springfield did in 2015 to get it to an adoptable product that has performance measures and tracking that they can submit and then go into the monitoring framework there. And then doing their transportation system plan and comp plan amendments to be consistent with that. And so they would be coming in, we think about 2026, and then starting with Salem Kaiser, really diving into the regional planning and TSP comp plan amendments that they need to do that as well. And so they would be coming in a little bit sooner in 2025. And those dates were kind of negotiated with the cities and counties to kind of reflect on what their desires were. So we initially had Eugene Springfield coming in with TSP updates first, and they indicated that they'd be okay with coming in after Salem Kaiser, who both think that they want to get into their TSP updates at a sooner date.
So just a clarification, if I can ask Cody, so for these communities, it's a work program for the communities outside of these areas is considered the alternative dates path. Is that a correct distinction?
That's correct, yes.
Thank
There's
you.
a rule in Division 44 that tells you what's in a work program.
Great, okay.
Thank you, Chair.
So that's all we have for timing, Chair. If the commission has any questions about that, we can move on.
Commissioners, questions? I have a question. Well, first of all, thank you. I know that in March, we got a lot of written and verbal testimony that the timelines were too short. And I think you've heard that throughout. And I think you've given us some really nice options. So I know that you've worked really hard to sequence the different columns but if in fact the commission, after we hear public testimony and we've already seen the written testimony, if we want to go with like maybe perhaps a more urgent option, but in a couple of cases, look at the timeline under more time option, perhaps. I mean, I don't even know which that would look like. Can we pick and choose, or is it kind of the only way to go is to one column because the sequencing is all lined up?
Chair, yes, thank you. If the commission wishes to mix and match, that's your option. I think there are a few dependencies we probably have to think about and work out depending on what those pieces were. But in general, yes, mix and match would be possible.
Great, that's helpful. I think that's those are my, another question, sorry, is that, so I think in all of these work elements, am I correct in assuming that there is code at the local level, there has to be a hearing and code adoption or changes in land use transportation? So they would require a local hearing, or are any of these elements just kind of, it's here at the state and it is effective locally? How does that process work? I want to understand the workload of local jurisdictions in taking this and then doing their hearings and then adopting it.
Yeah, Chair McArthur, thank you. I'd say for the majority of the requirements that we're asking local governments to do, there would be a land use action. It would be amendments to the comprehensive plan as part of the TSP as part of the comprehensive plan, or making local land use regulation changes. I think there are a handful of things, particularly in the parking section, that could potentially apply directly without the local government having to take action. So I think that's the main place, unless there's something else I'm missing. I think parking is the main place where something like that could happen. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none on this, continue on. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to hand this over to Kevin Young.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Cody. I apologize for the mask, but I hope you can hear me. Kevin Young, Senior Urban Planner with the department. I think we can advance to the next slide. This is just a review of, I think, some of the stuff we looked at the work session. So, and my apologies if it seems familiar, but at the direction of the commission, the March 31st initial hearing, the commission asked that we amend the rules for climate-friendly areas to require local governments to identify strategies to promote affordable housing in climate-friendly areas, as well as anti-displacement measures for climate-friendly areas. The revised rules do that. They require local governments to identify those strategies concurrent with the zoning action, which under the more accelerated option would be December of 24. So the timing, it's about 2.5 years out, if I'm doing my math correctly. There's no requirement for a number of strategies, but what we are looking for is a good faith effort on the part of local governments. And essentially what we're asking them to do is to identify any ongoing measures that they're currently utilizing that would promote affordable housing or mitigate for potential displacement impacts, and also identify recently adopted strategies that would do either of those two things. So on the affordable housing side, what are the measures that that local governments have identified that will help to support affordable housing development in climate-friendly areas? On the anti-displacement side, the analysis is a little bit more complicated, because in addition to identifying those anti-displacement measures, we're asking local governments to also look at neighborhood typology, and they'll be able to utilize a mapping application. We're partnering with Oregon Housing and Community Services to put together a mapping application that local governments will be able to use statewide to inform that decision process. And so that would all be folded into the analysis that would be submitted, again, in conjunction with the zoning, or I should say the adoption of land use regulations for climate-friendly areas. That's what I have on that item. I can pause if there are any questions before I move on.
Questions? Vice Chair?
Chair, I just wanted to ask and maybe reiterate that the housing production strategy work is ongoing already or in progress. So really the work is being done regardless of and cities and jurisdictions are going to have to think about where in their cities that these apply. So by the time, tell me if I'm right, by the time they get to the climate friendly areas, it's just putting that consideration on top of the work that they're already doing. It's not doing new work except for thinking about, do they want to change their previous thinking, slightly or more based on how they're thinking about climate friendly areas. Is that correct?
You're absolutely right, Vice Chair Loba. So yes, we've drafted these rules to kind of work into the framework for housing production strategy reporting. Local governments over 10,000 within these metropolitan areas would then be folding that in perpetuity within the metro region. That reporting will happen the Portland metro region every 6 years, outside of that region every 8 years. This is one additional step, however, which says at the time we zone, local governments are also looking specifically at these tools in relation to climate friendly areas.
Okay. And I just wanted to reiterate for the commission that when we were doing the housing production strategy work, which I was very involved in, it was at the end of that work, we had different equity outcomes or analysis. And the first one of those considerations that cities have to think about is how that housing work connects to this work, understanding that we knew this was coming and we didn't know, fully what it was, but so we didn't want to write it at that time. So cities and jurisdictions had already had a understanding that it had to connect to climate work that was forthcoming. So I think that was a great addition on the housing side to get that in there and link the two before this time.
I'll just say, yes, we really appreciate, it was a sort of a passing of the baton, and it made it much easier for us to just kind of work this right into that framework. So thank you for.
And one of the reasons I want to say that is I think there's some indication that this concept about thinking about strategies in climate friendly areas is new, but we've been talking about it, for 2 years now. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I also wanted to encourage cities to think about how they could use climate-friendly areas designation to their advantage when they apply for affordable housing funds. I think that's something that we really need to highlight. So it should really be seen as a very positive opportunity for cities.
Chair?
Yes.
I wanted to add to that. I needed to pull it up though to add to it. I think it was yesterday, the federal government announced new actions to ease burdens of housing costs. And it was a very extremely detailed plan on housing specific. But what was really great about reading that was the linkage to giving preference to jurisdictions that have thought about their zoning in relation to both equity and climate. And it's almost as if it was written for the work that we're doing here. And so I think I had mentioned that a while ago, actually, that, yeah, I was like, if we do this work well, I believe that the federal government, and now it's come to pass, would be coming up with funding that supports our work. And I think our advanced thinking in that regard will afford us a whole new set of funding that literally yesterday they came out and said. So I think it's really important. And I think that's of huge benefit to jurisdictions, especially ones that are being pressured by their constituents about the lack of affordable housing, to understand that this work, this climate friendly work, actually is setting us up to get more housing dollars in the state of Oregon.
Thank you. Excellent points. Appreciate that. So seeing no other hands up from commissioners, thank you.
Oops, oh dear. Just a review of the large site block length standard. This was direction also provided by the commission in March. And so we've revised this threshold. So for smaller development sites, the prior draft of the rules will still apply. So development sites less than 5.5 acres block length would be maximum of 500 feet with a pedestrian through block easement required if that block length is greater than 350 feet. However, for larger scale redevelopment or conceivably greenfield development that there may be a climate friendly area that is designated in an area that has not established a street network yet, block lengths would be 350 feet or less. And just a note, the exceptions allowed is now referenced in section 0330. And Bill's done a nice job of updating, those criteria for exceptions. So that is the change. I'm open to any questions.
Questions about block length?
I just have a comment.
Yes, please.
Thank you for doing this. I think this is an excellent compromise between kind of two parties who are pushing in both directions. So I really like the way you're approaching this, and I think it'll be effective as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Warren.
Next slide.
I think we can.
Thank you. Next slide. Thank you. So again, Evan Manville for the record. Just a review of the work from the work session for those in the audience who may have missed that. Since March, we did some refinement on the equity analysis and split it into an engagement-focused path and a major equity analysis, which also includes an engagement-focused, and split that into most decisions call for an engagement-focused equity analysis and really engaging underserved populations, looking at quantitative information, analyzing decision for impacts, and then adopting some strategies to improve equity or minimize negative consequences. So that's what we're asking for folks to do when they're updating their transportation plans in a minor way, doing climate-friendly area work, doing major street expansions, and for the least populous cities, those cities under 5,000. On top of that, the major equity analysis asks when they're doing a major transportation system plan update, which happens every several years, it's an infrequent thing, but to really do some assessing and documenting, acknowledging and addressing how our land use, transportation, housing policies have and continue to intersect with climate change and racism and harm the underserved populations that we've identified. So really doing some more in-depth work there and considering how that should inform the major transportation system plan update. So that's the split. That's what we've done in the rules. Happy to take any questions on that.
Thank you, Evan. Questions about the equity analysis? I think we're all, oh, yes.
Oh,
Please do.
no,
Yeah,
no.
no, go ahead,
Oh,
Vice
okay.
Chair.
Mine was more a general comment where, this work is really exciting and in some ways forward thinking for our nation. So it makes me excited, but in some ways it makes me sad, to be honest, because this is what planning was always supposed to be, in the sense of thinking about all people and making sure that not just some people benefit and while some are harmed as a result of the benefit. And so in some ways, I think this is like was said earlier as an intro to this conversation, is like, are these new radical ideas, or is this, sort of what we've been talking about for a long time? And I think this is a topic that we've been talking about for a long time, but we've not caused ourselves to actually consider these things while planning. And so I'm really excited that these are finally being considered. So that was just the general statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Very well said. And I was going to say something, but I think you've done a much better job than I would have done. So appreciate it. Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I was also going to kind of encourage us to really think about how these equity analysis could create some synergy with our goal one kind of updates that we're going through as well, because you're going to have all these different cities engaged in this, and then at the state level, we're trying to create more kind of robust engagement with communities of color, and so I think this could be really a good way to create energy and synergy around these issues.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you. Two comments. One, having really thought about the statewide land use planning program for much of my career, and we think about the magnitude of the changes we're contemplating with this proposed rule package, I think there can be a lot of solid arguments made that our statewide planning program already has a head start in addressing climate, but it doesn't with equity. To me, this is one of the largest changes that we're making, and it's long overdue. And I just, the importance of this piece of what we're doing, both the analysis, both the forward thinking, the lens that we're looking at, all the climate aspects together are, to me, are likely the biggest changes that we're making, and just so incredibly important. That's kind of the overarching statement. Number two, I really appreciate you providing this clarity, because I was one of the ones initially asking for what does this equity analysis look like? Without definition, it could be anything. And I think providing this clarity really helps. So thank you very much to the team for your work on this.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Lilac. The team and the RAC and everybody else that was involved in that, because it really, I think I really appreciate your points. And it was really important for us to engage a broad sector of folks in the RAC, because then they could not only be involved in forging the equity analysis in the statement, but looking at all the work we do to make sure that it does reflect the need to address equity. So I just want to, again, applaud the RAC members and other participants in this process.
Chair, can I add? And that's one of the things, a lot of times when we talk about these topics, it's always about undoing historical past wrongs that are very easy to identify. And even that is hard in and of itself. And a lot of times we don't acknowledge the current harm that were created by sometimes our good intentions, let's say. And so what's great about this work is that it's a continuing and evolving process, and it's more of a mindset and a mind frame that we have this idea. Now we're doing these plans. What are they actually doing? Okay, that's not what we intended. We need to think about that again, rather than, this is a great idea. It's done, because we can look to history to tell us otherwise in that regard when it comes to planning specifically. And so I'd like to acknowledge that, it's not just the historic work that we're kind of addressing, but the current work. And I think this embedding this in our processes and with the goal 1 work will help not just us point out issues along the way, but also have others join us in addressing this. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Continue on.
There we go. I'm so sorry. Next slide, please. Thank you, Esther. You can go on to the next. All right, so wanted to spend just a little bit of time addressing some concerns that we've heard in testimony and both written and verbal around climate-friendly areas. Concerns expressed about the density requirements, the level of intensity of uses that we're looking at for those areas. Concerns we've heard, a little variety in terms of housing types that would be allowed in climate-friendly areas, negative effects on housing costs, limited ownership opportunities, and some concern that minimum densities will set the bar too high. So first of all, of course, I want to stress that that minimum densities are not required; they're an option. I'll go into that in a moment. But first, I want to talk a little bit about why CFAs, why climate-friendly areas, why are these requirements important, Fundamentally, we know land use and transportation are linked. They're very important. So where people choose to live and work has a big impact on their transportation needs. We know too that walkable mixed use areas significantly reduce reliance on vehicle trips. Obviously, cities that developed before the motor vehicle have a very different built environment. And you know what that's like. I'm sure all of you have visited those kind of cities. Many of our historic downtowns have those components where we didn't separate uses. So this is an important tool, and it is expected to reduce average vehicle miles traveled to an important degree. One of the important things about these climate-friendly areas is that we create or support housing and employment densities that make it possible for people to meet more of their daily needs without needing to rely on vehicle trips. They can walk, they can bike, they can use transit to get around or alternative mobility devices. The other thing that's important to note is that climate-friendly areas will affect a small portion of cities, leaving other areas available to develop under existing zoning. So there's a sense that there's concern that we're upsetting the apple cart in terms of residential markets. And that is not the case. What we're really trying to do is to reinforce development patterns that are already occurring. Next slide, please. And this is an example that you saw at your last hearing. So this is development that the market produced. This is downtown Corvallis, mixed use, restaurants and retail on the first floor. Dwelling units above, completely market driven, 69 units per acre for this development. So it is happening and people are choosing to live in these areas. We don't expect that everybody will want to, but we know that a significant proportion of the population will find them attractive for a variety of reasons. Next slide, please. So an important point to make is that climate-friendly areas will expand housing opportunities. Again, we're not taking residential lands out of circulation that currently are on the books. We're providing additional capacity for more housing opportunities in these climate-friendly areas. So it's actually additional capacity based on that basic concept. The impact on overall housing affordability should be positive because, as we know from basic economic theory, when you increase the supply, prices generally go down. So the concern that this requirement would actually inflate housing prices elsewhere doesn't really follow because, again, this is a different market and it's above and beyond what's already happening in the residential housing market. The other point to make is that climate-friendly areas will impact residential land supply only to the extent that they're successful. So over time, as these regulations have had some time to have an impact, we will see. Obviously, we hope to see strong residential and employment development in climate-friendly areas. However, if that does not happen, there would be relatively little land allocated for housing in climate-friendly areas. In other words, as local governments are planning their future residential land needs, they will look at actual production in those areas, and they will account for residential land needs based on that production, not based on our 30% zoned capacity. That is a different tool. So another change that we've made in the rules is to provide more flexibility.
Chair, sorry to interrupt.
Oh, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
please,
Yeah.
please. Could you repeat that section that you just said again about the 30%?
Oh, right.
Could you just repeat it again?
So, and it's a complicated point, but as local governments are planning to meet their residential land needs, current statutes and rules basically dictate that they look at recent housing production by zone to determine their future land needs typically over a 20-year planning horizon into the future. And so if those rates in climate-friendly areas are low, then local governments will continue to be allowed to meet residential land needs elsewhere. Obviously, that's not what we're hoping for. We think there's a market here. We think there will be more housing production. However, these are fairly dense areas. So in terms of the land needs, it's going to be a relatively small portion of the overall city. So obviously we want that proportion to grow over time. That works? Okay. Another change that we made to the rules is to allow more flexibility for local governments to designate climate-friendly areas with less intensive development standards, right? So we started out and said, oh, you know, all climate-friendly areas need to be build this high and this dense. And we heard loud and clear that, hey, we think our market might be a little different. We want some flexibility. And so the rules now require designation of a primary climate-friendly area, at least 25 acres in size. And then the local governments may choose to designate additional climate-friendly areas elsewhere in the community at a lesser scale. So maybe lower building heights, less density, or using a different menu of development code standards that they feel is more appropriate. And then lastly, as you know, local governments may opt to follow either an outcome-oriented approach without minimum densities, or they may choose to follow the prescriptive approach with the minimum densities. So there's flexibility there. Next slide, please. And I know you've seen this table before, but this basically illustrates how these rules would apply based on the size of the cities and urbanized areas. The prescriptive path, as you can see, has minimum density requirements and maximum building heights. The outcome-oriented approach, however, is really predicated on developing a code that will allow for these levels of development. And I say allow for. There's not a requirement for the city to demonstrate that these will be produced in every case. It is basically proving up that we have a set of rules that would allow for this level of intensity in a climate-friendly area. And I will note that we've amended the language in Rule 320 to better clarify that test for the outcome-oriented standards. So if you look at your rule corrections memo, you'll see a tweak to that language that I think better clarifies what we're expecting to see from local governments.
So Bill, if I may just kind of highlight what you just said, I think it's an important point because a lot of the some of that written testimony was to the effect that how do we prove up that in fact we're making these quotas or whatever in these CFA areas? And you're just really clarifying it, and the language in the rule clarifies. What we're doing is asking that they zone appropriately and everything in these CFAs, but if 5 years down the road, they're not meeting that, those CFAs aren't producing development because the market isn't quite there yet, or other things are happening with world economies or whatever, that they're not getting penalized for that, because all zoning can do is allow it to happen. They can't make it happen. And the other thing that I heard that so there's other tools that local jurisdictions already use in addition to zoning to really encourage development. And so those tools aren't affected. In fact, we would encourage them to use those tools in concert with these zone changes. Are those correct statements?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, absolutely correct statements. That, yeah, we are trying to set the table for the kind of development we need to see. We know that largely it will be the market that will respond or won't respond. There, will be some level of public subsidy for affordable housing as well, and we know that's an important component. But really, we're trying to, to a large degree, free up development in these areas. And I'll talk a little bit more about this later. But through the use of the housing production strategy reporting over time, we'll learn what tools are most effective. And I'm really looking forward to seeing, hey, what is going to work best in a small community, in a mid-sized community, et cetera. Thank you for the question. Oh, sorry, I can just pause here if there are any more.
Commissioner Lilac.
Oh, no, I do. I didn't know if Kevin was finished with his presentation.
I've got a few more slides, I think, but if you don't mind waiting, okay. All right, next slide, please. Or maybe, I'm not sure where I am. Nope, I do have a few few other things. In terms of the minimum density path, and again, this is the prescriptive approach. Local governments are not required to utilize the minimum density path, but if they are used, the rules clearly state they would not apply to a mixed-use development. So if you have a development that has retail, commercial, and housing, no minimum density would be applied. The latest set of rules, not the rule corrections, but the set that you saw in March, allows local governments now to require ground floor commercial and office uses. So that's a tool that is often used. We're not saying that's a good idea or a bad idea, but we are allowing for that requirement to be made because we do need to see a mix of uses. And that can be an effective way, actually, I think, in many cases, to get projects to pencil, to make financial sense. What this effectively, though, would do for a local government who wishes to follow the minimum density path would be, if you followed that path and included a requirement for ground floor commercial and office uses, there would effectively be no minimum density requirement. So you do the ground floor development as you wish. However many dwelling units are produced up above, you're good to go. So there's a little bit more flexibility in that provision as well. One other change we made is to allow adaptive reuse of existing buildings that are not subject to minimum densities. And we heard this, of course, from our historic preservation advocates and others. Good public policy. This is the picture of the Julian Hotel, which you saw in March. And that, so that is an adaptive reuse project where they converted an old hotel into affordable dwelling units. I can't remember how many, I think 35 units. That would be exempt from minimum density standards. It wouldn't need to because the density is actually almost 200 units per acre. But that kind of redevelopment would be exempt from minimum density. And then lastly, as you saw in the staff report, I've done analysis on small lot, single family and middle housing types in terms of lot sizes that are possible and resultant densities, and found that really all middle housing types, including the cottage cluster, are viable based on the minimum density standards. Next slide, please. But you don't have to take my word for it. This is from Daniel Paralek's website. He's an architect and the author of the book Missing Middle Housing. And it's on his website, if anybody cares to look at it, you'll find typical specifications for many types of affordable housing. This one is regarding cottage courts. And the salient detail I'll point you to is the net density here is between 19 and 44 dwelling units per acre, which is easily within the minimum densities that we're looking for. Okay, I think that's it for me. Does it go to you? Unless there are questions.
Yes, excuse me. So there are any questions for Kevin on the, Commissioner Leland? Yeah.
Thank you, Kevin. I've continued to see this section of the rules evolve significantly over many months. I want to be clear. I heard you say minimum densities are not required. These are in the small portions of cities. And what I'm grappling with, and I'm going to form this in a question, and I hope that we hear about it in the public testimony, is that yesterday I attended a luncheon, a couple hundred people, Redmond Economic Development annual luncheon, and the Hayden Homes CFO, Jim Sandsberg, stated to a lot of people that the minimum density is 25 dwelling units per acre. The implication was that it was all cities. We know it's not. It's only the metro areas. So Redmond is not even subject to it. And that single family homes will not be allowed anymore. And I heard you say that other areas outside of the CFAs, for example, can still zone or can still develop as zoned and as planned. So what affordable housing is so important to me, and we're so short, 110,000 units in our state or more. Housing production strategies, we've discussed those. We've discussed some of the anti-displacement strategies. So I'm hoping that with a lot of new people, I hope watching this morning, as he encouraged people to do, you and or staff can help address this, for lack of a better term, maybe a disconnect. Is there something I'm not seeing in the rules? Is it, I'm just trying to understand how we're talking about the anti-displacement strategies, the housing production strategies, up to 130% capacity that we're building, that it's a small area. I'd really like for staff to be able to address this if possible. And then I look forward to testimony today as we continue to go forward. This is, it's a really important issue to me. Thank you.
There we go. Thank you for the question, Commissioner Lilac. And I don't know that I can respond to all of those issues, but certainly you're right that the capacity we're looking at, so the additional housing capacity from climate-friendly areas is above and beyond the 100% of housing that local governments currently, are operating with, based on, say, a recent housing needs analysis and actions that they take to meet those housing needs. So with that 30% capacity, zoned capacity in climate-friendly areas, we're actually adding on top of that. We are creating additional opportunities for housing. We're creating additional markets, but we are in no way taking away markets for other residential development in these communities. And again, you're absolutely right about the applicability here. This applies in our 8 metropolitan regions. Redmond is not included in this area. In terms of numerically, most cities are outside of these areas. However, they do contain a large portion of the population of the state, and that's why we're focused on those areas. I don't know if that answers all of your questions.
Just the question that single-family dwellings would no longer be allowed, and that this could have, and that the rules will actually have an adverse effect on affordable housing. Were other points that he made that I just thought would be helpful to address.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the reminder. Yes, single family dwellings, would be allowed, and I showed you. Well, I guess it's still up here, right? Cottage courts are one viable way of providing small units on small lots that would easily meet our density requirements and could be done in climate-friendly areas. So that's one type. Another type that I expect we'll see a lot of will be attached single family, where you have shared walls on individual properties. And so those also provide home ownership opportunities, as these do. And with the operation of Senate Bill 458, allowing land divisions for middle housing, we'll have additional home ownership opportunities for those types of housing as well. In terms of impacts on affordability, again, classic economic theory would maintain that as you're increasing the supply of something, the cost would actually go down. And again, we are not impacting existing residential land capacity or markets. That would continue to operate. So this is gravy, if you will, above and beyond. And I can't see how that would result in overall increases in housing costs.
Chair?
Yes, please. Vice
Yeah,
Chair.
and I just wanted to reiterate, I guess, the idea of the fraction of the area of the city, right? This only applies to a fraction. So the rest of the city operates the way it does. This area, and I'm going to ask for your yes at the end or no. This area is getting additional capacity that didn't exist before, right? So making more housing potential. And these areas, most likely, we'll find out, are probably areas of the city that have already been densified to some extent and will receive more attention, resources, et cetera, to allow them to increase housing. But it's a fraction of either, it's either one area of the city, or the city can decide to make it more than one area at their discretion. So I just wanted to confirm that.
That is correct. Vice Chair, thank you for the question. Yeah, we haven't gone through the full calculation of, how much climate friendly areas, what fraction of a city that might be. And it's going to vary. It will vary on the intensity of the CFA. So if a city wants to go big on their climate friendly area, that's actually going to take a lot less land area. However, if they choose to do, kind of smaller scale, there's probably more land area that would be impacted. That will be a local government decision. However, some back of envelope calculations that I've done based on a community that I'm familiar with would suggest that fraction is south of 5%, probably closer to 1% of the total area within that current city limits of that jurisdiction.
That's a really helpful example, because I think when people hear 30%, they're thinking 30% of the land area within a city, and you're talking about the rule reflects on 30% of the capacity for development. Yeah, great. I think this is a really important point, and I think we should just keep hitting it hard, because I know that we got a lot of letters, form emails, I guess in this case, that seem to imply that we were regulating this across the entire, all land within jurisdictional boundaries. And that's not correct, as we pointed out here, and the draft states. And the other piece of that is that it's not the state that will designate the CFAs. The rule provides guidance and some criteria on how to establish those, but the local jurisdiction will work with their local partners and business associations and home builders and and the equity folks and that sort of thing to determine what the boundaries of those CFAs are, and then what the regulation should look like within there, consistent with our rule. Is that correct?
That is exactly right, Chair. Thank you.
Any commissioners would like clarification on that? Commissioner Warren.
Not looking for clarification, but just wanted to say a couple things. First, I think there's a tension between kind of the short versus long-term vision that these rules are trying to accomplish. Just because the cities are going to rezone their climate-friendly areas in line with the climate-friendly regulations doesn't mean that they're going to be built out right away. And I think that is where the affordability concept comes into play. If these cities were to redevelop right away, I could see how there would be implications for affordable housing. But what I actually see in these rules is that we're going to be allowing more, especially capital A affordable housing, to go through, because now they'll be able to build the density that they need to build in order to accomplish their affordability goals. So I just want to acknowledge that there's that tension there between like the visioning of these, how these rules will actually play out on the field. And then Kevin, one thing that I think is really important for us to talk about, because we've heard about it a lot, and we've talked about this before, but is the home ownership opportunities within the climate friendly areas. Because in my perspective, there are home ownership opportunities here, and they're different maybe than what we're used to seeing as far, or thinking about as far as home ownership goes. But if you could address what those home ownership opportunities are, or what you think they would be in climate friendly areas, I'd appreciate that, please.
Sure, and thank you for the question. Yeah, in terms of affordability, I think it's important to note that transportation costs are a huge part of people's budgets, and with climate friendly areas, people should be able to get around a lot more cheaply than they do currently, and maybe be able to live without vehicles, which are, as we know, quite expensive, particularly lately. In terms of home ownership opportunities in climate friendly areas, so I think we've looked at really the full range. We've looked at detached single family, something along the lines of a cottage court. We're talking small lots. Duplexes, certainly, triplexes, quadplexes, multifamily, attached single family, so townhomes, all of those can be, no, I'm sorry, I said multifamily. Let me peel that back. I'll get to that later. All but multifamily could be done under a fee simple ownership construct, right? With the land divisions made possible by Senate Bill 458, those could be fee simple for property owners. We know for multifamily units, the condominium laws are challenging in Oregon. They're not impossible. I think it still occurs, but it is challenging. I will highlight, and I think I mentioned this to you at our recent meeting, that we are just starting to take a look at low-income cooperative housing as a potential mechanism for wealth building. for low-income residents. We're certainly wanting to explore those kinds of tools for people to build equity, regardless of whether you're able to make a down payment on a large single-family home. You know, we need to build that capacity. Thank you.
Chair.
Yes, thank you for the question, Commissioner Warren, now Vice Chair.
I just wanted to add to, because I know you said it a couple times, Kevin, but like softly, and I wanted to say it a little more louder, that the more housing you have, the more supply, the costs go down. And that's kind of fundamental across the housing market. And many people don't actually realize that is what makes housing more expensive or not, is supply in the long run. If these climate friendly areas were suddenly built out tomorrow, right? As an overall concept, affordability would go down with the increase of more units. However, in that area that all this new housing was built, there might be the opportunity of displacing some people that had affordable homes in that area. And so I think that's what's really important about the House Bill 2003 work, and tying it to this work is that cities are not just saying, I don't think the market's going to respond that way, but let's build these out fully and with no regard, right, to who was in this space first, and are those affordable residents that, residents that are living in affordable homes and now suddenly don't have affordable homes because new construction is being built, and that obviously is going to be at market rate prices. So that's the beauty of the work that's being done right now, is that it's saying we're going to be pro housing, we're going to be pro housing supply, because we know that is what makes things affordable in the long run. But at the same time, when we do that, we're going to have tools in place that ensure that those people that may or may not get displaced are not truly displaced, right? That they have somewhere to go that is affordable for them. And in some cases, hopefully somewhere to go within the community that they already live in. So I think I wanted to tie all of those together under the umbrella of development doesn't happen that fast. So the fear is, in that regard, is not timely, especially if we, that's a whole other conversation. If we look at the state of the housing market today, my greater fear is that, and it is happening, is that developers are putting their pencils down, not because of any government regulations, but because of construction costs. And so this work is actually hugely timely, because there's going to have to be something that's going to offset and incentivize developers to do something when the market is saying that we should not do anything right now. And that ties into the sources of funding that are starting to be out there in the federal government and the state government also, that they can be directed to these areas where affordability can be made more possible by the fact of, I think sometimes it can be up to 20% of your income can go to transportation. So these are all connected, and that's why I'm excited about this work, is it's connecting these dots. So sorry for the speech, but I know you said it softly, and housing supply is the reason our market is so constrained right now.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Sandoval.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to add that, I see these climate-friendly areas as really a great opportunity for increasing home ownership, especially for people of color. It's kind of heard the reverse argument being said a lot in a lot of the kind of letters that I've been receiving and so forth. But so I wanted to lay this out. I think it's actually an opportunity in two ways. So one, like we've been mentioning, that diverse housing types actually increase the accessibility for people, to buy their homes, right? Because they could get some more affordable homes that way. And secondly, right now, the state of Oregon, through the Oregon Housing and Community Services, is really going to invest in helping communities of color secure funding for purchasing their homes. Okay? So if we can kind of combine these two elements together, it could really be a good opportunity for people of color to own homes in these climate areas. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you, commissioners. Especially useful to have you on the Housing Council to bring that integration to this table and the other direction as well. So thanks for those comments.
I'm going to turn us over to Evan.
Thank you. Next slide. Parking reform and electric vehicle charging. Next slide. So I did want to note that some of the concerns in the testimony have been addressed in this draft of the rules. You may have seen Exhibit 130 from Eugene, concerned about pricing on street parking. The population threshold is bumped up to over 200,000. So that only is Portland right now. In several years, it may be Eugene or Salem, but that's several years in the future. Second thing, Portland concern about electric vehicle charging dates. That is addressed in the correction memo. I'll get to that on the next slide. And then there was a comment from Tesla, came in yesterday, 149. Unfortunately, that's not really in our capacity, as the next slide will show. So just wanted to note that some of the things that came up in the testimony we've addressed or have heard at least. Next slide. Since March, we really dialed in with our council and Building Codes Council, looking at what's possible. And House Bill 2180, which has been encoded in a statute, really restricts what we're able to do on EV charging. Not only does it say most of its Building Codes division, they define EV charging in a certain way that is level 2 plus level 2 and higher conduit, that it has to be at least 20% of the spaces for commercial and for other things, and that it takes effect July 1st of this year. So the building code has to update to that. So we felt constrained by that. Some of the things that we had, like charging for e-bikes, because that's an electrical code, building code said that's us, you can't do that. So we said, okay, do it. So the request is in the building codes. So Tesla had requested some credits for direct current fast chargers and the 20% to go down if those were, but that 20% is in statute, it's not movable. So we can't do anything. We can't mess with the definitions on DCFC, direct current fast chargers. We just can't do that. The last thing that we did, because after our conversation with building codes, we looked at the statute a little bit closer and we said, oh, that July 1st date that we put in the draft rules, that actually doesn't apply to the land use things. So the land use things, we can have the later date that we've been having, and we can have a higher percentage of residential spaces with conduit. So that's the one slice that land use gets and that we have taken, and we've said, okay, 40% of spaces have to have the conduit, which is just the pipes. It's relatively cheap to do in new buildings, and a lot cheaper than retrofitting. So that's what we've done. And we moved the date certain back, or the date back in the corrections memo. So just trying to pull apart why we made that correction, why we thought we were more constrained, and then we were able to move that date back for the city of Portland and other requests. So that's what we did on EV charging. Next slide. And just generally, I want to say parking reform. We realize this is going to be a significant change for a lot of cities, though not all in Oregon. And we're really committed to working with cities as they go about revising their parking mandates. There's very few things that I enjoy more than talking about parking mandates, so I'm excited about this work. And people are excited to have me work with cities instead of talking to them about it. But yeah, parking reform does have a strong connection to a lot of things that we've outlined: housing costs, climate pollution, walkability, equity. And in Monday's Wall Street Journal, you may not have seen, or you may have seen, the president of the US Chamber of Commerce and the director of the White House National Economic Council highlighted parking as being a barrier to housing costs and locking people out of opportunities. So happy to respond to more parking stuff after we've heard testimony, but just wanted to touch briefly on that. If there are any other questions on either of those?
Thank you, Evan. You've said before in previous meetings that we're not we're eliminating parking mandates. So when people say that we're mandating a certain way of doing it, we're actually eliminating parking mandates. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, it's kind of a double negative.
Yeah.
Councilor Keebler from Bend says eliminating parking mandates, and people forget that the mandates part is that we're not eliminating parking. We're
Yes,
we're
thank you.
deregulating parking.
Yes, there's got to be a better.
And the market will provide parking as required is the general experience of cities for the last couple of decades.
Thank you. Vice Chair, did you have something you wanted to say?
I did. I was trying to think, parking got me distracted for a second. I'd like the deregulating parking. That sounded better. And the market will provide what the market needs in that regard. Yes. The question I had, I just wanted to reiterate. So the 20% EV is not actually providing 20% of your stalls with EV charging. It's just providing the conduit so that they could become EV charging later should someone decide to make them EV charging.
Yeah, Vice Chair Halova, that is correct. It requires the conduit and it requires space for charging apparatus, but it doesn't actually require panels or anything else. So it's just the conduit, and that was the compromise reached by the legislature under that bill and really constrained that definition.
So I wanted to say, since I've done both the conduit and the charging stations myself in a development projects, that the conduit's kind of not much of anything from a cost standpoint of view. So it's not a burden in that way. Versus actually providing the charging stations is a cost implication. And I also wanted to point out, because I did a development in Washington State, that they actually require 20% of theirs to be with electric vehicle charging. So I was a little in shock when I went there on the cost wise. And I also, when I was there, was asking them, do you have an equivalent to the Energy Trust of Oregon, who gives, subsidies and incentives to do kind of green measures? And they did not have the equivalent of Energy Trust of Oregon. So it was a double hit on that particular project. But I was going to say, we have that here in Oregon, which is a really great tool for then making decisions, more sustainable or energy efficient decisions. We have an ability to offset those costs. So I just wanted to point that out, but it's actually not a burden really to make the conduit. So even though it sounds like we're forward thinking, that Washington is in the sense of providing in advance in that way, but we are more discretionary, I guess, toward the development community in what we're doing.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Other commissioners have any questions for Evan?
Let's make one comment. And I just really want to reiterate the fact that we're not saying that you can't build parking. I think there's probably a lot of people who are just coming into this conversation listening in today. So I just want to make sure that we're very clear that we're not outlawing parking. People can build parking. We're just not saying cities will require you to build parking. On top of that, I'm really excited about what we're doing with these removing parking mandates. I think it's really great. I think it's past due. And I think it's setting a great model for many other places around the country and world for how they can help increase that supply of housing once again.
Thank you, Commissioner Warren. Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you. I just want to go one step further as we enter public testimony here in just a moment. As we have heard from some cities that have expressed concerns about a lack of transit and other alternative modes of transportation, real concerns about this section. Well, I would love to hear from them in public testimony why cities should be required to mandate parking in these areas. Is there not the trust in the development community that they're going to build the demand that's necessary until such time that transit facilities are available, or just maybe it's not just the facility or the route, or it could be the route, the schedule, whatever it may be. I live in one of those areas in the city of Bend. We have a great transit system and a great route, but it doesn't operate past 7 o'clock. So I can't often take it to work or take it to various places. So I fully get that, but I would I'm just going a step further and say, so share with us why we should mandate it if that's still the perspective after we've had this discussion. Thank you.
Chair?
Yes, that's a helpful tee up to folks to comment on that particular issue. Thank you, Vice Chair.
And I wanted to clarification from the staff on where this deregulation of parking requirements occurs or doesn't occur. Is it everywhere in the whole entire city? Is it just in the climate friendly areas? If you could clarify that.
Thank you for that question. Different parts apply differently. The strongest deregulation happens around frequent transit routes, within a half mile of transit routes and 3/4 of a mile of a rail stop. And for certain development types, affordable housing, facilities for people with disabilities, very small units, including single room occupancy, and under 750 square foot housing units. Other parts of it, climate friendly areas has a slightly weaker, but generally strong reform, and that may overlap with the transit routes, so that may not have much of an effect. And then there are some provisions that apply citywide that say, okay, no more than 1 unit per multifamily, or 1 space can be mandated for multifamily, that sort of thing. And the EV provisions as well, the charging provisions as well are citywide. So it's kind of a tiered, and that follows the academic literature on where it has the biggest bang for the buck, kind of the well studies. It's like those areas best served by transit, the reform will have the biggest impact. So.
And just to reiterate, developers in those like farther reaching, farther away from the climate friendly areas can choose to put more parking stalls because they feel, if I order to sell this single family home, I need a 2-car garage and a pad in front of the 2-car garage that's gonna, hold 4 cars. They could choose to do that. It's just not the city telling them you need to provide this or that, or telling them a certain limit, but not, making it so large that it prohibits development. Is that correct?
That, Vice Chair, that is generally correct. There are some parking maximum provisions, but generally for large commercial, and they're similar to what most cities already have. So generally for the housing stuff, there's not parking maximums drawn in there. So yeah, right now it's provide it if your people want it, and have the diversity of developments, have the diversity of parking spaces, because 1 out of every 6 Oregonian renter households doesn't own a car, and they're paying for parking for those who have it. So
and I wanted to remember to tie that to the housing work that was done. So there's some parking, not mandating parking work that was done as part of the housing production strategies and missing middle housing work. And I think in that process, when people started to understand, wait a minute, this is not saying that can't happen. This is saying that governments are not requiring people to do, or coming up with formulas that don't make sense for development, right? Because somebody comes up with this formula and thinks it's great, and then there's all different types of developers and different types of housing type, and this formula just applies to all of them, right? I think when people understood that in the housing work, it was like, oh, okay. And it's really hard language, the not mandating parking, and so I just want to point that out, that was a struggle that we went through with the housing production and the missing middle housing, but I think everybody got it at the end. So I think that's good.
Yeah, thanks for that, Vice Chair. Yes, and certainly a significant percentage of households have 3 or 4 cars, like 3 or more cars. So it's really provided as demand requires. Get your house that gives you the parking you want.
So Evan, am I correct in stating that the parking deregulation, I guess I'll call it parking deregulation, it applies when this gets adopted. It'll apply in various areas in different ways as you described, but it doesn't necessarily affect existing development from the standpoint, if it's existing development and there's a commercial structure and they've got a parking lot, these don't require that parking lot to be changed. It's not saying you take away all that parking. Over time, as the market redevelops that site, these things would kick in. Is that a correct statement?
Yeah, that's a correct statement, Chair McArthur. Existing parking isn't required to be removed.
Thank you. Thanks, Evan.
All right, thank you. A couple more slides here for the record. Cody Meyer again. Next slide, please. So just kind of pivoting over from what's changed to what's been there. We're going to talk a little bit about the implementation. And then commission at the last meeting asked us to talk a little bit about the tracking and performance monitoring and how are we going to measure success. So attachment G in your packet is the joint agency implementation work plan, and just want to take this quick second to really thank our colleagues over at ODOT who from Director Strickler, Amanda Peets, Eric Havig, and Brian Hurley have been working really closely on this with us, kind of a little bit in the background as the rules have been coming together. So we know that the executive order says that we're supposed to do some rules, but also says the two agencies need to come up with the financial means to help support those rules. And so that's something we took really seriously. And, you know, again, just thanks to our partners over at ODOT for helping us put this together. So in attachment G, you'll see our ideas of how we're thinking about laying this out. So we kind of put the money and the ideas of when we could get that money out on the street and get the programs in place. And here on the slide, you can just see this kind of coincides with the rule deadline dates. I'll say that I think a lot of what you'll see in this attachment is staff's commitment to getting the tools and the guidance and model code, model ordinance for our local partners. We know that they're going to need a lot of support to do this work, and we're 100% committed to getting that resource out to them in a timely fashion to help them meet the deadlines. So we take that very seriously. Next slide, please.
Vice Chair Halova.
How does, so this is a chart, this option about more urgent versus more time?
This chart is consistent. Thank you, Vice Chair. This chart is consistent with the staff recommendation,
Which is
the more urgent.
And so, because I'm a visual person, if it was the more time option, which one of those bars, which color, those different color bars would move, and how far would it move?
Good question. I think I don't know that I really prefer to go into the details on that. I think that if those timelines got extended, that we'd have no problems in matching the extension with our funding. It's more of like, if we wanted to go sooner, the procurement process is a little bit of a bear to get through. So that's really our, starting earlier than this is our real concern. So we haven't had concerns if folks wanted to propose alternate dates, or if you wanted to adopt more extension for some of those dates, that I believe that we'd be able to handle that without issue.
And sorry to, I was saying, would it be the TPS updates that ongoing bar would like start at a different time and move down, or would it be, which one of those bars would start to shift if we went the more time route?
I might have to pitch this over to Bill because he's more familiar with the matrix that he put together for the options there. But certainly the TSPs on the bottom bar would be, you know, having a later deadline. But I think Bill, maybe you could talk a little bit about this.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair. But I think it's likely, you know, we're going to continue to see transportation system plan updates happening no matter what we do with our rulemaking. And if we delay, you know, when they're going to be required to be adopted, that doesn't mean people aren't going to start doing it now anyway. So I don't know that that really, I mean, it's an arrow that goes off into the future. I think it's still going to be there, and I think that it's going to be an ongoing thing. It's a matter of, you know, the pieces that we need at the state level, the tools. We're going to be developing those starting right away in any case, no matter what the timelines are. You might buy us a little bit more breathing room. It's possible with some of those pieces, but I don't think that really, excuse me, I don't think that really makes a big difference in terms of the implementation piece.
Deputy Director Green.
Vice Chair, hello. Are we looking at all for any more specifics about like the CFA studies and zoning? Those are pretty carefully calibrated to the current fundings.
No, I was more just, it seemed like that may be an option that we're trying to pick. I couldn't tell if that was an option that the jurisdiction's picking or that we're picking today, the more time or the more urgent. And so if it's us, then I just was like, how does visual change?
Yeah. Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Hull, the choice between the timelines between Rule 12A or 12B, that's a choice that we expect the commission to make. We're providing the commission those options, and you will choose one of those, and then the local governments will be, under an obligation to try to meet those timelines, given the flexibility under the alternative timelines approach. What was the other thing I was going to say?
I think the main point here is that we've been working really closely with our partners at ODOT, and we feel comfortable with the times in that matrix that we gave you to choose from. So I just think that's the main point here, is that we feel comfortable in delivering the resources on the timelines there. And like I said, if folks chose to extend some of that stuff, I think that isn't as big of a deal. If they propose alternate dates and those got accepted, then you say, no, we want to go even more urgent and start tomorrow with some of the stuff that we know takes some time to procure.
I did remember one thing I wanted to say, which is the deputy director mentioned the climate friendly areas and doing that initial study. That's something we have funding for in this biennium. In each of the A and B, the time is the same. We haven't extended that time frame in the B option, the more time option, because we know we have to do it this biennium in the next 13 months. So that doesn't affect that piece. Yeah.
But sorry for the confusion. Is it clear to say that extending some of these things may not preclude it from participating in funding streams that exist now, or no?
Thank you, Vice Chair. DLCD is a general funding agency, so our funding streams are on the 2-year cycle. So we do have a shorter clock. ODOT's funding streams from the federal government, and a lot of their funds that they got for this for IIJA funds, and those are on a longer clock. And I couldn't get into the specifics on that, but I think that we might still have Eric Havig on the line if you want to get into.
No, I didn't want the specifics. I just the overview. Thank you.
So I think perhaps what you're getting at, there's money in the DLCD budget that the legislature gave us to have that money available for local jurisdictions to follow the implementation work to follow through on that. And so perhaps what your question is, first of all, how much money is there? When does that go away? I'm assuming June 30th of next year, but then, and then maybe a final question, how do you envision those dollars being spent at the local level? What is your sense of how to get those dollars to them and then have them work on what aspect of this chart?
Thank you, Chair. Let's go to the next slide. Good anticipation as always. So, okay, so yeah, here on top, DLCD, we do have in this biennium, which goes to June 2023, as you noted, $768,000 in direct grant assistance money that we'll be putting out. We have identified climate-friendly area studies and doing a lot of contracting work and getting our ducks in a row here for having people on contract in the next month. And so Evan's leading a really great effort to put together, putting people in planning, community engagement guide as kind of a starting place, and having consultants on board to put together their community engagement plans that would cover both the climate friendly area study, anticipate actions that might be occurring in the zoning whenever that occurs, and then also covering the Eugene, Springfield, Salem, Kaiser have as a part of their work plan to do a community engagement guide. So we're going to go ahead and cover that as well to put them, get them ready. So these do cover the 15 jurisdictions that are affected by the climate friendly area rules. And I just read the last bullet point. So ODOT had earlier to scope this rulemaking. We did a pretty significant scoping memo to come up with, okay, the commission's charge that staff recommended was just kind of lean in on scenario planning for the next two largest metropolitan areas. So ODOT had previously identified some funding for their overall program and some of the contracting that will be necessary for that, and to do some of the performance measure work that I'll talk about in next couple slides. Then just recently, the OTC had approved this $15 million for putting together what you can see the details in attachment G, and that's really getting these TSPs updated, getting our modeling and analysis guidelines, and some model code stuff that we'll need to put together there. So if there's any question, oh, let's see, I got one more slide. Yeah, okay. So yeah, we are putting together as an agency, it's a pretty significant budget request. We've been talking a lot. We've been hearing a lot of testimony on that. We have an initial policy option package identified. We're working with the governor's office closely to do the racial equity impact statement work. So we've done a pretty significant amount of community engagement, surveying local governments, having a community needs forum to make sure our equity partners and community partners have what they need as well to participate. And we are planning on bringing that to commission with a memo that MA is working on probably right now to kind of synthesize that into kind of what we're hearing for you and figure out what is the exact dollar amount we need to be requesting. So that's ongoing. Next slide, please. So we know that's not enough because we want to see things happening. We don't want to just see good plans getting adopted. We want to see these things getting built out and our local governments seeing the needle be moved. So we have convened a group of state agencies a couple times over the rulemaking to look for areas where other state agencies can play a part in implementation and supporting our local government partners. We know we're putting a lot of rules on them, but we also want to make sure that we're giving them the best we can from our state partners. So we're really kind of start pestering other agencies about getting funds and resources steered towards these areas. So we had a really great meeting. We had, I think, 15 different agencies or so show up, and they really shared a lot of good intersects of their programs. Business Oregon was one that I think could really be helpful for getting the grants and community development block grant and just all sorts of funding streams coming from them. Oregon Housing Community Services, we've been working with them on kind of tweaking some of their funding allocation guidelines to get more location efficiency. But once we have climate friendly areas zoning, they've indicated they're open to kind of revisiting that. And Commissioner Sandoval has, convened some of the staff to talk about like, how do we strengthen that relationship? And we look forward to working with them a little bit more on this stuff. That's what I have on implementation. I can answer a couple of questions, or I have a couple of slides Kevin and I will do on how do we measure progress.
Before I ask for questions from commissioners, I just want to really applaud your efforts from the very beginning, actually, even before this effort started. I know Jim Rue and staff have been working with other state agencies to integrate these efforts, not only in the rulemaking, but also in the implementation. And I just really can applaud you, Cody, and the entire staff and others and other agencies to really, really keep on top of this, because it's so critical to get those dollars and expertise at the local level. Yeah, I'm sorry, Lelek.
Thank you, Chair. I really appreciate your laying out a comprehensive approach to implementation, because implementation is going to be a very significant effort. I think it was Bill that talked about at the start that this is good. There are a lot of complexities in here. We've heard from a lot of the testimony submitted about there's a lot of questions that people still have. And I expect we might hear some of those questions and clarifications in the testimony and beyond. One of the late letters we received last night from the city of Bend, and Cody, you started to talk, you mentioned this, which I really appreciate, and it's listed there as staff for direct assistance. And you mentioned working with cities throughout all stages of this. And what their letter really emphasized was that they really are going to need the can-do attitude from the agency. This is a partnership. We have to work so closely together. They're really going to be relying on that partnership every step of the way, dedicated assistance. So I am curious from staff, be it director, deputy director, or staff, just how you're thinking about staffing implementation going forward, so that we can really give our local government partners the confidence that they're going to have both the team to help them, as well as just that the whole approach, the attitude that, yeah, we're in this together and we're going to do everything we can to make it successful, because that's extremely important to me as well, which is why I asked the question.
Director Bateman, would you like to say a few things?
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners, for the question. We certainly have our team here that's ready to pivot their work from development of the rules to implementation. And so all of those folks continue to be available to this effort, and will continue using the relationships and bridges that they've already built as part of this effort, as well as their previous efforts. They've got their whole networks to deploy in this direction. We also have policy option package, and agency speak, this is a POP or a budget request moving forward into the next biennium. We talked about some of the dollars that will go away at the end of this biennium, and so we've got a request in for more for implementation across the board for technical assistance and continued work on this. So we've got both current and future resources dedicated to this.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I was going to turn to Deputy Director Green as well. I know you've been involved in this for a while.
Certainly. Thank you, Chair McArthur, Vice Chair Hillover, and Director Bateman. On day 15, you definitely nailed that question. I just want to amplify the extension of the staff team to kind of subject matter experts by regional representatives deeper into the field. So I know that many jurisdictions have been working with their regional representative already, including Ben and with Angie Brewer there. But we couldn't do it without the extension of the regional representatives, knowing this community so well and really be able to work on site, knowing the specific characteristics of the community to help really refine and implement. So thanks, Director. Thanks, Chair, Vice Chair, the addition.
I was gonna ask, I mean, it'd be nice, I like the slide before because it said, you know, sort of what our department has resource-wise in this effort, and then what ODOT has. We know that OHCS has a lot of funding coming through, and it'd be nice to know what is the funding specifically that is tied to the work that we're jointly doing together. It'd be nice to know that also. And I bring that up because when we were doing the housing work before, that was a big thing that jurisdictions were talking about. And we know that that's not in our, that's not our task, right? It's OHCS, but it'd be good to start identifying what those are so that we can convey those also to our constituents.
Thank you, Vice Chair. If I can maybe quick response on that. I just want to clarify that what you see on the screen here is for planning work, that we know that we're going to have to see actual things being built in accordance with those plans. And so ODOT's identified a pretty big pot of money for jurisdictions that are updating their plans to help them get like the low carbon modes of transportation. OHCS has a lot of different funding streams on getting low income housing built. And so those are the kind of things that we are convening those other agencies to talk about, not only helping with the planning work, but actually seeing, as I mentioned, moving the dial and seeing the things we want to see on the ground. So that's some of the work that we're working closely with other agencies, because you make a great point. And that's kind of our wheelhouse is getting the plans right, but somebody has to build those plans out.
And I'm assuming based on what you said that the plans are going to help the jurisdictions actually get the money for implementation, right? From be it OHCS or ODOT, right? That these
That's
plans
our
have
hope.
to,
Yes.
yeah, these plans have to be in place for them to start receiving that.
Yeah,
funding.
and I would, maybe we could have someone from ODOT come back at your next meeting and talk a little bit about their carbon reduction fund.
Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, just to piggyback on that, I think it would be a good idea if our staff could go and present to the Oregon Stability Council, just so that they're more aware of what the rules are and the connections that can be made. I think that's something that would be really important. My other comment was different municipalities have been reaching out to me, and they've gone ahead and calculated projected the costs for the implementation of the rules in their own cities. And what I've been hearing is, just there's a big spectrum, right? But there's also like the costs are very high, much more than the resources we currently have. And so I'm wondering if there's a way to help them kind of standardize the way they're projecting the costs, because that could help us when we make our asks, right? To kind of have like a real solid, solid number that we can make our argument around. Yeah, those were my 2 comments.
I didn't see that. Excuse me, Deputy Director Green.
Thanks, sorry, Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Hello. I think that Eric Havig may be able to weigh in a little bit right now on staff resources, if we can figure out how to patch him in. He sent a note to Steve. How do we do that? Esther's making sure he's a panelist. Eric, can you come on mic if you're still there?
Can you hear me?
Oh, it's Esther, yeah. Here he comes.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Chair MacArthur, members of the commission, just wanted to weigh in a little bit on the ODOT staffing side, in addition to Department of Land Conservation Development. For ODOT, we are moving forward also with a position option package. So as Director Bateman hit, that's the terminology, they're called POPs. We're actually moving forward, trying to get a couple of those positions early. I think we're going to be trying to go to the Legislative Emergency Board to get approval for a couple of those positions, knowing we need to get moving fairly quickly to make this happen. So trying to get a program manager position to really help us oversee the implementation of all these efforts. We're still working on the final numbers, obviously, with your staff, but there could be up to 40 or more TSPs that have to be done over a number of years here. That's a lot of work. So how do we organize that? How do we structure that? As well as looking for a modeling and analysis person to really get into the details of what's called for in the rules. Again, there's a lot to unpack, and I've heard the commission members of the commission talk about that and staff talk about that. So we need to get some of those guidelines of how we're going to do the modeling and analysis and provide that support. So we're trying to get a person in our planning analysis group to do that. And then we're also looking to have some additional resources brought on from the legislative cycle for helping with all the contracting. It's a lot of work we're going to have to do, contract administration, get those out the door. Also hoping for an actual dedicated person to help with the contracting that we can put into our procurement office. So we are trying to put some of those resources in place, but that's about it. So there's still a lot to do, a lot to bring to the table. We're still going to have to rely on some of our existing resources and try to partner as best we can with our local governments. The other bottom line is we can't take this all on at once. It has to be phased. We're going to have to sequence it. There's just no way we'll have enough staff to deal with doing everything all at once, as well as working through the different phases. And staff have talked about that, from doing some of the land use, the regional scenario planning work and the land use work, getting those guidelines together, and then bringing that into the TSP, because those elements are critical to that TSP development process. Back to, I think, Commissioner Sandoval talking about how do we think about the costs and streamlining. We're going to look at everything we can to try to make these as cost effective as possible. But at the same time, it is a lot of work, and we shouldn't acknowledge that really is part of what this is. And it will take some time. It will take resources on the human as well as the financial side to complete this work. Until we really get in and cost them out, it's going to be hard to predict. But I think the local governments are looking at those options as well. So do we have enough money set aside? Only time will really tell, is I think the position we're taking at ODOT. I hope that helps on kind of the resourcing and the sequencing. And if there's other questions, happy to answer those.
Thank you, Eric. That's really helpful. I don't know what's going on here, but okay, thank you. Really appreciate you, Eric, and your work, and Amanda, your whole team, Director Strickler, the Chair Van Brockland, and the full OTC, because it takes all levels, as you know, and I think it's actually unheard of for us to be this connected with your agency and not only in the development of the rule, but also really focusing on implementation proactively. So thank you very much for everything you're doing on that front.
Bring up the next slide, please. Thank you. Go ahead, advance one more, please, Esther. Okay, fantastic. So we're going to just talk briefly about measuring progress. We know this is kind of a paradigm shift. It is a paradigm shift. And so I think we all expect to learn as we go on some of this stuff. Housing production strategies is one of the tools that we're going to use for that. Again, this came about through passage of House Bill 2003, and essentially local governments, population over 10,000. And of course, this specific to climate-friendly areas, this would relate only within the 8 metropolitan regions that we're talking about, would fold in housing production strategy reporting for housing production within climate-friendly areas. Every 6 years within the Portland metro region, every 8 years outside of that region. And so this reporting would basically constitute these 3 bullet points: actions taken to produce affordable and accessible units, actions to mitigate or avoid displacement, actions to remove barriers and increase housing choices. We'll be looking at all of those things in the specific context of climate-friendly areas as part of the regular housing production strategy reporting that will be happening on a regular basis. And I'm really excited about it because I think we are going to learn what is most effective. And likely we'll see that there are different tools that are working in different areas. So I think it really offers us a great tool for learning as we go, and will provide us with good data as we move forward. Questions?
Chair?
Yes, please.
And I just wanted to reiterate, just to make sure, cities and jurisdictions are going to have to do that work anyway as a part of housing production strategies. It's just that this side of the work will be looking to see how are those implemented in those climate-friendly areas. So they're going to be looking at the whole city. But this group in front of us, right, who has been working on the climate part, will also look at it with a different eye to how are those the same or different, or what's going on in the climate-friendly areas. So it's not a new thing that cities have to do. It's more a new thing on your side, that you're looking at the whole city, but also specifically. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. So we'll be looking at the climate-friendly area progress over time as part of that regular reporting that will be occurring. And that will, again, apply to cities, population over 10,000 within the 8 metropolitan regions. We'll be reporting on those, either the regional centers in the metro area or climate-friendly areas elsewhere. Now I'll turn to Cody.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So we were asked to come back and talk a little bit about how we measure success from the rules. And so on attachment D, starting on page 103, is the performance reporting rules. And there'll be 2 types of reports in the proposal here to come in. So one would be a minor report, which is just kind of like a, hey, what's going on? What have you been working on? What's the kind of vintage of your plans, and what summary of any equity analysis has happened, so we can kind of help keep track on that stuff. We did lighten the requirements up on this pretty significantly based on feedback from local governments that we heard. And then we also put in something that the department will make a provision for collecting this data. So we want to make sure that we're also helping to gather this, so we can put out a quick survey or something like that, and have us help out in gathering those things. Most of the information will be coming in on a 4 or 5 year cycle. That's because we wanted to line this up with the metropolitan planning organizations as they do their regional transportation plan. Some do it on a 4, some do it on a 5 year cycle. So we just said, whenever you have an RTP coming in, that's your date. It's more wordy than that, but that's the thumbnail of that. And so really, we want to make sure that we can minimize redundancy in collecting data. We know that a lot of the data will be shared between those 2 planning efforts. They're covering the exact same geography, and cities are sitting on those advisory committees. And some of the information we're asking for will probably be informed by that planning work. So the information would be really reporting on progress towards the performance targets for local actions to reach the greenhouse gas reduction goals and increase equitable outcomes. If you want to take a look at what those look like on page 105 of attachment D, gives you the list of performance measures that we've put in there. We worked pretty close with a group of stakeholders on the RAC to come up with these performance measures that we thought get at the intent of the rules of where we want to go, but also are things that are not impossible to gather, and things a lot of times we could pull from existing data sources. So these are the default measures we'll be asking for reporting on. For jurisdictions that go through a scenario planning process, they have the flexibility to change these up and to propose, hey, we came up with this scenario, here's how we want to measure progress, and that comes in with that plan, and they would then report on those performance measures that are approved by the commission. That's exactly similar to the Metro Climate Smart strategy. When they came in, the rules call for them to do performance measures. They don't have to do a scenario plan every 4 years. They report on implementation of that scenario plan. Next slide, please. So just a visual I've shared with you before is how do we set these performance measures, the targets for each of these performance measures. One path, as I mentioned, would be through doing a regional scenario planning process to come up with, define what are the kind of regional performance measures we need to achieve, and then individually, what would we need to do? What actions would we need to take to get there? So if regionally we know we need 30% of people to be on a bike or light vehicle, then what are the actions and the levels of ambition of those actions to achieve that outcome? For the other metropolitan areas in the state, it would be Bend, Corvallis, Albany, Grants Pass, and the Medford-Ashland corridor region. They will be doing a regional assessment. So we take the statewide transportation strategy, lays out regional performance targets, what are called trajectories in that plan. And those kind of are a default level of ambition that folks would need to go to do that. And so we can use those to kind of calibrate the level of actions that would be necessary to achieve that. And over, I've heard the last 10 years I've been doing a lot of this work is that, well, why do we need to do this? Don't we already know the things we need to do? And the answer is yes, we do have a pretty good understanding of what basically are the levels of these actions to get to our climate goals. We think there's a lot of value in allowing regions to kind of have a customized approach at that and fit their local values and do a lot of that regional planning work. So the rules in Division 44 do allow for folks to say, no, we actually want to do this, and they can ask for that. So next slide, please. Once we have the performance targets set, and this is what we're measuring, this will be the monitoring approach. So it's really classic planning. It's what I learned in grad school. It's you identify what are your goals, what are the gaps between you and your goal, what do you need to do to pull up action to get there. Okay, that's what comes in that monitoring report. Then you go down and you start, okay, we're going to chip away at these corrective actions. We're going to update our plans. We're going to do things we're implementing. And then in 4 years or 5 years, we then reevaluate, okay, how much success did we get? Where's the gap? Do we need to pivot to a different action? Identify corrective actions for the commission, and then go back and work on it. And so it's just a performance-based planning approach that's fairly fundamental to a lot of planning work. And I think that is the end of our slideshow for you. Any questions on monitoring?
Questions? That looks like Commissioner Lilac might have a question.
Thank you, Chair McArthur. I'm curious if you've had any pushback on these draft performance measures. And the reason I ask is that they seem pretty standard that larger cities, particularly in metro areas, would be monitoring, tracking, reporting in some capacity. Right now, it's probably among various departments or MPOs or various organizations, various entities. It's probably drilling down a bit further and then compiling this into one report for this purpose. and that's kind of question number one. Is any pushback on these? Question number two is this the first type of report they're asking for from cities in any capacity? And then just my third comment is, if it is, I would welcome cities into the reporting world because counties have done it since the beginning of time with farm and forest dwellings and reports. So with that, I'll just turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lilac. I would say that we have not received testimony on these performance measures, on the substance of them, and they've been out in the draft rules, have not changed for, it's been almost 9 months. We had a lot of conversation on a subcommittee that we had of the RAC that really had a good balance of city MPO advocates of different ilk and just a really good representation and to kind of come together on what we felt was doable. I'm sure there's always better and that we can grow and learn once we get into this, but really having a uniform yardstick to measure and have that kind of economy of scales with going out and doing the work and the contracting is going to be really key, because then we can share information with each other. We can learn from each other. We're not recreating different methodologies. Some of the past experience with our current TPR was chasing their tail of doing methodology changes and spending all their time talking about methodology changes, but doing the work, but that is cumbersome. And so we really want to make sure is we're setting folks up with a unified standard. Can you repeat your second question? I was gonna.
Yeah, if I can. Your second question is about, I think, do cities do reporting? I know, as a former county planner myself, I know counties are subject to a lot of reporting requirements. I think there's the housing. Is that it, basically, or is there other things?
To a couple that I'm aware of. Thank you for the question, Commissioner Lilac. So House Bill 4006 did include a requirement for larger cities to report on an annual basis on permitted and produced housing units. And that's been ongoing since that bill passed, I think around 2018. There is also prior reporting required for larger cities on certain types of land use decisions. So cities haven't totally escaped regular reporting.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions from commissioners? Seeing none, I just want to say excellent job. I feel like this presentation and the materials and all the other presentations have really gotten me to a place where I understand what is in there. So thank you very much, especially for the work session. I guess it was just last week. Yes, Commissioner Boyer.
So thank you. In my introduction in March, I think I said my steepest learning curve was housing. And I think I proved that today by not asking a question. But I do want to say thank you to staff because they've been available to me. I have been calling and engaging. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, and we appreciate your extra effort. I think you even tuned into a commission meeting even before you were confirmed because you wanted to really get up to speed. You knew this was coming up in your tenure, so thank you, Commissioner. For everybody out there in the audience, apologize for our being delayed in our schedule. We do want to hear from everyone who signed up for public testimony. We are going to take a half-an-hour lunch break. We skipped our mid-morning lunch break. We're going to take a half-an-hour lunch break, return at 12:30, and we have every intention of getting to each and every one of you that signed up to testify. And if we need to, we'll go ahead and bump the commission business conversation until tomorrow. Again, we want to make sure we hear from you. It's a really important day. So thank you, everybody. Thanks, staff, and we'll see you at 12:30. to testify. I was going to mention something that I failed to mention earlier, although I don't see her in the room, but I just will acknowledge that former Commissioner Catherine Morrow is here today. She came in from the Bend area because she was very involved in this work before she left the commission about a year ago. Has it been 2 years? I don't know, somewhere in there. So we're really pleased to have her join us today. And then we also wanted to kind of clarify with some of the implementation work that was discussed earlier from staff. We thought we might want to have Deputy Director Green say a few words about that. Do you mind going ahead?
Chair McCarthy, thank you. And if you've muted, I hope we're not echoing, but thank you. So Chair McCarthy and Vice Chair Halova, we have just wanted to sort of as staff restate that even though we're talking about a lot of agency work, I know you heard from Cody just recently about 14 agencies getting together, and we're really trying to work across the enterprise to pull in every available resource for local governments as they work to kind of grow over time. But we wanted to affirm that DLCD takes our role in partnership with local government as preeminently our core work, and that we're a lead agency in this work. While we might coordinate with other state agencies, local governments can count on certainly the staff to be in direct contact with them as in a leadership role. And just a second point that, we have talked a lot about the intersection with the housing rules and the housing production strategies and some resources coming available from the federal government that Vice Chair Halova mentioned. Again, we know that this work is a significant new level of effort. While it builds on existing transportation planning rule, existing, a decade old Division 44 rules, it's a significant new level of effort. So I think commissioners recognize that, staff certainly recognizes that. And just thanks for the opportunity to clarify. Appreciate it.
Oops, wait a second. Wrong thing I pushed. Thank you, Deputy Director Green. And I think several of us have worked at the local level, so I think we know that this is a really big lift. We're not trying to diminish any of that. That point that has been made to us both verbally as well as in written testimony. It is a really big lift, and it's important work, and I know you all share the goals. So let's go ahead and move into our public testimony. And I believe I have the most current version of the order, and Matt Straight from the city of Millersburg. And I'm going to limit testimony. Oh, hi, you're in the room. How wonderful. Thank you.
Feels strange.
It feels strange to us too, not you, but it's the setting. So, we're going to limit testimony to 2 minutes each. Apologize for that short time frame, but we want to make sure we hear from everybody. So welcome.
This is doing. Local government works best because it's closest to the people and it reflects the will of the people. But these proposed rules sidestep the will of the people of Millersburg and force a land use design that the people don't want. We've heard that loud and clear from everybody in our city. But moving on to some actual comments, I didn't want to come with just venom. I actually wanted to make some suggestions as well. We have some solutions. As drafted, Millersburg can't really implement these rules. And our population is not quite at 5,000 yet, so there's not a lot that we have to do right now, but we're not far from 5,000, so we know a CFA is right around the corner. And by the time we hit 5,000, we feel that we'll only have smaller lots, smaller infill lots left that could potentially become the CFA. And that creates a problem for transportation because you need a minimum threshold in order to make transportation function well. And if our CFAs have to be scattered around the city inside our UGB, transportation can't function. However, we do come with a solution. If the rules could include one small change, and this is something that we've been asking for since the beginning, if we can have urban growth boundaries be able to expand irrespective of the 20-year rule, if and only if you make the entire area a climate-friendly area, then that would allow us to comply because we could take greenfield development surrounding our city, expand our UGB, and design a CFA from the start to include transportation and accommodate transportation. And in that way, it would actually be functional. We've even in our letter proposed the actual language that you could do this with. So to reiterate, if these rules get passed today, they really need to include this provision. Otherwise, the rules are unimplementable for the city of Millersburg.
You still don't have this right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Questions for, thank you. Appreciate that very much. And I should have mentioned before to commissioners, what we'd like to do is to make sure we go through all the public testimony, take notes of the issues you'd like staff to address when we come back. And we will bring them back as a team as opposed to having staff come up and back and forth. Thanks for your testimony. Appreciated. Second person on is Emma Newman from City of Springfield. And I'll note that Emma is also a RAC member. Welcome.
Thank you. Commissioners, can you hear me? I'm not sure if my audio is working.
Yes, it is, Emma, it is working.
Thank you. Hello, commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm Emma Newman, City of Springfield Senior Transportation Planner. I don't know what more I can do beyond talk to you. The current situation invokes my greatest fears. I try to keep it from bringing me to tears. I've served on the rack and have been taken aback. Something went seriously wrong as this process went along. Now that I see the proposed rules do harm, yes, indeed, I am sounding the alarm. The draft rules discriminate and could perpetuate further hate. In my view, they benefit so very few. Those who are most oppressed should not be impressed. Look at attachment 2. This I urge you to do. It burdens those who have homes that are outside the planning zones. You've been hard hit by the recession? Well, let's layer on some more oppression. This I cannot stand. It has truly gotten out of hand. When it comes to engagement, I foresee disengagement. Go engage minorities. These factors must be their priorities. We truly want to hear your voices, but will you have any choices? You contribute your comments and time, but will the results reflect and align? If community engagement is based on a project transaction, good luck with future interaction. Locally based relationships and trust are truly a must. Let's get this straight. It's clearly an unfunded mandate. There are no resources for cities to engage the community in committees. The developed rules deviate from the charge. The list of problems is still so very large. Today, I urge you to lead and really take the time to read. Last meeting's discussion was so disconnected. I wish I could have interjected. The conversation did not reflect how the rules would actually take effect. To achieve the rulemaking intention, I urge you to focus on intervention. I want your action to be ethical. Do you see the rules are antithetical? Bring forth rules that jive to allow everyone to thrive. Please make things better by directing the changes in our letter. Please see Exhibit 127.
Thank you, Emma. Very much appreciate that. It's obviously very sobering to hear from a valued RAC member. Questions from commissioners? I don't see any. We have seen your letter, however, of several of the letters, but the one you submitted just, I think, yesterday or maybe the day before. So we have that in the record. Thank you. Julie Warnke, excuse me, City of Salem.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Chair Mcarthur and fellow commissioners. My name is Julie Warnke. I am the Transportation Planning Manager for the City of Salem. I was also a member of the Rulemaking Advisory Committee. The draft rules that you are considering for adoption today are very technical and complex. I'm going to focus my comments on Division 44 and specifically on the required scenario planning work program. The requirement for a scenario planning work program only applies at this time to jurisdictions within the Salem, Kaiser, and Eugene, Springfield metropolitan areas. Prior to the draft that was released on May 5th, the deadline for this work program was December 31st of this year, less than 7 months from today. The May 5th draft extended this deadline to June 30th, 2023. While we appreciate this amendment, it still does not provide adequate time to meet the requirements for the work program that are contained in Division 44, Section 100. As stated in our letter, we request that this deadline be extended to at least December 31st of 2023. Hopefully, this will allow time for DLCD and ODOT staff to make progress on the guidance documents promised in the draft CFAC Joint Agency Implementation Work Plan. Having this guidance is necessary to inform elements of our work program, including a funding estimate and schedule for work. Finally, the regional nature of this work requires that we develop a governance structure for making decisions and completing tasks with 5 jurisdictions. This requires additional time, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Warnicki. Yeah, I pronounced your name wrong because it was spelled wrong on here. Apologize. Questions for Ms. Warnicki? Yes, Commissioners Warren.
I'm sorry, I just couldn't hear the deadline you were requesting that be extended to.
We were requesting that it be extended to at least December 31st of 2023.
So for 2023, is that right?
Yes, for 2023.
And that deadline specifically is for the coordinated work program in your MPO. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, for developing that coordinated work program, we need at least that amount of time. I will point to what Eric Havig was saying earlier about the guidance that needs to be developed to inform these things. That same guidance is needed to inform our work program.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions, commissioners? Thank you very much. Next up in line, number 4, is Leanne O'Neill from Bend Bikes.
Thank you, Chair Mcarthur and commissioners. My name is Leanne O'Neill. I'm a RAC member, the president of Bend Bikes, a woman of color-led organization that advocates for the safety of people who bike, and a diversity, equity, and inclusion consultant. Bend Bikes submitted testimony at Exhibit 74, as well as joint testimony at Exhibit 65. I fully support adoption of this much-needed rulemaking and urge this commission to move forward without delay. As a RAC member, I'm intimately aware of the dialogue, work, and compromise that this process took. I know that these rules are not perfect and can and should be refined over time. I'm also asking that the rules be adjusted to ensure the efficacy of the bicycle system requirements by restricting the use of the ODOT blueprint for urban design as an appropriate safe harbor solely for ODOT facilities, to be consistent with the ODOT comments we heard earlier. The way the rule is currently worded, cities could solely adopt the ODOT manual to the exclusion of the NACDO guides. The ODOT manual is not appropriate for city streets and do not protect people who walk and bike. Every single person who died on ODOT roads in my community of Bend from 2015 to 2019 was walking or biking. City staff and community-based organizations on the RAC and in public comment all agree that the NACDO guides are effective safe harbors for city streets and that would still allow for local flexibility. They are easy to use on their own with specific considerations for priority populations that are absent from the ODOT manual. In fact, I'm not sure I heard that the ODOT staff addressed Chair Mcarthur's question around the ODOT manual failing to utilize an equity lens. In addition to the huge amount of public support expressed specifically for walkable, bikeable communities, if you look at exhibits 4 to 6, among many others, there have been explicit requests to strike or limit the ODOT manual to ODOT facilities as a safe harbor. Those are at exhibits 7, 8, 10, 11, 33, 35, 38, 40, 42, and so on and so forth. To my knowledge, there has not been any comment in support of the ODOT manual other than from ODOT, which kind of came at their behest. So I thank you very much for your consideration of my comments, and good luck with sitting through the rest of these public comments.
Thank you, Ms. O'Neill. I thought we clarified that the way it's written, especially with the clarification recommended by legal staff, is that it would provide flexibility for the local jurisdiction as they go forth and do their TSP, that they would have the option of looking at NACDO or the state standards, but they could also develop their own standards as long as they meet the kind of overarching goals, outcomes, what that we're trying to get to. So I've heard in the past that local jurisdictions want flexibility. So it seemed like a good approach to me, but are you suggesting something different than what we discussed earlier?
The one minor tweak that I'm suggesting is that I do appreciate the approach of allowing local jurisdictions flexibility to use the NACDO guides or some other standard, right? That might be better, right? We're going to see a new NACDO design guide coming out, I think, in the next year that may actually supersede what we have right now. What the tweak I would make is that, yes, you can do something else. You can use the NACDO guidelines as a safe haven or a safe harbor to meet the rules, and that the ODOT reference should specifically only apply to, if you want to use the ODOT manual, then that's only for facilities that are ODOT facilities, if that makes sense. Because ODOT said that's our guide, right? And so I think that we should hold them to that and say, yes, if that's the guide that you want to use and reference, that's fine. But we had consensus on the RAC and community-based organizations that the NACDO guidelines or something comparable, right, would be appropriate and best practice for city streets and a good safe harbor in the rules.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Okay, Ms. Kras from City of Springfield, you're the city attorney, and I met you a couple days ago. Welcome.
Thank you, commissioners. My comments to you today are about flexibility. DLCD staff have described these rules many times in many ways as flexible for local governments. However, a key issue in the rule in front of you today is the drastic disconnect between the flexibility that is promised versus the actual language in the rules. As written, these rules are far less flexible than they are described. In many instances, the flexible option will require so much more worker cost it's practically inflexible. Other rules just seem to require needless makework. For instance, the land use requirements in 330-4B prohibit any vehicle parking, circulation, access, display, or loading between a building and a public sidewalk for commercial and mixed-use districts. Most sites are going to need flexibility for things like ADA access or existing construction. See our attachment 3 in Exhibit 127 for visuals. But the only accommodation in the rules is a site-specific exemption. The problem with site-specific exemptions is that they up the development cost by adding to the time and process to get to approval. The rules should be revised to clearly allow cities to determine by code what exemptions apply. In addition, the parking regulation improvements in 4054E would require the city to adopt land use regulations for street tree care that are, quote, no lower than the 2021 American National Standards Institute A300 standards. This standard includes detailed specs for the angles of pruning cuts, proper watering techniques, soil composition, etc. That level of detail belongs in a standard operating procedure, not a statewide land use regulation. Do you really want cities spending time writing land use findings about the angle of pruning cuts when we could be doing more meaningful work to combat climate change? I don't think this was what was intended, but it's the consequence of the words used in the rule. In the law of interpreting regulations, the words matter more than the underlying intent. We all seem to agree that local flexibility is important. Springfield has been working with sincerity and diligence to propose specific changes to the text of the rules to achieve that flexibility captured in our Exhibit 127. Again, we ask you, please make things better by directing the changes in our letter. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Questions from commissioners? I don't see any. Thank you. I appreciate that clarity. Mr. Rensmeyer from Corvallis Sustainability Coalition. So Mr. Haugen from Scappoose Citizenry.
Good afternoon, good commissioners and staff. My name is Joel Haugen. I'm a Minnesota transplant, but a resident of the picturesque community of Scappoose for the past 44 years. I absolutely support your efforts to adopt climate-friendly regulations / solutions for Oregon communities. As one who lives in a place, my town, Scappoose, protected by a dike and subject to frequent flooding, the worsening effects of climate change and increasingly intense storm events for the foreseeable future need to be considered. All communities subject to tides will be particularly impacted by rising sea levels, and when the combination of storm events coincide with high tides, both coastal and inland, even worse. Extreme heat events are likely to last weeks, not days, and surely historic flood levels will be significantly surpassed. If the current IPCC April 2022 projections are accurate, we are on track to an average increase of about 3.2 degrees Celsius or nearly 6 degrees Fahrenheit across our blue marble come July 2100. At this point, unfortunately, such changes are probably baked in, and planning for adaptation to the new normal should be undertaken. One thing LCDC can do for Oregonians is get ahead of the curve on floodplain vicinity developments, requiring an appropriate buffer between existing flood delineations and those that can be reasonably projected. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hagen. Appreciate you appearing today. So should I just refer to you, Esther, for the list, or do I go back to?
Yes, I'm trying to queue up.
Okay, so I'll just go, you go ahead and call the folks then, is that okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning. Am I supposed to use this speaker or not?
No, right now this speaker will be picking up it.
Thank you. Good morning or good afternoon, Mary Kyle McCurdy with 1000 Friends of Oregon. I want to thank you for your diligent, long, and thoughtful work and in what is most likely to be the most important rulemaking any of you undertakes while on this commission. I've really appreciated the hard work you've done, and I want to thank in particular Commissioner Mcarthur. This work started before her tenure on the commission and has continued for every year of her service, and her background in transportation planning has been critical to bringing you here today. So it's fitting that you adopt these rules at this meeting. Turning to the rules, we support the commission adopting option A version of the proposed rules. While we would like to see some of these rules strengthened and deadlines tightened, I'll get to a couple of those in a moment. It is time to adopt these now. We're part of a large coalition of community-based organizations representing tens of thousands of Oregonians across the state who want you to adopt these rules now. We know that local governments need more funding. We've been working with ODOT, working at maybe ODOT and OTC to get more of that funding. And you have more than $18 million now to start with implementing these rules at the local level. And we're committed to getting more of that funding on board. But that can only happen if these rules are adopted today, including federal funding. As you've heard, there are some opportunities that should not be missed. As you know, we have clearly compromised the timeframes and standards we would like to see in these rules. And this draft represents a delicate balance between urgency and implementability, achieved over many years of discussions, negotiations, and compromise. Anything short of adoption of option A today puts this delicate balance in jeopardy. Turning to a couple of points we'd like to emphasize. We support the affordable housing and anti-displacement measures that have been added. It's critical that those are adopted at the time of CFA designation. Turning to CFAs, please keep the June 2023 deadline for completing the study of possible CFA areas. Keep the December 2024 deadline for CFA designation. Eliminate the ability to extend that CFA 2024 date deadline, which currently can happen under either option A or B, and clearly provide that the land use assumptions about future development for CFAs are adopted concurrently with that CFA designation in 2024. Clarifying the NACTO standards that you've heard a little bit of discussion about. The request is to clarify that, consistent with what ODOT staff said, that the ODOT blueprint is intended as a safe harbor only for ODOT facilities. Finally, in all the talk about partners, don't forget your first partner, Oregonians, and particularly future Oregonians. They expect and deserve action from all of us now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Kyle. Appreciate that. Questions? 4,000 friends? Don't see any. Thanks.
Okay, Ms. Clark, please unmute yourself.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Kathy Clark. Chair Mcarthur, members of the commission. I am the mayor of the city of Kaiser, chair of the Marion Polk Continuum of Care, known as the Mid-Willamette Valley Homeless Alliance, and chair of the Salem Kaiser MPO, SCATS. The city of Kaiser joins with cities and counties across the state to ask the commission to take more time to finish the work on technical issues still unresolved in the draft rules. We need time to review the changes made as recently as last night and during this meeting. Cities like Kaiser have already made comprehensive plan changes to facilitate mixed-use types of development and diverse housing options, and now is not the time to sidetrack that momentum. In December 2019, as part of our comprehensive plan update, the River Cherry Overlay District was adopted, in which all varieties of commercial lands along our two main corridors were converted to mixed use to promote evolution to more urban design and preserve existing residential zones. Our city has no downtown, so 3 centers were designated and standards developed, which it turns out have many of the characteristics of your climate-friendly areas. But we have to be flexible in design options to make implementation feasible, since infrastructure upgrades to accommodate redevelopment is complex and expensive. This month, we adopted House Bill 2001 and 2003 code changes and the work of our planning department and our planning commission to ensure we could get to yes for redevelopment in existing neighborhoods was tremendous. Note, I said redevelopment, not development. Kaiser has very little land that is not developed, and any housing production strategy depends on voluntary redevelopment and infill. So we can't adopt our HNA BLI since control over redevelopment lies with property owners and financial institutions, and is certainly not affordable by anyone's definition. You talk about equity. We have a housing shortage, crisis of homelessness, rent-burdened households. Past planning has created economic segregation and housing shortages. We need money to build these plans, not make more plans. I urge you to delay and finish the job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. I didn't realize that you were the mayor. I would have addressed you that way. And I understand you're chair of the MPO as well. So thanks for all your service on that. Questions for the mayor? Don't hear any. Bob Courtwright, you are teed up next. Thank you.
Yes, Chair Mcarthur, commissioners, I'm Bob Courtwright here from Salem. I'll be quick. 2 changes are really essential if you want these rules to be effective in helping us reduce greenhouse gas emissions. First, you need to require that all metropolitan areas plan to meet VMT reduction targets. Adopted targets that have been in place for 10 years, say we need to reduce VMT per capita by 20 to 30%. Good news is the rule requires the Portland metropolitan area to do that, but it doesn't require our other metropolitan areas to meet that target. Instead, it allows as little as a 1% reduction. Put that in perspective. That's 1% over 30 years when our targets say we need to get a 30% reduction. It's wholly inadequate. It's planning not to meet the targets. And that's critical because it means plans won't even consider the level of changes that we need to make to meet our greenhouse gas reduction goals. So thing 1, require everybody to plan to meet the targets. Thing 2, require local governments to move forward quickly with planning for most new growth in climate-friendly areas. This is critical because the primary way we accomplish VMT reduction is to get more growth in those areas where people drive less, can walk more, and take more transit. So that's really critical. And it's critical that we do that as soon as possible because existing plans take us in the wrong direction. They plan for most development in areas that aren't walkable and mixed use. So, and the other thing is we're going to need to make investments to transform those climate-friendly areas into really walkable mixed use places. So we have to start immediately to plan for that. And the change in the rule, and it's outlined in my letter, is basically don't delay that CFA work. That's something that's built into the work program, the alternative schedules, allowing people to do that. My final comment, you heard a presentation at the end of the staff report about the implementation work program. That's critical. I really encourage you to elevate that and to think about implementation of this rule, not just as some additional thing that the department does, but redirect the existing resources that you have. This should be part of all the housing and transportation planning we're doing. We have a joint program, the Transportation and Growth Program, that has grants out for review right now. We should be targeting those grants and working with ODOT to get all their other grants aimed at helping implement these rules. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Bob. Questions for Courtwright? Thank you for your continued interest and push on this topic. Let's see here.
Chair, so virtually we will have Corey Harlan with Central Oregon Land Watch, followed by Mr. David Welton with Bend.
Corey, welcome. Ms. Harlan.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Mcarthur and commissioners. Can you hear me okay? Great. I'm Corey Harlan. I'm the Cities and Towns Program Manager with Central Oregon Land Watch here in Bend. Thank you once again for an opportunity to provide input on these rules and continuing to devote substantial time and energy to this important rulemaking process. Land Watch is part of a coalition of community-based organizations from across the state, representing tens of thousands of Oregonians that submitted joint testimony for this hearing, which is Exhibit 65. There is also an incredible groundswell of deep, diverse, grassroots public support from over 1,500 businesses, organizations, and Oregonians for the goals of this rulemaking and ensuring these rules are strong, clear, and implemented with urgency. Oregonians are ready for more climate-friendly and equitable communities now. Please see Exhibit 78 and 144 for a compilation of this wide-reaching and strong support that is growing every day. We fully support adoption of these much-needed CFEC rules that include the 12A more urgent option today. Please see our written testimony for specific adjustments related to clarifying that the ODOT blueprint for urban design is a safe harbor only for ODOT facilities and ensuring that CFA designations occur by December 2024 without alternative date extensions. Throughout this process, we work closely with local jurisdictions who want and need local control and flexibility, while also calling for implementation timelines that reflect the urgency of this work. What exists in the draft rules today represents a delicate balance between urgency and flexibility, achieved over 2 years of inclusive and extensive discussions, negotiations, tough compromises, and public engagement. Anything short of adoption today puts this delicate balance at risk. We've covered the ground, we've put in the work, it's time to move forward today. As you'll hear and read in testimony today, some jurisdictions are ready, willing, and able to tackle this work if they have the resources to do so. So it's excellent that 18 million has been secured to assist with implementing these rules, but we know that more is needed. Land Watch remains deeply committed to continuing to work together to help find funding sources to ensure jurisdictions have what they need to implement these rules and complete this vital work. Given the broad, deep community support and urgent need, we ask that you adopt these rules today and set a strong, clear path for delivering more equitable, safe, and climate-friendly places to Oregon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harlan. Questions for Corey? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your time, Chair Mcarthur, commissioners. My name is Dave Welton from Bend, Yimby, yes, in my backyard, focused on housing affordability here in Central Oregon. I broadly support these rules, but I wanted to focus my comment on parking mandates. Most of us have heard some version of this story, where a teacher takes a glass and fills it with large rocks, asks their students if the glass is full, everyone nods yes. They add some pebbles, ask if it's full, everyone agrees now it's full. Then they add some sand, now it's finally full. The point of the story is to fill your life with important things and worry about the small stuff later. In the case of our cities, people are the important things. But what we have been doing as a country post-World War II is worrying about automobiles first and foremost. It's high time we correct that and return to building cities that revolve around people and their businesses. This is an incrementalist reform, and many developers will absolutely continue to provide automobile storage. Just as here in Bend, they provide RV storage and even storage for airplanes next to an airstrip with no government mandates. It's the very least we should be doing to fight climate change. In terms of the total package, there's a lot going on, but I urge you to treat climate change as the crisis it is and act quickly, returning to revisit parts of these rules as needed in order to adapt and improve them as new information comes in about what's actually working and what isn't. My children and I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Welton. Questions? Seeing none, appreciate your being here. So Esther, do I just continue on this list? So Mayor Gamba from City of Milwaukee.
Mayor Gamby, please unmute. There we go, Mayor Gamby.
Mayor, I think we fixed things at our end. I wonder if you're on mute. We can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me now? Hello?
Thank you.
Yes, you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. My apologies. Yes, we can hear you, Mayor.
All right, excellent. Thank you. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, Chair Mcarthur and members of the commission, and thank you for allowing me to testify this afternoon. I am Mark Gamba. I'm the mayor of the city of Milwaukee. The question before you, broadly speaking, is should we do the critical work to begin to address climate change, and is it important that we do it sooner rather than later? I know that I'm going to make a lot of other mayors, many of whom are friends, unhappy with my remarks this morning, but it also should not come as a surprise. This afternoon. Sorry, I wrote this for this morning. I know for a fact that climate chaos is the most critical issue that humans have ever addressed. The continued survival of our society and perhaps even our species over the long run is on the line. Doing something about climate chaos is not a luxury. It shouldn't even be a question. The only real questions are, what can we do to reduce the worst effects of climate chaos, and how can we make that happen as fast as possible? While I know that some cities feel like this is a big lift, I can tell you that Milwaukee does not feel that way. In large part due to the fact that we've been doing much of this work since I took office 7 years ago, because everything in here is just the common sense changes that every city everywhere should be doing at a minimum. We've made major investments for safe bicycling and walking, densifying our downtown, diversifying our housing stock, while concentrating on dramatically increasing affordable housing, especially near light rail, building out parks and protecting trees, just to name a few things. We recognize that some aspects of this that are critical to making it work, such as frequent and functional transit, are often out of the control of individual cities, and I will welcome their voices being added to ours in advocating for much improved regional multimodal transportation opportunities. Cities are also decrying the cost of these changes, and I hear that. Our budgets are tight too. But what do they assume the costs will be when all of our forests are on fire, or 117-degree days are occurring regularly in Oregon, or none of the farmers in the Willamette Valley can consistently grow food because of the extreme weather variations? The only time we can stop all of that is now. By the time it's happening, it will be too late. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate your perspective. And questions? Don't see anyone asking questions. We'll move on to Councilor Surratt, is that right? From Eugene, City of Eugene.
Counselor Surratt, please unmute. Counselor Surratt, could you unmute yourself? Otherwise, I would ask that you rejoin our Zoom meeting.
So Ms. Hanson, City of Eugene.
I can start now, and hopefully Councillor Syrat will be able to join in at some point. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commission. My name is Alyssa Hanson, and I am the City of Eugene's Planning Director. Thank you again for this opportunity to testify. As you probably recall, Eugene staff have been engaged throughout this process, and we've consistently raised the need for adequate timelines and resources. To that end, I greatly appreciate the direction that you provided to your staff following the March hearing to work out more of the technical details and to take a look at the timelines to make sure that they work for local jurisdictions. And we're also thankful for the work that staff have performed since that March hearing. A number of our concerns related to clarity have been resolved. But I will say we have submitted additional technical comments related to land use and parking, and you can find those in Exhibit 147. And rather than trying to fix the rest of these issues on the fly at your meeting today or tomorrow, we ask that you just take enough time to get the rest of the details right. These rules are complex, as everyone's acknowledging, and they really do ask a lot of impacted jurisdictions. Yes, there is an urgency with the climate change. And in our experience, when there's a lack of clarity or when the regulations don't result in outcomes meeting the intent, the city is often plagued with legal challenges that delay implementation and end up costing more for the city and for developers. And I know Eugene's not alone in that. In addition, based on our previous testimony, it should come to no surprise to you that we support the option that gives us more time for implementation. I do have two quick comments related to that. We appreciate that there's the alternate path for deadlines. We ask that you continue to look at streamlining that. One would be not requiring a hearing. And then second, for the study for the climate friendly area, that deadline remains exactly the same in both of the options before you today. And it's 1 year after the effective dates of the rules. This also continues to be one of the items that's not eligible for the alt path. However, the second phase, the adopting of the CF climate friendly areas, has extended deadlines in both of those options, and it's also eligible for the alternative path. We were told that the deadline for the study isn't flexible because the funding to support the cities is only available in this biennium. So again, it's fantastic that the state can help support this work, but there needs to be a balance with our staff capacity and ability to integrate this work into our work plan. There's several high priority projects that are midstream. And I mean, we frankly don't have a project manager that we can assign this immediately. So I ask that you provide some more flexibility to the deadline for the climate friendly studies so we can fit this into our work plan. And then finally, Commissioner Lilac, I really appreciate your questions of city staff and county staff about a number of items that DLCD staff talked about today. I wish I had time in my 2 minutes. I wish I had time to change my testimony to address some of those, and I'm not prepared to answer those questions today, but I think I really appreciate that you are thinking from a practitioner's point of view. And with more time, we could answer those questions. And that ends my testimony. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Alyssa. Appreciate it. So early in your testimony, you said something about you would like to have one aspect of this not require a public hearing. Can you remind me what that was?
That's the alternative deadlines. So it's not called a work program anymore, and I don't have it in front of me. But it was previously called it was a work program for the alternative deadlines, and it's my understanding that it requires a hearing. So it goes through staff who bring it to you for a public hearing, and that seems like a lot of process for that particular option.
Thank you. And just a signal to staff, we'll be asking staff about that particular aspect as well as some of the other things that Alyssa mentioned. So thank you. Yeah. Oh, yes.
Since we're on the City of Eugene, Esther and I did find Councilor Surratt in the attendees. We are asking that we're trying to invite them via Zoom to promote to panelists, but I think they need to accept that on their end to be able to address us. So I know Commission looks forward to hearing from the councilor, but we haven't been able to figure that out quite yet.
She had
what
to,
just in terms of somebody listening, what are you asking them to do?
If the councilor, I'm not sure, either sees a cue to join as panelists, because I think one has to proactively accept that invitation. Please go ahead and do that, or maybe call in and Alyssa, yeah, please.
Yeah, she had to step out. She'll be back. And so she's not actually at her Zoom at the moment. She had just left the meeting on. She'll be back in like the next 5 to 10 minutes and will be available to testify at that time.
Thank you. And we'll definitely welcome her back. Thank you, Melissa. Appreciate it.
Okay, Mr. Davidson, please unmute yourself.
Great, thank you very much. Chair Mcarthur and Commissioners, my name is Ian Davidson, and I am the President of the Board of Directors for the Salem Area Mass Transit District, more commonly known as Chariots. I'm proud to say that we as a board unanimously voted to support the climate-friendly and equitable communities rulemaking before you today. We urge you to adopt them and begin implementation immediately. We recognize that a great deal of time and effort has been spent by many, and I'd like to personally thank them for their efforts. As the transit provider for the second largest metropolitan area in the state, we focus our efforts on delivering world-class public transit services, decreasing the greenhouse gas emissions in our fleet, prioritizing investments in traditionally underserved and underrepresented communities, and helping the Salem region meet its targets for greenhouse gas emissions. However, we cannot do this alone, and we cannot succeed in a vacuum. High-quality transit service relies on precisely the outcomes that are in the rules before you today and what they seek to accomplish. High-quality pedestrian and active transportation infrastructure, the elimination of heavy-handed and costly parking mandates, and housing and job density go hand in hand with transit success. We strongly support the changes to the transportation planning rules and that will result in the development of connected, safe, and complete networks. Likewise, the implementation of climate-friendly areas and the housing and job density requirements will only serve to increase transit ridership and transit efficiency in the Mid-Valley region. The outcomes of the CFAC rulemaking align closely with our goals as an agency and with the Chariots Board. The board urges the Commission to adopt these rules. Oregon cannot wait any further delay on climate action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson. Appreciate your being here today and commenting. Questions? Don't see any.
Mr. Anderson, please do the unmute button. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair MacArthur, Commissioners. I'm Michael Anderson from Sightline Institute, also speaking today on behalf of a coalition of 35 organizations from around the state in support of the parking reforms embedded in this rulemaking. Thank you for all your time and the thought that you've put into these rules in the last 2 years. I've seen them change quite a bit since their first draft, mostly after feedback from both critics and supporters. And generally, I think all of that feedback has changed things for the better. In March, I was here echoing what Sightline felt was legitimate criticism from the realtors about possible unintended consequences of the minimum density standard. And this month, I was pleased to see the rules adjusted to avoid discouraging adaptive reuse. This week, Sightline submitted the most recent version of our coalition's letter on the parking reforms. We again commend the agency for its thoughtful, choose-your-own-adventure approach. A jurisdiction can choose between the simple action of removing mandates or more nuanced programmatic options. A jurisdiction can take the simple action in the short term and later introduce some more nuance. It's a good set of rules, and I'd point out that more than other parts of these rules, jurisdictions can quickly and cheaply comply with the parking reforms. New signers to our letter since March include the Oregon chapter of the Sierra Club, the Springfield Eugene Tenant Association, Better Housing Together, 350 Eugene, Better Eugene Springfield Transportation, Central Oregon Land Watch, Bend Bikes, Bend YIMBY, and the Parking Reform Network. I doubt everything here is perfect. A couple of months ago, I was speaking with a planner from a mid-sized Oregon city who served on the RAC. They said that at first they were pretty freaked out by the scope of CFEC. And then, as everyone had more conversations, they came to think of it as part of a longer process. In this planning, the planner said, we never get it completely right the first time. We always have to come back and adjust some things. This planner assumed that will be the case with CFEC as well, and I agree. You will never find a reform proposal that pleases everyone. You can just do your best to balance the legitimate concerns, the clear orders of the governor, the urgent needs of the moment, and the interests of all Oregonians. In my opinion, you've done that. Please approve these landmark rules today.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I don't see any hands up from my colleagues, so we'll go on to Ms. Mazzy. Great. Well, welcome, Ms. Patterson.
Hi, am I up?
Yes, I apologize for not cueing you, but yes, you're up and
Oh,
we can hear
okay.
you, which is the best part of that.
That is the best part. Hello, commissioners, and good afternoon. Thank you for taking testimony today. My name is Tricia Patterson, and I'm speaking for myself today in support of the density requirements in climate-friendly areas. I also support Section 320.10, which gives jurisdictions the opportunity to rework the standards and see if they can do it better. I think this allows for flexibility and creative efficiency measures that might be unique to a jurisdiction. I think it's a really good inclusion. I also support the parking reforms within this package as well. So I live in Corvallis, Oregon, which is one of the CFA designated cities. And CFAs will provide abundant, safe, high quality infrastructure for walking, rolling, and transit, as well as allowing for mixed use buildings up to 4 stories. That's gentle density. And that's exactly what Corvallis and many areas around the state need. And allowing for this type of development is a good step in the right direction. For parking mandates, I fully support this proposal. As a graduate student, I commute on my bike back and forth from my home to campus almost every day, sometimes multiple times a day if I forget something. And biking back and forth past parking lots really shows how overbuilding parking can hinder communities in the long run. I think this proposal and these amendments are a great start to reorienting our 8 largest urban areas, Corvallis among them, to people rather than the car. Parking lots can be really convenient, for sure. And this proposal is by no means banning parking lots, but requiring a dedicated space for parking inherently means that we are prioritizing cars over business, over housing, over public walking space. And changing our land use patterns won't happen overnight, right? I agree with other testimonies today that have mentioned using NACDO, which is a human-oriented street design organization, rather than ODOT's in-house manual when redesigning their streets. I also agree with testimonies mentioning that future transportation system plans should achieve no net increases in VMT per capita. This seems like a very modest proposal. Either way, please approve these landmark rules today. Thank you for taking testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson. It's nice to have a student voice in the mix. Questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, thank you. We'll go on to Ms. Thieve.
Hi, Marissa Tev. So I am just a Salem resident. I'm a walker, biker, and driver. I'm speaking today in support of the proposed parking reform, specifically the rule changes. I believe these rules are right for Salem because they would complement the work that the City Council and City staff have already begun on the Our Salem code changes, and also the Climate Action Plan, which specifically calls out parking reform as low-hanging fruit. Recently, Salem removed parking minimum requirements within a quarter mile of transit, of the core transit. So for Salem, this change would just be an upward adjustment. My neighborhood, Grant in particular, is entirely within a quarter mile of transit. So effectively, there are no parking minimum requirements in my neighborhood as is. So if they were entirely removed, there would be no change where I live. As a soil scientist, that's my profession, soil science. I see the value in keeping our cities dense and walkable. We have amazingly fertile soils and diverse soils in Oregon, and staying within the urban growth boundaries has spared many acres of prime farmland from being scraped off, compacted, and paved over. Let me remind you that soils are the largest terrestrial carbon sink. As our population steadily increases, these rules will help us build up, not out, by letting the market decide how much parking we truly need. Thank you for this opportunity to provide public comments, and thank you all for your good work.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here today. Not seeing any questions. We can go on. I don't know if we want to circle back to Councilor Syrett. So is she available now? We can certainly put her on.
Okay, Councilor Syrett, I am promoting you to a panelist. And you should be able to speak. Let's see.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
We saw you for a moment, Councilor. Are you still with us?
I am.
Great. Thank you.
But you can't see me.
We can see you now. Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Well, good morning, Chair Mcarthur, Chair Hulova, and Commission. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Claire Syrett. I'm a City of Eugene City Councilor, currently serving as Council President and Chair of our Intergovernmental Relations Committee. As you know, Eugene has a long history of supporting efforts to address climate change, including through our Climate Action Plan, Climate Recovery Ordinance, Corridor Planning, Coordinated Land Use Transportation Planning, and a strong focus on facilitating downtown development through regulatory and financial incentives. In addition, the city places high value on equitable engagement and outcomes, such as our innovative public engagement for House Bill 2001, which you were briefed on last year. While we support the premise of the draft rulemaking and understand the urgency of addressing the climate crisis and racial and social injustices, the City of Eugene remains concerned about the proposed timelines for adoption and implementation and the resources needed to complete the work. Eugene staff has spent considerable time engaging in this rulemaking process, and we appreciate the changes that have been made in response to these comments, there is still work to be done. First, the timelines need to be extended to allow for continued meaningful and in-depth engagement with experienced land use planners to work through the complexities of the rules and clarify the impacts. In addition, when it comes to implementation, adequate time is necessary to provide for meaningful public engagement. Second, implementation of the proposed rules will be a heavy lift for the city. We have a full slate of planning-related work identified over the next several years, including other state-mandated work. Incorporating the full scope of the rules into our current plan, especially given the proposed timelines, will be extremely challenging. We will likely have to set aside current and near future planning efforts, including for our Bethel neighborhood, a historically marginalized low-income area of our city that has been advocating for an area plan for the past 2 years. In addition, while we understand the state is identifying funding for local implementation, which we appreciate, it is not clear it will be adequate to support effective implementation of the rules. It is imperative that the state provide adequate financial resources, other tools such as model code language, and ongoing state staff support for implementation. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Councilor. Appreciate you being here today. Commissioner Sandoval has a question.
Okay, thank you, Council Member. Yeah, I always thought that the City of Eugene could actually be like the poster child for these rules, because you've already done so much. You've already set the groundwork basically for a lot of the requirements that the rules call for. And so I guess I've been a little bit taken aback by the amount of pushback that seems to be coming from the city in terms of the timeline and the resources. And so I guess my question is, what would you consider to be like a reasonable time for us to, kind of consider these rules?
Well, I would need to defer to staff on like a specific timeline, but as you know, we are just well, maybe you don't know, our city council is just finally finishing the adoption of the House Bill 2001 rules that cities are required, and that took an enormous amount of staff resources and time, and we engaged in significant public engagement and continue to do so on a daily basis. So in terms of when the start date for these rules to go into effect, I think our staff is better suited to give you an actual, like, is it 18 months? Is it 24 months? But I think our biggest worry is that this mandate, like I say, we support the goals that are inherent in what you're looking at. Our concern is, how do we do this in reality? How do we face, one, the practical reality of how long it takes to actually do things, and two, the political reality of what we're going to hear from citizens when they learn about, you're going to get rid of all parking requirements. I mean, I just have to share with you, since I've been on council for 10 years now, I can sum up in 3 words some of the most important issues: parking, parking, parking. It is a huge topic that you don't expect when you join city council. So there's going to be a lot of work that needs to be done to engage the community. And what does this look like? How do we make this work? What does it mean? And right now, your timeline is such that it gives, frankly, as an elected official, gives me a stress attack to think about how we're going to deal with this in terms of public engagement and public input. And then we don't want to put off the area planning for our Bethel community or the other neighborhoods that we've promised planning to. And so trying to figure out how we do both is also a big concern.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was very helpful. No other questions. Then I think Ms. Fryer from the City of Cornelius.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair MacArthur and commissioners. I am Barbara Fryer. I'm the Community Development Director for the City of Cornelius. And you will see two exhibits from the city of Cornelius. One is Exhibit 88 from Mayor Delane and Exhibit 94 from me. We have three areas of concern still with the requirements. The first one is that we believe that this program doesn't offer enough flexibility for cities. Cornelius is 2.4 square miles, and our city bisects, or our one transit line bisects the city. It is a frequent bus route. 95% of the city is therefore within 1/2 mile of that bus route. And frankly, our transit services are oriented towards the city of Portland, not necessarily where our commuters need to go to get to a job. So cars are not a luxury. They're a necessity for many of our residents. The residents, if you drive through Cornelius on the evening or the weekend, you'll see 3, maybe sometimes 4 cars per household. The other thing that I should note is that our residents, the majority of them leave Cornelius to go to work. We could use both increased transit service, which your regulations don't cover, and yet it's crucial to get to that VMT per capita. The second item that we could really use is something written into the UGB expansions to allow for increased industrial development that could lower or bring into balance our jobs housing imbalance. We're not asking for the moon. We just want to try to bring that more into balance. The third item is that we are extremely fiscally constrained. We have a staff of just 2 people to do all the planning that is required through Metro, through DLCD. I apologize, I'm over, but in order to do this additional work, we would need to hire 1 more staff person. We already work more hours than I like to count. And we don't have the funding to do that. In addition to hiring consultants to help us work through the initial implementation, it's the long-term implementation that we're really concerned about. And I just want to say thank you again for the opportunity to comment today and for your consideration of our 3 main issues: funding, the one size does not fit all, and considering some sort of a UGB amendment criteria linked to jobs housing balance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fryer. I think the other issue that you mentioned was parking, and it's been a long meeting, so I'm not sure if you were able to listen in earlier today when we had that conversation. And so the way the rules work, or would work, is that they would not remove any parking from your existing development. Those parking changes would be eased in as redevelopment occurred. So the parking places that you are currently there in the city wouldn't change right now, is my sense. So does that give you any comfort and your citizens some comfort?
Well, it won't change the existing development. As we get more and more, we expect to get quite a bit of middle housing coming in and wedging in between other homes. And if the 1 space per unit that was allowed through middle housing is not allowed through by the very fact that we're within 1/2 mile of the transit center, we believe that will pose issues for our community.
Thank you for the clarification. Yeah, and I thought you said you didn't really have transit though at this point. So yeah.
We have bus 57, which is a frequent transit route that bisects the city down the very center of the city. So 1/2 mile to the south and 1/2 mile to the north. That's pretty much the entire city. We have about maybe 1% that's not within that band.
Okay, great. I appreciate, yeah, thank you for the clarification. Seeing no other questions, we'll go on to Mr. Riddle from My Home Building Business. Thank you, Mr. Clore.
Chair Mcarthur, members of the commission, my name is John Clore and I serve as chairman of the Albany Area Chamber of Commerce. The Albany Area Chamber strives to be the business and community advocate for residents of Albany, Millersburg, and Tangent. I'm testifying this afternoon in opposition to the proposed climate-friendly, equitable communities rules before you today. Like much of Oregon, the Albany area is experiencing a housing affordability crisis. This crisis was well underway before the onset of COVID. However, the pandemic has dramatically accelerated the crisis in our community for those across the housing and income spectrums, with the greatest impact falling on our marginalized community members. The shortage of adequate and affordable housing options for our workforce is a critical challenge facing employers throughout our region looking to recruit and retain employees. And I want to stress, this is not simply a business issue, this is a community issue. Our local schools, community colleges, our nonprofit and social service providers are all in the same position. Now, to our community's credit, we are tackling this challenge head on and exploring the use of every available tool to increase housing supply. While no silver bullet exists, the Albany Chamber is confident that adding new, expensive, and onerous rules and regulations on land development and construction will only exacerbate the issue. Many of these rules may have a positive overall effect in terms of reducing emissions, promoting healthier lifestyles, and increasing density in areas of various cities that can support them. However, implementation will take time, and cities are still grappling with rules from other state mandates such as House Bill 2001 and 2003. More thought needs to be given to the potential for unintended consequences. While the goals of climate-friendly areas may be worthy goals, the frenzied pace of rulemaking that took place during the pandemic without the opportunity for broad community engagement is simply counterproductive. Our ask is for the commission to table adoption of these rules and implement a thorough and transparent community engagement process before moving forward. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Clore. Questions? Appreciate you being here today. Ms. Carino?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Greetings, commissioners. My name is Melissa Carino. I am a senior planner for the city of Springfield, but I also serve as the co-chair of the city's IDEA committee, where IDEA stands for inclusion, diversity, equity, and access. I'd like to first start out with acknowledging that I'm providing testimony from the land of the Kalapuya people. While we truly appreciate Oregon's efforts to prioritize and be proactive on climate change and equity issues in our communities, we have concerns with the way the rules are written today, especially on the impact they may have on underrepresented communities, some of which I personally belong to. Springfield is being very intentional with our community engagement, and we do not believe project-specific interactions suggested in this current rules foster or promote the effective engagement that our community and our society needs. We ask that commissioners seriously consider the importance of both the process and the goals of CFEC. Underrepresented and historically marginalized communities need genuine, authentic, and empowering engagement focused on relationship building, trust building, and mutually beneficial interactions, rather than taking a more transactional and somewhat tokenizing approach especially with Oregon's own history with some of these community groups. Springfield knows DLCD has been working towards adopting rules that are not racist, but we don't believe there's been enough work ensuring that rules are anti-racist. While intentions may be good, the impact of these rules may not make things folks and people of color, and may also cause further harm. We believe the current rules do not provide the necessary time or resources for a community process that involves taking feedback from them and applying it to this project meaningfully. We believe the rules preempt us from capturing and integrating this critical local community input into final outcomes. Based on our collective commitment to equity work, we recommend a deeper analysis of the rules to ensure that further discriminatory planning is not perpetuated. We ask that timelines are adjusted for this project in order to support and promote continued meaningful engagement with our communities, with all parts of our communities. To emphasize what my colleagues have already shared earlier, please make things better by directing the changes in our letter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Carino. Questions? Don't see any questions. Thank you for being here. Ms. Tuttle, welcome.
Thank you, and good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Kathy Tuttle. I'm a transportation demand management and city planning consultant, and I've worked for decades in cities all over the US and Europe. I've only been living in Oregon for the past year, but that's why I'm here today. I'm really proud to be living in a state that's leading the way on expanding the rights of cities to determine their own parking requirements. And I'm proud that you're basing these changes on equity. As you know, the use of cars for short trips puts extreme burdens on our climate and land use. And as you also likely know, the single most important determinant that helps people drive less frequently is how much parking, especially free parking, is available to them. The beauty of these administrative changes to eliminate parking mandates is that they're easy to implement and have the potential to do good without costing the state or the cities much money. I'd be remiss without talking about what I've been hearing from other testimony, particularly from city planners, and I feel that pain. I've worked with very small cities in the past, and I think it's important that a lot of the efforts of this group go into writing press releases, articles, and social media posts so that cities, small cities, don't need to hire those people to do that kind of outreach and communication on their own. But changing parking mandates is a simple, quick change. And I heard that you're considering how to implement parts of this rule at different times. Please do change parking mandates as soon as possible. As state leaders, I know you're always looking to improve outcomes, but rarely do we get a chance to do so much good for free. I know these small changes, and they really are small changes, will inspire other states to take similar actions. I'm proud to be in Oregon again, as you lead the way in America, to smart parking reforms. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Tuttle. You're perfectly in line with the amount of minutes you had. I appreciate that. Councillor Sherman from Happy Valley.
Thank you. My name is Brett Sherman. I'm a city councilor in Happy Valley, and I'm also a member of the Metro Policy Advisory Committee and Clackamas County Coordinating Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to comment on the rulemaking process. The goal of improving the climate future for all Oregonians is crucial, and we appreciate the work you've dedicated toward the process. Since I have limited time and there are a number of concerns about the rules, I'll focus on parking. Parking is a great one. How the lack of transit services in Happy Valley create an unworkable situation given the rule's dependency on transit for success. And here's an actual impact situation. In Happy Valley, we have about 27,000 people. 96% of the working population have jobs located outside of the city. At the Rock Creek Ridge Apartments on 169th and Sunnyside, it was constructed with 168 dwelling units, 301 parking stalls. Under the new rules, this complex could have been built with only 84 stalls, a reduction of almost 220 spots. Given the parking lots are currently 80% full at night, that would translate into over 150 cars looking for on-street parking every night just at this one location. Inconvenience notwithstanding, we understand that the goal is to incentivize public transit utilization, but it's not as simple as just reducing parking requirements. Bear in mind that 92% of Metro households have at least one car. If a resident at the same apartments wanted to take the bus to light rail to their job in downtown Portland, it would be at best an hour and 30 minutes or 2 hours one way if it was by bus only. That's up to 4 hours, almost a quarter of a person's waking time spent each day traveling to and from work, as opposed to a 30-minute drive. So here's the issue. Clackamas County has almost 20% of the TriMet service population, but only 9% of the existing TriMet services. Making matters more complicated, only a portion of Happy Valley is within the TriMet boundary. Also, Sunnyside Road is considered a high-frequency transit route by the new rules, despite only having buses once every 30 minutes, which triggers the drastic reduction of parking requirements. So the question is, how does the city implement these new standards predicated on sufficient transit service when none exists? Today's request from us, the commission should delay adoption or compliance dates so we can better quantify both the actions and their consequences. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Counselor. Questions? Not seeing any. Appreciate that very much. Mr. Harker.
I'm sorry, Chair, may I just
Yes.
add something?
Yes.
So I'm Chair Mcarthur and Vice Chair Halova, Councilor Sherman, it was good to see you and hear you again today. And I know you expressed some concerns at MPAC along these same lines. I'm not sure if you were able to hear the earlier testimony that certainly we wouldn't sort of outlaw the provision of parking spaces, but rather lift mandatory requirements. So developers will still be able to provide parking, absolutely. I just want to make sure there was no misinformation there, because that would be quite a drastic action that I don't think we would be proposing.
Sure, but you know what you're doing is you're saying essentially we will rely on the free market to do what's right. And the bottom line of construction, the bottom line is to earn a profit. And if you can make a product that people will buy, just like in North Portland, quite often apartment complexes that don't have parking requirements just have on-street parking. People go through the neighborhoods and attempt to park. And so like in Happy Valley right now, while we do have certain parking mandates and certain builders do go above and beyond those, still a third of the new construction is at the absolute minimums every time. And so that's where the concern lies. And especially for us, we are a growing city in Oregon. We're the fastest growing city in Oregon still. And because so much of our city on the east side is where the highest density is going to be in the future, that will also be the most congested area as well. And it doesn't have easy transportation toward any other employment areas. And so that's really where our concern lies.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Just want to make sure there wasn't misunderstanding there. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Helpful conversation. Thank you. Mr. Harker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Jonathan Harker, a RAC member on behalf of the Oregon chapter of the American Planning Association. I'm retired after a 35-year career as a city planner, most of it with Gresham. OAPA's written testimony asked the Commission to adopt the rules using option A at the conclusion of this hearing. I want to pause a moment to thank the Commission for its dedication to this work. In my career, I've worked with scores of planning commissioners, and it's easy to overlook the time and effort and patience and willingness to be decision makers that we ask of appointed officials. I thank you for that. In asking for adoption, OAPA is mindful of the extensive engagement process well documented in your packet that has occurred. The 40-member RAC is the most diverse and inclusive RAC, I think, ever appointed by the Commission. You sought to bring new voices for advice, and that is reflected in the rules. Adoption now would acknowledge the urgency of action expressed throughout the process. In asking for adoption now, OAPA is also mindful that the rulemaking was not the beginning action to reduce light vehicle greenhouse gas emissions in metropolitan areas, but rather a continuation of past actions, starting with legislation passed in 2009 and 2010. In the ensuing years, the STS was adopted and the Metro Climate Smart Community Strategy was adopted in 2015. I represented Gresham on the Climate Smart Advisory. I really had 2 minutes. Advisory Committee. One of its key findings validated the effectiveness of mixed-use, pedestrian-friendly, and transit-supported areas in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. In my experience, that not only achieved less greenhouse gas emissions, but it resulted in more housing choices and more economy options for consumers, workers, and business owners. Also, climate smart strategies highlighted the importance of parking reform and well-connected transportation systems for walking, biking, and transit. Finally, I'll just wrap up that I know the the difficulty of writing zoning codes that satisfy everyone, get everything right, and anticipate all situations. And I think that's the same for these rules, but that's not a reason to act. You won't know what you've missed until you start implementation. And OFP does ask the commission as they move forward to be agile, willing to commit to change, to be engaged, willing to consider changes, make clarifying amendments, and so forth. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'll be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Harker. Appreciate you being a member of the RAC, as well as being here today. And I think you've testified probably at all of our hearings, so I appreciate that. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Harker? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Wagner, hello.
Hi. Thank you, Chair McArthur and members of the commission for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Claire Wagner, and I'm here today representing the Oregon Farm Bureau Federation. We are the state's largest general agriculture association, representing nearly 7,000 families engaged in farming and ranching throughout the state. The Oregon Farm Bureau has long been a proponent of the state's land use planning system. However, the land use system does not exist in a vacuum. Our farmers also rely on available transportation, primarily trucking, to get our agricultural products to markets, both domestic and international. Over the last several years, the cost to do business has steadily increased in Oregon. We are concerned that the CFEC rules will exacerbate these impacts. It is unquestionable that DLCD's proposed CFEC rules would have a major impact on the structure and function of Oregon's economy. A decision of this magnitude should be decided with every major stakeholder at the table. As the largest voice for Oregon's farming and ranching families across the state, OFB was not engaged by the DLCD in this process. This is a problem. However, our most significant concerns lie in the proposed Division 12 transportation rules. ORS 660-012-0050 mandates that the Oregon Department of Transportation have jurisdiction over state highways, including freeways and interchanges. These rules create ambiguity with that. In addition to this, ORS 366-205 gives the Oregon Transportation Commission power and authority over state highways, including the selection, establishment, location, construction, improvement, maintenance, operation, and administration of these facilities. The proposed OAR would give DLCD authority that does not exist in statute for these same decisions. We believe it's time to slow down the process, study the impact on Oregon's economy in greater depth, and broaden the conversation so that all stakeholders are given a voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wagner. Questions? Okay, we'll go on to Mr. Lapinell.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Elliot Lapinell. I live in Salem. I work for a homeless services provider, and I'm speaking in strong support of the proposed CFEC rulemaking. I am particularly happy with the reduction in mandatory parking. A couple of years ago in 2020, an affordable housing project was proposed in my neighborhood. The plan was to convert the interiors of a church building in Mance to allow 19 or so people to live there. If Salem had decided to keep our parking minimums the same, this project would have required 1.5 off-street parking spaces per unit, in this case around 28 off-street parking spaces, a requirement that likely would have made the project impossible. There wasn't the money for it, but there also wasn't even the space for it. Fortunately, our city had recently decided that in some instances, affordable housing was more important than parking and reduced the requirement. As someone who lives only 4 houses away, I can tell you that I'm not at all nervous about losing a place to park. The project is still in development, but has refined its funding sources. It will be permanent supportive housing for veterans. Based on the data I see at my job, I can tell you that we desperately need those units. We have thousands waiting for housing in the OR 504 continuum of care, many living in places not meant for human habitation, some dying early and preventable deaths unhoused. It's expected that most of the residents who come to live in the mentioned development will not own cars. In fact, part of the reason the location was chosen was because it was within walking distance to services. Because many houses in my neighborhood were built before parking minimums were instituted, it is very walkable. I think too, basically, I think we too often think that people who don't drive are only wealthy hipsters. In fact, there are many people who don't drive, and making it easier to live without a car is great for the environment, and it's great for people. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for bringing your perspective to the table. Questions for Mr. Lapinel? Okay, moving on to Mr. I think it's, is it Ms? I'm not sure if it's Ms. or Mr. Sorry about that. Trieger?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Chair Mcarthur and commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak today in the Climate Friendly and Equitable Communities rulemaking. I'm Jackie Trieger, representing the Oregon Environmental Council. OEC is a nonprofit, nonpartisan, membership-based organization that works to advance innovative, collaborative, and equitable solutions to Oregon's environmental challenges for today and future generations. OEC joins many other organizations and individuals in strongly recommending that you adopt these rules today. We really appreciate the work that staff and the commission have put into developing the proposed rules. There are, of course, adjustments that we would like to see, but we also honor the long hours of discussion and compromise over the last 2 years to get to this point. Additionally, we are committed to supporting the effort to find additional resources for local implementation. We'd like to see the following changes to the rules before you. OEC supports the call for the bicycle system requirements to specify the NACDO guides as safe harbors. If the ODOT document remains a safe harbor, it should apply only to ODOT facilities. OEC supports the other testimony asking for a firm climate-friendly area designation date of 2024 without extensions. Establishing the designation as the foundation is essential and allows jurisdictions the necessary flexibility for timing and sequencing with the details. We remain concerned by the lack of specific transportation system plan requirements for VMT reductions. The rules should include specific requirements to meet the transportation-related greenhouse gas emission reductions LCDC has assigned to each region. OEC asked for these changes to the rules, and we also ask that you adopt these rules today. They have been a long time coming, and Oregon can't wait any longer. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone that has a question for you. Appreciate your being here. Esther, the list of the next 3. Thank you. That's helpful. Ms. Baer.
Chair Mcarthur, members of the commission, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Thank you. For the record, my name is Samantha Baer with the Oregon Home Builders Association. We are a member of the RAC. I wanted to quickly take the opportunity to highlight for you how many letters are on the record today asking for you to not adopt today and to give more time so that people are able to understand the substantial changes in the rule that have been made with the May 5th draft, and including changes that were just made last night. There is an overwhelming amount of letters on the record asking you that these are rules, telling you these rules are not ready and asking you not to adopt today. This request comes from local governments, the state chambers of commerce, including local chambers like the Bend Chamber of Commerce, builders, realtors, grocery stores, the Farm Bureau, truckers, restaurants, hotels, and many more. One letter has over 1,000 signatures from Oregonians asking you to please slow down and not adopt these rules today. The reason why is that most people are still confused and they have not been given enough time to understand these rules and engage in dialogue with the department and this commission. Just recently, we had recent conversations with the department staff and the director, which we are very appreciative. I'm very happy to be able to have that meeting, but we still have tremendous amount of questions and concerns. Particularly, we have concerns and need answers to the implications of new commercial development standards in the rules, which I think you will hear from businesses later about today. How these rules may impact existing businesses. Will they become non-conforming uses? What will that mean for businesses in certain areas, as well as new development sites? We also left concerns about how these rules may be used to challenge UGB expansions and how the alternatives analysis for density isn't much of an alternative at all. Unfortunately, those concerns have not been addressed today. And from the limited review that we've been able to do of the corrections memo that was posted last night, they still have not been adequately addressed. I just want to quickly say, I'm not honestly sure how much time I have because I can't see the clock. I live in a really small town in Southern Oregon, and I know this doesn't seem like a big deal, but we just got a Starbucks. And I know that, again, that might not be that great, but when you come from a small rural community that's looking to build, it's looking to grow and to bring in jobs, that's a huge deal. And to know that these rules could have negative consequences for that type of development is devastating. I would love the opportunity to give you more specifics to engage in a back and forth dialogue with you all about what our concerns are, but I don't have the time in 2 minutes. I'm actually out of time, which is why we requested the delay. And we renew that request and ask you to please not adopt and to allow the RAC to continue convening so that we can work through these important issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baer, and thank you for being a member of the RAC. I guess I'm trying to figure out any advice for us and others on this misinformation that's out there about some of these things. I mean, I think we've addressed several times the point that these rules will not and cannot, as they're written, be used to limit UGB expansions. So and yet it's still being stated. So I would like some advice on how we get out to other folks to really help them understand what the rule says and the fact that it can't be used that way, because this is just one example. But I think the whole misinformation, I hear a lot of sound bites out there, but then when I read the rule, I don't see those playing out. So any advice for us as a commission and staff on how to do that?
Sure, thank you, Chair. I will say in the meeting that we had on Monday, this did get brought up, and it was stated by staff that this could be used to challenge UGB expansions, that those who have historically challenged UGB expansions may use this to say that the UGB expansion won't help them meet the required VMT reduction targets or the density standards, and that this could be used. And I think that's something we've been trying to suss out and hopefully could maybe be made more clear in the rules themselves. Additionally, we had a lot of concerns about the commercial development standards, which I don't think has been even presented on yet. And if there would be renewed public hearings or public comments for the development of certain businesses. And I'm not sure if that's even really been addressed.
I appreciate that example, and I'll just highlight that for staff when you come back and talk to us about the UGB expansion issue. I guess I need to understand with more clarity what the perspective is, but thank you, Ms. Bear. Other questions?
Just for you, Chair.
Oh, yeah.
Also, I would say the misinformation about where this applies to. I think I mentioned one item that she mentioned was a small town that had just gotten a Starbucks, and that these rules that we were talking about are not applicable to every town in Oregon.
Yes, that's helpful. So there's a Matt, what's the size of community that these rules apply to, or whoever's in the room that can answer that, just so we know for going forward.
Size of communities, I think we're talking about the provisions in Bill 330, which would actually apply in the field pre-deception with 7 regions outside of Portland Metro. Local government level finance housing is no, it's not a CFA related provision, and so I don't know if there's a size minimum there, Bill. It's in there within the UGB. So yeah.
So could you say it again, please?
Okay, so we're talking about the commercial.
Chair Mcarthur, I'm sorry to interrupt, but could Kevin speak into the microphone?
In a small community, if it's within 1 of the 7 regions, there's no minimum size. Okay. Within an urban growth.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Samantha. It looks, sorry, there's one more question or comment, Deputy Director Green.
I'm sorry. Could
Perhaps
Kevin
staff
repeat
come back, they
that?
could describe the outright permitted uses, commercial uses. Samantha's mentioning some kind of distinction between some kinds of uses, and I assume the Starbucks is a drive-through, but maybe not. But I'm guessing. So I'm guessing that the use is that she's worried about is drive-through.
So staff, did you hear that point?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
We're not sure that's
Right.
Oh.
So I'll just clarify for Kevin if I could. So if that's audible, thank you. So regarding the first, Kevin answered the size threshold of when these sort of perceived limitations on commercial activity would go into effect. And I do say perceived because I think we should ask staff to kind of clarify that. So there's outright uses, but it doesn't say what can't happen. It just say what's sort of particularly greenlit. So I think it'd be a good clarification there. So first, Kevin clarified that these rules apply to all sizes of communities within urban growth boundary in the 7 newly regulated metropolitan areas. And then just my other point was that we should probably talk a little bit more about outright commercial uses in climate friendly areas. That's a CFA specific designation. So there's both CFA issues and then there's the jurisdiction wide on commercial uses. We should probably talk about both.
Great. I think that's it. Thank you for helping understand that. So, and Samantha, thanks again for bringing those issues up. We will discuss those with staff. I think staff is shaking their head. Yes, they got the list of questions. Okay, let's go on to Mr. Hess.
Thank you, Chair Mcarthur and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Eric Hessa, and I manage the team at the Portland Bureau of Transportation with primary responsibility for the city's transportation system plan and engagement with Metro on the regional transportation plan. We want to thank DLCD staff for working with us to develop strong implementable rules that will help cities, counties, and regions advance toward our climate equity, safety, and mobility goals. Portland supports LCDC moving ahead to adopt the current draft of the CFEC rules at this time. The rules, while not perfect, are a significant step forward in providing clarity in how cities, counties, and regions could meet our ambitious near-term and long-term goals for reducing emissions while advancing equity in our communities. Portland appreciates that there is a range of capacity and context among jurisdictions across the state and agree with the other jurisdictions that the ultimate success of these rules will depend upon the state providing sufficient guidance, tools, and financial support to smoothly implement the rules. We believe the current rules provide sufficient clarity to advance to the next step of implementing the rules, where we believe the outstanding issues identified by ourselves and others can be addressed through implementing guidance. And if that continuing work raises ongoing implementation challenges, or if the necessary funding and guidance are not forthcoming, we believe the Commission could address that through future rulemaking updates to requirements or timelines. However, our climate and equity crises are too urgent to further delay adoption without the clear benefits of doing so. One key issue to address via implementation regards the transportation performance standards in Division 12-0215. Based on our own recent work to update our city mobility performance standards, we have determined that VMT per capita is the most consistent and comprehensive standard for improving mobility, safety, climate, and equity outcomes. We've offered to share what we've learned in that process with other jurisdictions. As highlighted in our submitted testimony, we encourage the Commission to engage with the OTC in resolving what we see as a likely conflict between having a VMT-based performance standard in the rule, as well as allowing continued use of motor vehicle performance standards. We need consistent rules and hope that we can make VMT per capita the primary one. Thank you, and we urge you to adopt the rules today and continue to work with the jurisdictions to help implement these important rules. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hesse. I appreciate your being here today. Questions? I don't see any hands up from my colleagues, so we'll move on to Mr. Zako from BEST, the Better Eugene Springfield Transportation Group.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. I am Rob Zako, Executive Director of BEST. I want to offer a long-term perspective. Back in the 1980s, Governor Neil Goldschmidt recognized the threat of climate change. Oregon adopted goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. ODOT and DLCD saw the need to reduce driving and to change land uses to facilitate doing so. In the early 1990s, LCDC adopted the Transportation Planning Rule. The key purpose was to reduce reliance on the automobile. It called for integrating transportation and land use planning and to reduce VMT by 20% per capita, in part to address global warming. But local governments, including Eugene Springfield, pushed back against the VMT reduction mandate, eventually watering it down to the current provision adopt alternative performance standards. The TPR also calls for metropolitan areas to adopt regional TSPs, which Eugene Springfield has been overdue to do since 2008. In 2009, under Governor Ted Kulendowski, the Jobs and Transportation Act called for action on climate change. Modeling by ODOT and rulemaking by LCDC led to metropolitan greenhouse gas reduction targets of roughly 20% per capita, effectively restoring the original BMT standard in the TPR. In 2015, Eugene Springfield selected preferred scenario plan, but was yet to adopt it. 2 years ago, I and local community leaders called on Eugene Springfield to not wait to be told what to do, but to begin implementing strategies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from driving, demonstrating leadership for smaller metropolitan areas. 2 months later, the Holiday Farm fire raged on the doorsteps of Eugene Springfield, signaling climate change as a clear and present danger. Our preference is for fewer rules, fewer plans, more flexibility, and more action. But we've seen little action to reduce driving. Rather, we hear that Eugene Springfield is waiting for LCDC to adopt rules to tell how to plan to slow climate change. The perfect is the enemy of the good. We've been waiting 30 years to act on climate change. We have studies and rules and plans to death. We need to act now. Given the apparent inability of local governments to act voluntarily, BEST strongly urges you to adopt rules to require action on climate change. Looking ahead, we support fine-tuning these rules in response to real-world experiences. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Zako. I don't believe there's any questions for you. So then, Ms. Johnson, would you tee up the next three? Great, thank you. That's really helpful. Mr. Varghese.
Hi, my name is Elder Varghese. I'm speaking in support of removing parking mandates and increasing dense housing. According to the IPCC reports, we have under a decade to reduce our emissions in order to avoid the worst of the effects of climate change. Our houses are extremely expensive. Being a POC that just purchased a house in Portland last year, I have experienced this all too well. Removal of parking mandates help reduce house prices by reducing the cost of creating new houses. Removing parking mandates also reduce the subsidies given to car manufacturers and drivers. We need to create denser housing, which would allow us to house more people, create a more walkable, bikeable cities and towns, which should reduce the carbon emissions associated with transportation, as well as move us towards a more affordable housing future. We need to implement these and other progressive rules that take into account equality, housing affordability, and environmental concerns as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sorry I mispronounced your name earlier.
No problem.
The next person to testify is Ms. Keebler, City of Bend.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, and I just understand that you're a council member. I apologize for not addressing you appropriately. Councilor Keebler.
That's okay, thank you. So yes, Melanie Keebler, I am a city councilor in the city of Bend. I'm here today to indicate that Bend formally supports the policy framework for the climate friendly and equitable communities rules as those have been presented here today. We've had the opportunity for many meaningful conversations with DLCD staff about the financial impact these rules will have on our city. And our support is contingent on DLCD's commitment to seek strong and direct state funding to support cities, without which we don't believe we can be successful in implementing these rules. Climate change, we agree, cannot be tackled through local initiative alone. It must be addressed systematically at all levels of government. And so we thank all the stakeholders and community members and staff and the commission for putting in the hard work to create the state level policy framework. We agree that it is needed. Our support today is premised on the commitment of financial resources for local implementation and also this agency's willingness to fully acknowledge the difficult tasks ahead for cities and to work with us to ensure successful implementation. As a city that has worked hard to implement state mandates in the past, such as our comprehensive UGB reband work in 2016, or being one of the first cities in the state to fully implement HB 2001 last year, we understand just how hard this work is and how much it costs to do it right. DLCD must advance a robust policy option package in the legislature to support this policy framework. The cost for Bend alone in the next biennium may reach and exceed $5 million to do this work. And for full implementation, we're looking at around $10 million possibly. We need the agency to commit to securing funding for local governments to do this work, not just this cycle, but next budget cycle as well. And to be clear, these numbers represent costs the city would not bear, but for the requirements of CFEC implementation. And we want to provide robust implementation and fully equitable public engagement. We want to achieve meaningful climate mitigation outcomes, but we don't have the funds to do this work on this timeline without causing major impacts to our core services. So DLCD needs to do everything in its power to secure the funds that cities need to make these rules a success. Please don't expect cities to bear the burden of trying to go out on our own to find future federal funds or ask for grants. We need your help and your commitment to work with us because we really want these rules and the intended climate outcomes to actually happen. We also ask DLCD to recognize the need for flexibility and to commit to adapting these rules in the future if necessary. We are especially excited about the opportunity for a customized work plan, which gives us the best chance of complying with these rules while also completing all the other related work that our city is already required to do. So we encourage the agency to please work with any city that's interested in developing a localized work plan so that we have the flexibility, every city has the flexibility they need to be successful. Finally, the city of Bend understands that climate change is happening now. The threat to our environment and our communities is already here. There is no time to waste in moving forward on climate action. So we support the CFEC framework and rules in front of you today. We support moving forward today, as long as DLCD commits to the funding and the flexibility that we and every other city will need in order to make these rules successful. Thanks.
Thank you, Counselor, and you can be assured that we really are very active in trying to get funding from ODOT, other agencies, as well as the legislature for this effort. So I do believe we're strong partners in that. I think Commissioner Lilac would like to say something.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Keebler. One of the things I failed to mention when we were recognizing the RAC members at the start was the alternate, Damian Cernick, who participated extensively throughout the process. So he's been instrumental to us, to me, and I know he's been engaged in the community with a lot of neighborhood meetings on this issue. So I just wanted to extend my thanks to him and to the city for offering him his support, technical support throughout the process. Thank you.
And thank you, Commissioner, and the Commission for allowing Damian to be so involved. He's given some awesome advice to us as council, and I'm sure given some awesome advice on these rules. Thank you.
Thank you. We will move on to Mr. Nation from the Oregon Realtors.
to testify today. My name is Brock Nation. I'm here on behalf of the Realtors, one of the largest trade associations in the state, representing nearly 19,000 real estate professionals throughout Oregon. We ask that you withhold your approval for the climate-friendly and equitable communities rules until the impacts have been analyzed and the stakeholders not previously represented on the RAC are brought into the conversation to provide input. The CFPC rules are going to have significant impacts on housing, and no analysis of the potential impacts has been conducted, and nor has there been analysis of the market conditions in these small cities. In response to the staff's presentation this morning and your many and excellent questions about housing, our Director of Legal Affairs and Public Policy, Jeremy Rogers, has sent you all an email with a response and some more detailed follow-up on all of those as well. So I encourage you to please read those before the vote. Further, no effort has been made to align the requirements of climate-friendly areas with the actual housing and land needs identified in the housing needs analysis of cities that are going to be impacted by these rules. Some cities have plenty of land to be able to create high-density housing, but they are very short on being able to create middle housing and having enough land supply for that. And forcing cities to be able to abide by these rules to produce housing that is not what's actually needed in their analysis goes against the statutes that create that process for them to analyze those. And it also undermines Goal 10 and exacerbates the shortage of land needed for housing at density levels lower than those required in CFAs. Businesses and business groups representing auto-dependent commercial uses were not included in the RAC, and no effort has been made to otherwise include them. We recommend you consult with restaurants, service stations, auto dealers, large retailers, and other important sectors before adopting these rules. As they're currently written, they're not equitable because they're unlikely to create wealth development opportunities through home ownership for those that need it the most. Please withhold your approval for these rules. Please withhold your approval for these rules until the rules are analyzed for their impacts and the impacted sectors are consulted. In relation to the UGB piece, I did want to point out that in 2022, the legislature directed DLCE to establish a work group, which we do sit on for the purpose and part of streamlining UGB expansions and bring recommendations to the legislature in 2023. If the goal is not to interfere with UGB expansions, LCDC would not add OAR 660-12-350, which will add complexity and additional opportunities for UGB expansion components to challenge these decisions. This is a concern that UGB expansion opponents this concern that UGB expansion opponents could use OAR 660-12-350 as a basis for appealing UGB expansion decisions was acknowledged by staff in a meeting earlier this week, as mentioned previously by Samantha Bayer, the homebuilders, and it does want further discussion by the commission and ideally elimination of this proposed rule. Thank you for your time today and for allowing us to testify.
Thank you, Brock. I appreciate that. Questions, I guess, yes, Commissioner Warren.
Do all this really quick. I just wanted to clarify one point you made. You said that you said that these rules will negatively impact the housing supply. But then you also said that there's no analysis. So I just want to just gain clarity on that point you made, if you wouldn't mind, please.
So I just wanted to go back to your point about the lack of connection in your estimation and the realtor's estimation between House Bill 2001, the housing needs analysis work, House Bill 2003, and this work. It's pretty clear to me in reading this draft that there is a strong connection. In fact, we even have one of the people that was on the housing committee, Kevin, that was involved in the House Bill 2001 work on this group, the CFEC working group, for that very purpose, to create that integration. So when I hear a statement like that, and we talked to staff earlier about those connections, I need to really understand where that's coming from.
Right. So House Bill 2001 first removed the requirement that single family zoned properties couldn't include those middle housing options in higher density development within the CFAs. Perhaps I didn't say that initially, but within the CFAs, we don't think that it is economically feasible under the current market to be able to produce these types of housing.
So you're just focused, your comments really are focused on the CFAs, not the entire jurisdiction of the city, is that correct?
Yes, those comments specifically were focused on.
Okay, so you think the realtors are really concerned about what happens in the CFA, not the rest of the area of the city that is outside the CFA at this point, because those are going to change for the most part, except for some parking requirements.
Yeah, we are still concerned about it as it relates to UGB expansions, but particularly as we're looking at trying to make sure that affordable housing and middle housing is developed within the CFAs as it's described that we do. We do not believe that's it.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you. Okay, let's put this down. Sorry, the rest. Thank you for being here. Yes.
So Chair McArthur, thank you. Vice Chair Halova. I just, with respect, I wanted to, yes, I wanted to just offer a little bit different perspective than Mr. Nation just presented with respect to a lack of analysis on potential impact. We're statutorily required to provide a housing, a fiscal, and a racial justice impact statement. So I'd like to just make sure that the record's clear on that analysis was complete. And then also, Mr. Nation, with whom we recently were able to meet, and appreciate being able to make your acquaintance. So I don't mean to be controversial here, sir, but the current work group that the legislature just created is for housing capacity, not to streamline UGB expansion. So I just wanted to make sure that's clear. The charge from the legislature was specifically around housing capacity, not streamlining UGB expansions. We have found at the staff level, and I believe the commission is aware that I think it's 35 of 37. Where's Gordon? 35 of 37 UGB expansion, roughly in that number, have been completed and adopted within a year of submittal. So we do continually have to assert and affirm that UGB expansions are a fundamental part of the land use planning program. I know the commission understands this, but I just would like to just affirm that for the listening community, that staff understand this. We work every day to make sure the findings are correct and to support local governments with their UGB expansions. The vast majority are successful. There's only been a couple very difficult over the last decade. We work very hard to avoid those. And we look forward to continuing to implement and adapt the system with respect to UGB expansions holistically. Thank you.
Thank you. That's really helpful background. We're going to call the next three and then take a 5-minute break. Just giving people a signal on that. We're going to edit for a couple of hours here. So is Ariel Nelson the next person?
Yes, we have Ms. Ariel Nelson with League of Oregon Cities, Mr. Alistair Crawford, and then Karen Knudsen in the queue.
Great. And I realize my vice chair just mentioned that I didn't have my sound on when I was saying this earlier. We're going to listen to the next three and then take a 5-minute break and then come back. So yeah. Yes.
Really quick. So just wanted to offer a correction and apology. Earlier when we invited RAC members to be recognized, somehow we didn't get Ms. Ariel Nelson the link, so she probably would have been on this morning to be recognized. She is absolutely a member of the RAC. So Ariel, our apologies. Thank you, Chair McArthur.
Well, Ariel, welcome and thank you for being on the RAC and everything you're doing for League of Oregon Cities.
Thank you, Chair McArthur. Thank you, Deputy Director Green. Can you all hear me? Just checking.
Great. And I was able to make it on this morning. So thank you for that recognition. I am here on behalf of the League of Oregon Cities and specifically the 53 jurisdictions who are impacted in some way by these rules. And I want to be clear that small towns are included. If you look at one of the implementation charts that the department recently put out, we do have some very small towns in Southern Oregon who will be impacted. You've heard examples from cities large and small about why these rules, we're not asking for perfection, but they still contain some really unintended outsized impacts on the ground for communities that really fall short of our shared goals for addressing climate change and creating more equitable outcomes for our communities. I've, received many texts and messages this morning from our members who are feeling incredibly frustrated with the process. We are asking for a delay in the rules, not a long one, not forever, not a delay for the sake of delay, but to continue working on addressing the pages of testimony, the unresolved issues that cities have raised, that they have spent countless hours deeply engaged in the RAC, submitting very detailed, constructive suggestions on how to address their concerns, how to achieve more equitable outcomes, examples, visual representations of where these rules aren't a one size fits all, have varying impacts from Cornelius to Springfield to Medford to Happy Valley. You heard some of them today in testimony. We feel there is a fundamental disconnect between the way staff and the commission continue to portray the rules and how your local implementation partners view these rules will lay on the ground. The rulemaking, while we've been at this for almost 2 years, we didn't have a full complete set of draft rules until December. So this process has been very compressed. And we're just not quite there yet. Again, we're not looking for perfection, but looking for some increased dialogue and partnership from the state so that your local partners feel that these can be implemented. You heard from, I believe there are 4 jurisdictions in support, but the majority of our members of those 53 impacted jurisdictions do not feel able to implement the rules right now. And a key piece of that, of course, is the funding, which you heard unanimously is needed. Cities need funding today to start getting ready for this work, and a significantly increased draft policy option package budget request from the agency is going to be needed to ensure this work can be done, the initial implementation and ongoing funding. So, my 2 minutes are up. Just really urging you to not adopt today, to really dig into some of these critical issues that cities have raised, clarify many of the questions that have come up today in previous testimony and previous RAC meetings, and please continue to work with your local implementation partners to ensure that we can achieve these really important goals for addressing climate change and equitable communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ariel. Appreciate your comments. Questions? Don't hear any or see any hands up. We'll go on to Mr. Crawford.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, hi. Yes, my name is Alistair Crawford. I'm a citizen of Tigard, and I wanted to call in to say that I support these new rules for land use, especially the ones that make it easier to get rid of expensive parking mandates. These laws that mandate sprawl and car ownership are bad for the environment, and they're bad for the economy as well. Auto dependence is expensive and it pollutes. And it's a natural consequence of these laws that help to insulate drivers from the cost of driving. One of the easiest things that we can get rid of, and one of the worst culprits, is parking mandates. Most everyday people have no idea about these elaborate set of policies that require businesses and homes to provide car parking. And that's because it makes very little intuitive sense. I've told people about these before, and most people don't even believe that they're real. So it's just common sense that if someone wants storage for their cars, they need to pay for it themselves rather than the government forcing businesses and houses to provide car storage. So yes, please implement these land use rules to make it easier for us to eliminate useless, expensive, damaging parking mandates. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. We'll move on to Ms. Knutson.
Hello, Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to say hello today. My name is Karin Knudsen. I'm an architect and an urban designer, a non-tenured faculty in planning and architecture at the University of Oregon, and the founding director of Better Housing Together, a community-led housing advocacy organization in Lane County. I volunteered on the Middle Housing Technical Advisory Committee for House Bill 2001, and I'm also on the Housing Capacity Work Group that was just mentioned. I'm here today speaking as an individual and also to share Better Housing Together support for statewide reform of parking development mandates. Better Housing Together strongly supports the work and DLCD's proposals to reform mandated parking requirements throughout the state, and I strongly encourage you to adopt rules that require cities to take action on climate change. This testimony is consistent with previous testimony about the implementation of House Bill 2001 and other testimony working to find more sustainable paths within our state and to find urban land for critical housing needs. As I said last fall, it would be really easy to frame all of this work ahead as simply being difficult. But I actually don't think that all of these choices are difficult. I just think that they are different and they require strategic financial support and a shift in our habits and our ways of doing business and our ways of regulating development. As just one example of the important role that DLCD can play, the grant that you all provided to the City of Eugene to design its middle housing outreach and engage a demographically representative cross-section of the community has been of fundamental importance to the integrity of that public process and the success of that proposal. Looking ahead with climate-friendly and equitable communities work, I just want to emphasize and underscore a point that Commissioner Hlova made this morning, that the outcomes of this work is the work that planning really should have been doing all along. And it is past time for us to center these concerns and really focus our efforts on making sure that the regulatory structure is pushing us in the direction that aligns our patterns of development with the stated goals that we have about being a more equitable and sustainable community. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Knudsen. Questions? Not hearing any, we are going to take a 5-minute break and then continue on with public testimony when we return.
Welcome back from break. We did extend our break. The time is 3 o'clock. And Chair Mcarthur, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And yeah, we did take a little bit longer break, but we'll have more bandwidth to listen to the final folks that are testifying. And I think the list is Sophia Tufts, Doug Klotz, and Patty Hine. Is that correct, Esther?
Chair Mcarthur, we did have a little bit of substitution and time conflicts. And so if I may, the next three include Gabrielle Hayden representing herself, and then Ms. Sophia Tufts, middle school students from the Ivy School, and then Mr. Doug Klotz representing himself.
So she's a Gabrielle, I'm sorry.
Gabrielle Hayden.
And then, sorry, just the next two.
Ms. Sophia Tufts and Mr. Doug Klotz.
Great. Okay, so Gabriella. Gabriella Hayden, welcome.
Hello, thank you for having me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm here speaking as a private citizen. I've advocated for missing middle housing in Portland and Eugene because I believe in the importance of affordable housing and fighting climate change. And for the same reason, I'm advocating here for that you go ahead and change the rules on parking. I do believe in these things, but I also just think it'll lead to a better, safer urban forms. Over my lifetime, walking and biking have become more, not less dangerous. When I look around Eugene, the downtown is full of ugly parking lots that make the downtown less nice to spend time in, and that are always empty. My street, most of the parking spots are empty. If we really wanted to, we could turn the cars so that they faced head in on one side, and as a bonus, it would slow down the cars that drive too fast in front of my house. We saw during COVID many hard things, but also how possible it is to move quickly to change things when it's important enough. I think this is important. Making this change now and not in a year or 3 years will mean better cities. And this is a time when we really can't wait. I just remember in grade school, we sang, "It's 11:59 and we're running out of time." It was a song about climate change. Not much has changed since then. Let's make some changes. I think it'll make our world better. Thank you.
Thank you for testifying today. I don't see any questions from commissioners. We'll go with Sophia Tufts and the middle school students from the Ivy School.
Chair Mcarthur, I am unable to locate Ms. Sophia Tufts as well as Mr. Doug Klotz. I do have Ms. Patty Hine with 350 Eugene in the queue ready to testify.
Okay, thanks, Esther. Ms. Hine, Patty Hine from Eugene.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair Mcarthur and commissioners. My name is Patty Hine. I am president of the Grassroots Climate Justice Organization 350 Eugene. I'm also a retired naval officer and college instructor. As Commissioner Sandoval said, we here in Eugene have worked hard to lead on climate in Oregon, and I thank you for that recognition. As we know, the largest share of Oregon greenhouse gases come from the transportation sector, 40%. Sometimes it feels like we can't easily or directly control a lot of transportation's planet-wrecking pollution, but we can and we must rethink how we live together and make policy that acknowledges our changing reality, namely the acceleration of the climate emergency. And we have to act now. We have to stop building roads like we did in the 50s before we understood the impact of burning fossil fuels, and in particular, the role of combusting them in this car-centric culture of ours. Our decision makers and planners at every level have to switch to low carbon thinking and find ways for everyone, particularly youth, elders, and poor people, to get where they need to go with fewer cars. It's not impossible, but it is a huge change. So as you consider adoption of statewide rules for cities and metro areas to plan for climate friendly and equitable communities, and I hope you adopt those today, I ask you to understand and integrate the urgency of this moment. Science says we have about 6 years to turn the climate emergency around. 6 years. If we want a stable climate for our kids, and you have the power to make a difference today, I ask you not to delay. We are running out of time.
We should never have had two
Thank
reports
you.
at the same time.
Thank you, Ms. Hine. Is it Jana Jarvis next?
Yes.
Jana Jarvis, and then after that is Mike Riley and Matt Brinkley. Great. Ms. Jarvis, thank you. And I know that you were a member of the RAC, so thank you for your participation in that as well.
Thank you. For some reason, my computer stopped working. Can you give me 1 minute here?
I think we're good. We're good now. Sorry, we had
Are you
sort
good
of
now?
some feedback there.
I don't know
so
what was
let's try it
happening.
again, Jenna.
All right. My apologies to all of you for that. Thank you, Chair MacArthur and Commission, for the time to testify today. I'm Jana Jarvis, CEO of the Oregon Trucking Associations, and I participated on the RAC. The following points are issues I've raised previously, but I want to highlight them again for you today. Well, these rules are focused on developing new forms of communities through the work defining climate-friendly communities, and the focus has been on housing choices. DLCD extended their rulemaking authority into the transportation arena, so I'm here today to comment on that. DLCD overstepped their statutory authority in several arenas when they stepped into transportation. To begin, OAR 660-012-050 is an existing rule in state statute that currently gives authority to ODOT over projects on state highways, including freeways and interchanges. Yet your proposed OAR 660-012-830 states that cities and counties must review and authorize projects on streets, highways, freeways, bridges, and interchanges. This goes beyond DLCD's authority and creates conflicts between local community interest and the need to provide freight services across our state. In fact, your rules have deleted the words efficient and economic as descriptors of the freight system, and they should be added back in as they describe the principal purpose of freight movement. And this point gets to the crux of our objections. DLCD does not recognize the connections between communities and the need to provide freight across the state. Most of the focus on the transportation section of these rules has been around the goal to reduce VMT from light vehicles. But that will narrow and reduce road capacity, which in some cases will preclude trucks from using a facility altogether. And in all cases will increase congestion so that trucking will no longer be able to provide efficient and economic services to our customers. This will increase congestion, increase truck idling and traffic, and increase the cost of goods delivered. You talk about livable and walkable communities, but you've forgotten about deliverable. I have submitted some written testimony, and I have a number of issues in the written testimony that I submitted, such as the parking rules in OAR 660-012-005, sub 5B. They create other issues for freight. Truck parking should be excluded in this definition so that communities can continue to site truck terminals as freight demands continue to grow. And there are 2 or 3 other issues in the testimony that I have submitted previously that I'd really like you to take a look at. Freight needs are significant in these new rules and significantly impact Oregon's economy. And I would ask you to go back and delay this and take some consideration for our freight needs in this state. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Jana. And I'm going to ask staff when they come back later to review with us the issues of truck parking and loading, because I thought that those were addressed in the draft. And then also the freight movement issue relative to ODOT responsibilities. So just to give you a signal, those are the kind of things I'd like to discuss when you come back. Thanks for flagging those, Jana.
Can I just ask one quick question? Look
Yes,
at
please.
look at OAR 660-012-0155 and OAR 660-012-0405. Those are some issues that we see in the proposed rules. So
That's helpful to have the specific site. Thank you.
you're welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Riley?
Everybody hear me okay? Yep.
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. Afternoon, Commissioners and Chair Mcarthur. My name is Mike Riley. I'm the Executive Director of the Environmental Center here in Bend. I'm here today to support the current draft of the CFEC rules, including the 12A more urgent option. I speak to you as a local advocate and as a local non-governmental implementation partner. My organization has been very involved in shaping the transportation and growth plans for Bend because we know that our local decisions will substantially determine whether or not Oregon meets its GHG reduction goals. But it's very difficult for us locals to get there by ourselves. The pressure is simply too great to follow a business as usual, change as slowly as possible path forward. You've heard from many people and organizations today and leading up to this hearing as well who have made that exact argument. But a go slow, business as usual approach will only worsen the climate crisis, a crisis that is already upon us. As two of my Bend City councilors put it in their letter to you supporting these rules, drought threatens our rivers, our farms, our fish, and our wildlife. Fire threatens our forests and our homes. Heat threatens all of us, but especially the most vulnerable in our community. The truth is, change in land use and transportation needs to start today. To make that change meaningful, local communities need DLCD to set clear rules and near-term timelines to guide local decisions. While not perfect, the draft rules with the more urgent 12A option will substantially move us in the right direction. And the draft rules reflect 2 years of hard work, substantial discussion, and significant compromise. Adopting the rules now is essential to meeting Oregon's GHG reduction goals in today's climate crisis. We have 10 years to avoid the worst case outcomes. Further delay will not serve the best interests of Oregonians, especially our children and grandchildren. Please adopt the rules today with the 12A more urgent option. And I just want to thank each of you and especially your staff for your hard work on these rules and for the opportunity to comment today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Appreciate you being here. I don't see any questions for you, so we'll move on to Mr. Brinkley from the City of Medford.
Good afternoon, Chair Mcarthur and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today about climate-friendly, equitable communities. My name is Matt Brinkley. I'm the Planning Director for the City of Medford, and I've also been an alternate on the RAC. The climate crisis that the rule addresses requires urgent and bold action, but the solutions must be effective and must be able to be implemented by local jurisdictions. The City of Medford has participated vigorously throughout this process, and I appreciate Commission and staff for your willingness to engage with stakeholders directly. That dialogue has resulted in some improvements to the rule, for example, relief from the maximum local street width standards. You will find 2 letters from the City of Medford in your materials today, Exhibits 141 and 142. They highlight some of the most significant outstanding concerns that we have with the proposed rule. We continue, for example, to be concerned about minimum densities in climate-friendly areas and the difficulties involved in achieving equitable outcomes in CFAs because of those rules. I'm also concerned about the fiscal capacity of local jurisdictions to implement housing production strategies in a way that meaningfully achieves equitable outcomes in climate-friendly areas. The letter from our transportation manager, Carl McNair, identifies 3 of our most serious concerns with parts of the rule related specifically to transportation. To summarize his concerns, we strongly encourage you to adopt option B in order to improve our chances of success given existing and anticipated resources. We also agree with the City of Springfield and recommend striking OAR 660-18-182A to avoid conflicts that this section would create between fiscally constrained project lists in local TSPs and regional transportation plans. And finally, we continue to be concerned about the availability of modeling tools that can effectively and accurately assess VMT per capita impacts of land use decisions and transportation investments. We understand the urgent need for a rule that will succeed in its objectives. The risks of failure include delayed implementation, or even undermining the legitimacy of climate and equity initiatives at the local level. If you don't feel confident that the rule is quite ready yet, please give staff and stakeholders a little more time to get this right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brinkley. The next three folks teed up, I believe, are Tony Jordan, Brad Bennington, and Devin Morales. Is that correct, Esther?
Chair MacArthur, Mr. Bennington is not able to join us. So it would be Mr. Tony Jordan, Mr. Devin Morales, and Ms. Julia DeGraw.
Okay, well, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Jordan.
Hello. Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you, and thank you very much to the staff for producing these rules. My name is Tony Jordan. I am the president of an organization called the Parking Reform Network, and I enthusiastically support this package, in particular the parking reforms. I want to highlight how critical these rules are, not just for curbing emissions and building more sustainable communities in Oregon, but even more so for, I think, the impact that these rules will have beyond our borders. Climate change is the crisis of our time, and climate change is a crisis on every level, from my neighborhood to my city to the metro area, the state, the county, the continent, and the whole planet. And Oregon is a recognized leader on land use and climate action nationwide. As part of my work, I maintain a database of cities which have repealed costly parking mandates. And there are dozens of these cities of all sizes and in all places with all kinds of transit. And it's clear that cities move in herds. More and more cities are making these reforms. They look to one another for examples. And as more cities make these changes, it will inspire cities and states across the nation to follow suit. The lessons we learn and the strategies we develop to implement these rules in Oregon will prove invaluable to other jurisdictions. And for those who are worried about solving the problems of implementation, know that there is a growing movement of professionals and advocates out there to help make these successful. We have an opportunity and responsibility to lead, and we owe it to future generations to rise to this occasion. Excuse me. The time to act is now, and this is a historic step. So please don't delay and pass these rules. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Devin Morales from Dutchboro.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair MacArthur and members of the commission. My name is Devin Morales. I'm Vice President at Crosswater Strategies, and we represent Dutch Bros in Oregon. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. A little background on Dutch Bros. It's a proud homegrown Oregon business founded in 1992. Dutch Bros was born out of a milk barn in Grants Pass with a single espresso machine and 100 pounds of beans. Today, we have 155 coffee shop and drive-through locations in Oregon that employ around 5,100 full and part-time employees. We come before you today to ask that the commission delay adoption of the CFEC rule package as proposed. Because we and other key stakeholders did not have a seat at the table during the rulemaking process, we asked for this extension to provide the retail food sector with an opportunity to properly evaluate the possible impacts of the draft language. Most notably, the language in sections of OAR Chapter 660, Division 12, that set site design land use standards for auto-oriented businesses. We understand it is not the intent of DLCD staff nor the commission to limit or prohibit a specific land use, such as drive-through food establishments. But our concern is that site design land use requirements for cities and counties within metropolitan planning organizations will have the net effect of restricting auto-oriented land uses like ours. We do not oppose the objectives for this rulemaking and are indeed very much in support of the larger goals. But we need more time to understand how these rules will impact our plans for future growth and upgrades to existing facilities in Oregon. For these reasons, we respectfully request that you delay final adoption of these rules to provide an opportunity for stakeholders to evaluate those possible impacts of the language so we may provide constructive feedback through the public comment process. We've also submitted written testimony outlining our concerns in more detail. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. And I also just want to say a quick thank you to Esther for her expert management of this just massive group of folks testifying today. So thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Devin. We're all heaping praise on Esther. She always makes these things work, as well as our IT folks and others. But yeah, it's a yeoman's effort. Thank you for acknowledging that. I think we can move, unless there's a question for Ms. Morales. Yeah. Let's go on to Julia McGraw and Tom Kloster and Stacy Sanders.
Hello, Chair MacArthur and the commission members. My name is Julia DeGraw, and I am the coalition, excuse me, the coalition director at the Oregon League of Conservation Voters. And part of my job there is also running the Oregon Conservation Network, which is a coalition of over 37 organizations from across the state, including several that are working on promoting this rule change, this rulemaking effort. As has been stated by many of the organizations I've spoken today, climate change is the biggest, most urgent crisis facing humanity right now. And it is a major priority for our organization and our coalition that we work with. And it's really urgent that we take action as quickly as possible to address climate change issues. And this rulemaking process for climate-friendly and equitable communities is an incredible opportunity to finally take really meaningful action. And as was said earlier, despite the rules perhaps not being perfect, there is plenty of opportunity through the implementation process to coordinate and fine tune these as we move forward with implementation. 2 years of work has gone into this, and a lot of compromises have been made to get us to this point. And we really feel strongly that we don't have time to waste when it comes to taking strong action on climate in the state of Oregon. And these rules are a historic moment, and we really encourage you to enact them right away, including the 12A more urgent version of the rules. So I just want to back up all of our partners on this and saying that we really encourage you to enact these rules today or as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McGraw. Seeing no questions, we will move on. Appreciate you being here. Tom Foster from Metro. Thank you. Let's go ahead and go on to Ms. Sanders, Stacy from Housing Oregon.
Oh, good afternoon. Can everybody hear me? Hello, can everybody hear me?
We can hear you barely. If you could speak a little bit closer to the phone and a little louder, please.
Okay. See if I can turn up my volume. All right, I'll talk louder. You can hear me. I'll get going.
Okay.
All right. Well, hello, my name is Stacy Sanders. I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy with Housing Oregon. Hello, Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Haloba, and other commissioners. Housing Oregon is a member-based statewide association of affordable housing community development corporations committed to serving and supporting low-income Oregonians across the housing needs spectrum from homeless to homeowner. Housing Oregon cautiously supports the CFAs. Housing Oregon supports climate change adaptation measures, especially since we know that extreme weather events with the existing plans perpetuate environmental injustice, housing and transportation inequities, disproportionately impacting the most vulnerable with the existing medical conditions, disabled, low-income, elderly, and communities of color within and separate from these populations. LCDC's proposed climate-friendly areas is a behemoth undertaking and long overdue. It's time to act now. I list our recommendations to strengthen implementation, and that would be accountability. Communities of color have historically been adversely affected by transportation policies in the not so distant and past, with freeways demolishing affordable housing stock and breaking up its long-standing neighborhoods and related culture. Therefore, Housing Oregon recommends all rules be implemented with a racial equity lens. This equity lens should be carefully written to include the following: ongoing public outreach and stakeholder engagement. This directly supports LCDC's stated goal to have community-based conversations that are racially diverse with above average concentrations of historically underserved community members. LCDC should advocate the legislature and ODOT to earmark funding to support local governments to implement these rules for a paid community oversight committee in each CFA. And should also support focusing diverse, including more dense housing that is not all market rate luxury housing, with a mix of various housing types, including subsidized affordable housing options, all of which should be linked to the anti-gentrification and anti-displacement housing toolkit. Housing Oregon appreciates the proposed rules that requires cities to adopt provisions that will maintain existing and support additional affordable housing in these CFAs. Other ways that LCDC should make rules stronger are listed in my written testimony. I want to also mention that I was pleased to see that the equity lens intentional language was presented this morning. Thank you so much for your diligent work on this important issue and the opportunity for Housing Oregon to provide input.
Thank you, Stacy. I think we heard most of it. So yeah, sorry, I apologize for the light audio, but I think we got the gist of what you were saying. Appreciate your being here. Any questions? Then Mr. Dowd.
Thank you, Chair Mcarthur and Commissioners. I'm Blake Good. I'm here as a community member on my own behalf. I enthusiastically support the proposed rules, and I want to highlight one of the things that I think is important to consider in allowing for less parking to be built, in particular using an example nearby of a coffee drive-through that has a lot of adjacent parking that sits empty, even as people idle in the crosswalk and park in the bike lane on a busy street, forcing people to walk into busy road. Having high levels of parking required everywhere has really adverse impacts on walkability and bikeability, and it's okay in some places to not have cars, and to make sure that the parking and driving capacity that is made available around businesses doesn't take over spaces designed for people walking and biking. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Frazier.
Hello, I think you tried to start my video and I pressed the wrong button. If you could promote me again, maybe.
We can hear you now.
There we go. Hello. Thank you for having me. My name is Paul Frazier. I joined as a community member and am enthusiastically supportive of these rules. I think when we look at parking, it's an issue that should be taken as supply and demand. And right now we provide an abundance of supply regardless of the demand. One only has to drive around, look at shopping malls, look at certain residential buildings, look at downtown, look at different hours. Parking is often in huge supply and not always demand, or we don't charge the right rates for it. And having parking minimums only exacerbates that problem. Earlier, we heard from a Happy Valley council member who said 80% of parking spots are full, which is great, but that means there's 20% too many. And when we think about the fact that people want to come to Oregon, which is great, we're going to need to build more housing. We want to use our land wisely, and land that has to be used for parking is not a wise use of that. These options would give us the option to build less parking and to put that control back into cities and leverage the power of supply and demand to make sure that we're not just building parking for the sake of a rule that says parking has to be built. I understand the desire for people to want to go slow and to make sure we get it perfectly right. However, I'd urge us to not let good enough be the enemy here. If we're chasing perfection, we won't make change, and we don't want government to be viewed as too slow. We need to push towards the future climate change is here, a housing crisis is here. I'd urge you to move as quickly as possible so that we can see improvements and have the option to use our land differently. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Frazier. Do we have any more folks signed up? Do go ahead and list them.
Yes, thank you. I have a public sign-up form for a Mr. Wes Pilcher with Pilcher Farms. I'm not unable to locate him. Okay. Okay. Then virtually I have Ms. Sarah Adams Schoen with Housing Land Advocates, Ms. Ann Caitlin with City of Albany, and last but not least, Mr. Doug Klotz. So what was it? Last name, the first person? Ms. Wes is not here. No, Mr. Wes Pilcher, Pilcher. He is not here. Sarah Adams Schoen. And Ms. Ann Catlin, and then Mr. Doug Klotz.
Sarah Adams Schoen, I think that's what the pronunciation of your last name is. Welcome.
Hello, Chair MacArthur, commissioners, and everyone else who's present.
Might be on mute.
I am not.
My apologies for that, Ms. Adams Schoen. You are, we can hear you and see you now. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. And it's Adams Shane, but please don't mind. Chair MacArthur and commissioners, I'm testifying right now in my individual capacity as a representative of Housing Land Advocates and as a member of the RAC. And I urge the commission to act today to adopt the option A version of the proposed rules, amended to remove the ability to extend the deadline for CFA designation. So the truly enormous and I would say even unthinkable costs of delay really require rules that reduce Oregon metro areas carbon emissions with just utmost speed. As a parent, an educator, a climate policy researcher, I can't overstate how critical it is that we stop responding to the climate crisis by pushing action off to the future, even when doing so appears justified. The data is just clear that delaying planning and implementation of these rules, even for a year, will shorten lifespans, decrease the livability of Oregon's communities, increase individual and societal economic instability, and significantly increase the economic costs, not just for individuals, but for state and local governments as well, of mitigating climate harms. So because of this, I urge the commission to keep the June 2023 and December 2024 deadlines that are in the option A and the requirement of the land use assumptions being made with the CFA designation in 2024 and eliminate the ability to extend the deadline for CFA designation. But also for the same reasons, I also urge the commission and the department to commit funding, staffing, and other resources on a scale commensurate to the need for urgent action to assisting local governments in meeting these deadlines. Among many others, I testified in March about the essential need for these rules to include an actionable commitment to housing justice. And although I'm still concerned about the use of a quote, good faith standard with respect to the number of affordability and anti-displacement strategies that local governments must adopt, I do support the proposed change to the rules, which is reflected in option A, which requires the incorporation of affordable housing and anti-displacement measures into planning and implementation of the CFAs. The rules also essentially, or critically I could say, support equity by requiring robust public engagement from planning to implementation and back to planning again, and by requiring local governments to identify their affordability and anti-displacement strategies and how those strategies will be implemented This commitment to equity, I have to say though, also does require the option A timeline. That historically marginalized communities already bear the brunt of climate disruption, and housing insecurity in particular increases vulnerability to climate disruption. So equity and a fast timeline go hand in hand. I also want to say that I support, and in my capacity as a HLA representative, I support the parking reforms on a fast track. I'm not going to go into the details there, but I'll just say that I echo the parking reform comments that were filed by 35 or more than 35 community organizations. And they're in agenda item 3, exhibit 144, pages 33 to 34. And then finally, and I know my time's up, but I just can't end without saying this, I want to express my appreciation for the hard work done over the past year by DLCD staff, other members of the RAC, and the commission. I want to recognize the commitment to equity in particular that the commission demonstrated in March by asking staff to revise the draft CFA rules to better align to the equity outcome principles adopted by the historically diverse RAC. And I also want to recognize staff's response. Staff responded to this charge from the commission, and their response demonstrated their staff's own commitment to crafting rules that respond to the urgent need to reduce Oregon's metro area's climate emissions in a way that's consistent with the urgent need to address Oregon's housing crisis and legacy of exclusion. So thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. And it sounds like you were a member of the RAC, and I appreciate your being part of that. And this is rhetorical, I'm not asking you to answer this, but I guess I'll just say it now. I'm trying to reconcile the different perspectives on whether or not this rule will increase or decrease home ownership, result in further inequities. And it sounds like when I'm looking at kind of what we heard this morning and this afternoon, those folks that are low-income housing advocates and are focused on equity issues like you do not believe, like some others, that this rule would decrease home ownership opportunities, increase the cost of housing, lead to further inequities. And I mean, you've said as much. I was taking notes from what you said. So I guess for my fellow commissioners, I just want to ponder that. There's a disconnect between what you're saying, because I think you're saying that we are in fact increasing home ownership opportunities with this and decreasing the cost of housing. And yet we're hearing from others. So again, it's not for you to try to answer what others are saying, but I'm noting this disconnect and I'm just trying to resolve it. So I appreciate your articulating points relative to what you're doing.
I'll just say, Chair Mcarthur, that I'm going to be, that everything I said is written down, and I'm actually going to submit it right at this moment. So
great. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. The next person is Ann Catlin.
Thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to sign up late and speak today. My name is Ann Catlin, and I am the only full-time long-range planner with the City of Albany, and I'm speaking for myself and my department. While I appreciate the urgency and extreme importance of these rules to help address this climate crisis that we're in, I do just have one request of the commission, and that is to please extend the deadline for the CFA study report in Division 12, Section 00122 from June 30th, 2023 to December 31st, 2023. In order to evaluate and carefully consider where to locate the CFAs and conduct meaningful, equitable, and successful community engagement around these potential areas, we just need more time than 12 months. It will take several months for us to identify areas with both existing housing and housing capacity as our potential CFAs. And then even with the DLCD funded community engagement consultant, and thank you very much for that, DLCD, we'll be rushing to conduct any public outreach before Christmas of this year. Realistically, we're going to have a few months in 2023 to get meaningful input from a variety of stakeholders, residents, businesses, and the like. We'll need multiple meetings, not just one round of those meetings, and that can take months to schedule. And then we also need a little bit of time for our city council to see this report before we submit it. So that's a lot to cram into 12 months from June 30th, which starts right in the middle of summer. So with that, thank you for your consideration of that deadline for the study area report.
Thank you, and seeing no questions, we'll go on to Doug Klotz.
Hi, my name is Doug Klotz. I volunteer in housing advocacy, and I support the direction and the details of the climate-friendly equitable communities rulemaking. I want to specifically support the removal of minimum parking requirements that the rule calls for. It takes a gradual approach, and this should be feasible for all jurisdictions. I just heard the testimony of the woman from Dutch Bros, and I don't mind if the rules end up limiting drive-throughs. For instance, McDonald's, started as a well-known drive-through restaurant, and they were years ago able to transition to also building restaurants that didn't have drive-throughs and that didn't even have parking. So I hope Dutch Bros can figure that out as well. These rules as a whole will reduce the cost of housing as well as cost of commercial buildings, will reduce the need to expand the urban growth boundaries, and will help Oregon's transition to a carbon-free state. And that's a big goal, but we need to get working on it. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Klotz. Questions? Seeing none. And thank you for testifying, everybody. Very, very helpful. Esther, is there anyone else signed up?
I just did a quick check on our sign up list and we do not have additional folks at this time.
Great, thank you. So we will close the public testimony part of this hearing. And staff, are you ready for us? We have a list of questions. Come on up. Yeah, for the record, the deputy director reminded me that I should tell the public that we've delayed commission business until tomorrow. We obviously need to spend more time today on this very important topic, so we have the rest of the time here for this.
I don't think you need one. We do need it. Sure. Well,
Yes, yeah. Esther, there was some talk about we could put away our computers and then just talk and then use these. Is that what can we do to make it just easier than pushing buttons and all that kind of stuff? Is there anything? Or are we recording?
Right, Chair McArthur, my apologies, but we will need to keep your laptop Surface Pros on for the purpose of recording. Okay. Our live streaming is down, and so Zoom is our recording as well as how we are streaming to the public.
Got it. Okay, so we'll continue this. So Steph, would you put this slide up, off the topic areas, the 1 through 7 or something? I'm trying to figure out how to group comments so they don't just kind of come at you staccato, that we actually have some methodology.
sorry. So in terms of organizing our conversation, so perhaps just for commission members, you heard that this is the Zoom system is a recording and part of the record. So we still have to go ahead and push your button or whatever, or 2 buttons or 3 on your machine to talk, and then mute when you're not talking. But Anjali and I just commiserated a little bit and to try to figure out how to capture your comments, because I know you've been taking notes. And Anjali's idea was to go back to the original list and we will organize our thoughts around that. So let's just tick through those perhaps. If we miss something, we can always go back, but let's generally try to focus on these categories. So let's start with the bicycle network standards. So a couple of questions. Well, one question I have about that. So the concern has been raised that the ODOT standard should only apply to ODOT facilities, and the NACDA would apply to the local system, which would actually include state facilities as well. But so it seems to me the way it was rewritten, that Steve suggested, it gives local jurisdictions that option anyway. So I don't know if there's any additional language. Some people said, well, maybe there could be like a parenthetical that the ODOT standards only apply to ODOT facilities. It could be a couple of extra words. What are the pros and cons of that? And is this a real issue that you perceive?
Yeah, Chair MacArthur, thank you. Again, Bill Holmstrom, DLC staff. Yeah, I don't think there was anything that, we hadn't heard before there, and we still have, I believe, Eric Hovig is online in case we need to have additional questions there. I think, the issue, if I understand it correctly, I try to, is that the folks are concerned that local governments would use the standards in the blueprint for urban design by ODOT on local facilities, that is not on state facilities. Of course, I think everyone understands that ODOT has control over their own facilities and would use their own standards on their facilities. So that isn't the issue. Is that can local governments use guidance in the take this off, blueprint for urban design on local facilities? And I'm happy to hand this over to Eric and defer to his and to ODOT and their point of view on this. I don't know if Eric, you're able to do that.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're going to have to make sure.
Try that again. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Eric.
Okay. Sorry, I feel like I'm on a commercial. Can you hear me now? Chair MacArthur, members of the commission, again, for the record, Eric Hovig, statewide policy and planning manager for ODOT. Yeah, I've been listening to the testimony. I think staff has articulated it. The proposed language from Steve Shipsey, I think, works for ODOT. I think ODOT does believe that the blueprint for urban design does include many of the same concepts that NACDA and others, other design manuals and concepts they're within. So I think that they do apply and could apply to local streets, providing really good walking and biking systems. But again, that's not required. So again, at the end of the day, I think we're just wanting to make sure it's really clear for the state highways that the blueprint for urban design is what we'll be using for helping determine urban context and the appropriate walking, biking system in relation to the rest of the roadway network. Again, I think we believe there's a lot of good stuff that locals can use from there, but we're not opposed to them using NACDA or other systems and other tools to help come up with the appropriate design or solutions and walking, biking standard planning solutions. So I don't know if there's any other questions for me, but I think that's kind of where ODOT stands.
I personally feel like the issue is covered, especially with Steve Shipsey's language, but if there's extra comfort that comes from putting a parenthetical after the urban design standards, that those standards apply to ODOT facilities, would that be a problem for ODOT?
Chair MacArthur, no.
So, any Steve, yeah.
if that's if that's the direction you want to go, you could just put in at the start of C for state facilities, comma, the blueprint for urban design. I'm sorry, 88 of 109, line 36. At the start of subsection 5C, begin that with for state facilities, comma, and then the blueprint for urban design.
So Eric, if that language would work and not be a problem for ODOT and it would still work, I don't think it's needed personally, but if it gives communities comfort, especially those that testify today, I'm happy to have that change in there, but I want to make sure it works for ODOT.
I think that works. Again, Steve kind of broke up a little bit, but I think the intent, we're comfortable with the intent for sure of what it's trying to say.
Let me just clarify what he said. He said it, so on page 88 of our draft rule, if you have it in front of you, and it's line 36, where it's C, letter C, and it starts the blueprint for, in front of that, it would say for state facilities, comma, the blueprint for urban design, blah, blah, blah. Does that work?
I believe that works for us, yes.
Okay, so just well, we're not voting on individual things. I just want to check in with my colleagues if that is something that is okay to proceed with. Okay. Are there any other questions that folks have about the bicycle standards and network? Not seeing any.
I don't know if it was in relation to bicycle standards because I didn't really get it. I think it was like the first testimony that had some reference to the regional nature of the work. I just wrote regional nature of the work with regard to conducting work program and MPO and something, and nobody might remember what it is. I just wrote that down. It sounded like a reference to having to coordinate things regionally when that's hard. And I know that there was some conversation about encouraging regional coordination, but not requiring it. And I didn't know if that was in relation to the bicycle transportation network or something completely different. So sorry to bring it up now, but just.
Chair MacArthur, Commissioner or Vice Chair Holova. Yeah, I think that's probably in relation to the requirements in Division 44 having to do with regional scenario planning. And that's probably the City of Salem's testimony, if I remember correctly.
Thank you.
Remembers correctly.
You don't have to go into, you can go into it and
yeah.
I just had written it down early, so.
Didn't specifically have to do with bicycles.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think we go on to the next topic. My name is a really big one. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about the starts on page 12 of the staff report. And there's the March rule draft, and then the more urgent option and the current option. We third support, well, we've heard a lot of things. I haven't had any support for keeping the rules as they are, the timelines as they are in the draft. That's what I'm doing. But I haven't even heard that from our staff. That was that correct?
So sorry, wasn't on speaker. So for the folks out there, we are on page 12 of the staff report, and we're focusing on timing. And so I didn't hear any support from anyone really on the March draft rules timeline. So I think we should focus on the more urgent and the more time option. Does anyone here, any commissioners have thoughts about that time frame?
There was a question.
Yes.
That was a question from the city of Eugene on the concept of more time, and specifically the quote, don't require a hearing. So I didn't know if there was a response to that piece.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, yes, Chair MacArthur, if you're asking about the issue around the alternative dates and the process for asking for those and who approves those, as I went through earlier, that's a process where those are submitted to the department reviews them, makes recommendation to the commission at a hearing where then you make a decision. I think they were asking, a number of other jurisdictions are asking, is there a way to slim down that process so that the commission doesn't review that? Mr. Shipsey can remind me if I'm incorrect about my recollection, but I believe we had that discussion and he recommended that we keep that step with the commission making that final review. But I could be conflating that with something else, but I think that was his recommendation. I could be wrong.
And I don't have a strong recollection of why that was. I think it was because if it was going to be something that someone wanted to challenge as an appealable order, it needed to be a final action of the commission. But that's my recollection of how we were handling that process. That might be an area to adapt.
Yeah, I don't believe that, staff has a strong feeling necessarily that that's the process it has to go through. I think we want that to be a fairly straightforward process for local jurisdictions to go through. But I think we also think that the commission should have the opportunity to see those things come in and take a look at those and see if those are reasonable.
Oh,
It's the director's decision. Yeah.
yeah, directors, yeah.
Microphone thing, it was a director thing, sorry. Okay.
Do you want to make those decisions?
You know.
Well, it's a work program coordination issue. And so it seems to me that city staff, county staff, whomever has to be involved at the local level, and DLCD staff would have way better knowledge of all the moving parts of the process. So, and what needs to happen when with HNAs and all that fun stuff. So, I won't be on this commission, but I don't necessarily see it as a commission decision because I think it's really staff to staff conversation about how that could work. Yes.
Good evening, Chair Mcarthur. Steve and I.
Just on the record, Steve and I are both wondering where we are on the rule. So if we could have a page citation, we could hone in on this. Thank you.
Page citation on that is.
Thank you.
But we'll get to that. We'll get to that place. Sure. Thank you. But what are commissioners feel?
So it's going to be, it's in two different places because it's in both 12A and 12B. In 12A, it's on page 37 of attachment D. On line G is where the commission holds a hearing, or line 38, excuse me.
Can you start with the page number first?
37.
Thank you.
D. D is in Delta.
Well, let's just talk about the concept first, because then staff could actually change the language or whatever, depending on what we think. So, I mean, if it was establishment of CFAs, all those, I mean, really, it's work program. It's what, don't you guys do that all the time? Kind of work with jurisdictions. Oh, we do UGB stuff and everything else. I mean, I think you guys have knowledge of that. So Commissioner Lilac.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty common for the director to have decisions over urban growth boundary amendments. And so something of this nature, with an appeal to the commission, to me, that's perfectly an acceptable path forward.
So I see Steve pondering that over there, looking at the sites. We'll give him a second. We won't stare him down, asking for an answer.
Can I ask a question in the meantime?
Yes.
So is this, who makes the decision? Is that in reference to the more time option? So if you go the more urgent option?
Chair Mcarthur, Vice Chair Holova, that's if under either option A or B, the more time, or it doesn't matter either way, whichever way you choose, or even if you choose a mix of those, that's really just how the alternatives dates process works to move the dates around that you chose in that option. So that's really part of that process piece.
Thank you. I think that's a good clarification, just to, because one might think, so I'm just clarifying for everybody, one might think that the more time option is the one where you can change the dates and the more urgent is the one where you can't change the dates. But you're saying there's alternative paths of changing dates in both the more urgent and also the
Correct.
more time.
Correct.
So there's
the
flexibility
opportunity-
in both
Correct.
of those, whether we're going the urgent path or the more time path.
Correct.
Okay. And I just clarified that just so that we can understand that we're not saying one is more flexible than the other. They both are flexible. It's just one is on a more rapid.
That alternative state process is identical in each of those versions. The only difference being, you know, some of the timelines associated with it.
Right, and so I think we've heard from some that we should at least have a timeline, a deadline. So I'm looking at the more time option. I don't think we should just have no timeline. I think there should be a deadline. I don't know what that deadline might look like. I think some folks have advocated for the December 31st, 2023 deadline, which is in the more urgent option. Is that what you were saying we heard from a few people?
Yeah, I think the comment that I was referring to that I was trying to find at the time was number 19, which was the submitting of the study of the CFAs, that they were saying that we should change the deadline for that.
Are you on speaker?
I should be,
Oh,
yeah,
okay, great.
yeah. But I mean, I'm just, I don't know, I feel good that there's flexibility in both of these options. I think that's a good thing.
Steve, do you have?
So it appears to me that we could delete subsection G.
Which page are you on? Sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm on page 37, and it would be the same provision in both option A and option B. But on page 37, it's in rule OAR 660.012.0012A, the effective dates rule. In section 3, and then down on line 38 is G. So it appears to me we could delete that and then make H the new G and change the commission in H on which is over on page 3. I'm sorry, on line 3 of page 38, and then change the commission to the director.
There would only be some conforming changes in lines 31 and 32 if there were, it says the director makes a recommendation. Yeah, but we can, that's certainly something we can work out.
Okay. I don't see any objection to, even from staff. Is that correct? I mean, great.
No, as long as, I mean, I like I said, my recollection on why we didn't change that is because we had a conversation with council on that, but if he's okay with that, I think we're okay with that.
If I might clarify, Commissioner Leland suggested that there was an appeal to the commission possible. Is that the desire of the commission?
Well, so the reasoning for the appeal, Commissioner?
Oh, I was just thinking if we wanted to, if for any reason we weren't comfortable with the final decision resting with the director, then there would be a process in which to address a disagreement or something with the applicant, with the city and the director. That was the only thing I was thinking about.
Okay, I think that would make sense. I think a lot of our rules do that. I mean, there's decisions by the director and then they can be appealed to the commission. But then where does it stop? I mean, so let's say that happens, we make this change and it's appealable to the commission and the commission takes an action, right? It'd be a motion. And then is that decision appealable too? And then all of a sudden the local jurisdiction is left in limbo for years while it winds to the courts. So
one of the reasons I was getting comfortable with the idea of eliminating the commission appeal path is because it only appears to be the director's decision being reviewed, and the only participants in that review would be the local governments that submitted the proposed dates. So, I mean, to me, ideally, if the local governments have made a joint submittal, you're not going to have a situation where one local government is dissatisfied and needing to petition the commission to say, we really wanted this date, but our colleagues wanted this date, and we'd like you to sort it out. Yeah.
And of the submittal is that it would be a coordinated work program worked out with the affected local jurisdictions. Is that what you're saying?
Well, we've authorized the cities and counties to make a joint submittal.
Yeah, right. But what you're saying is the joint submittal presumably would have agreement if there was a joint submittal.
If it got to the point of making
Okay.
a joint submittal. But it doesn't, she doesn't contemplate that a citizen of one of those communities could participate in that review.
So Commissioner Lilac, are you, do you feel strongly about an appeal process to the commission?
No, not at all. I was just
Okay.
thinking if we needed that path beyond the director, that was all I was thinking.
Okay. I feel comfortable with staff to staff conversations and with directors, ultimate approval. So we will make those changes in the draft. Thank you for bringing those up.
If that's the direction we're going, as Matt pointed out, we would change lines 31 and 32 on page 37 to read, the director shall review the proposed alternative dates. That's what it says now. And then insert determine, and then delete, make a recommendation to the commission as to, so it would read, the director shall review the proposed alternative dates to determine whether the proposed alternative dates meet the following criteria. Okay.
So other questions about? This is very difficult. Yes.
Pardon me, but Chair McCarthy, Vice Chair Halova, on the timing issue, I think we're still, I think we're very much still on timing.
Yes, we are.
And Vice Chair Halova had raised the timing with respect to extending the CFA study. We heard from several cities on that. So it's just I didn't know if you wanted to take that up now as well.
That's a good one. So let's do that.
Okay. On the timing table, which is very famous now, page, yes, absolutely. So thank you. It's page 12 and 13 of this agenda item. It's the staff report. I believe. So it's in the staff report. And what Vice Chair Halova was raising is item 19 on page 14 rather. And we heard from several cities, we have the funding to disperse. So that's was, the original alignment of the funding and the deliverable, if you will, of having that study complete. You've heard quite extensively from cities about this, and several in particular about this, the recommendation to extend by 6 months to December. So I just didn't know if commission wanted to provide any feedback on that option.
And Chair,
Yes, please.
I just wanted to confirm that June date is tied to the end of that funding and the ability, you have to not only start it, but submit it within a certain time frame.
Right, Vice Chair Halova, thank you. So the team is ready to disperse those funds fairly soon and within a few weeks from today. Correct? Am I few weeks, month, couple months, soon. And so the jurisdictions would be able to start hopefully in July, say it's July. Folks have mentioned that, being sensitive to the calendar and summer, et cetera. Is it Jerry? Former Chair Litz. So you've heard from several jurisdictions that would say, okay, yes, they didn't say don't give us the funds. I mean, we've also heard that staffs are very constrained and they appreciate the resources, but they're saying, give us the additional time to work it through our councils. So, use the resources to contain the public process, to provide data, et cetera, to the anti-displacement analysis. And then please, could we have the additional 3 to 6 months, 6 months is what you heard testimony on, to conclude in December of 2023, which.
The other thing that I heard on that particular issue is, in addition to going to the respective councils, the engagement process to get to something that is an adequate submittal to their council especially because just like our process that we used here, they're engaging a lot more voices in that process than they traditionally have, which is what we're trying to encourage. And one of the reasons it took a little bit longer in this process is, first of all, identifying those groups, the additional voices we want to bring to the table, trying to fund some of those to participate was what we did in some cases because they don't have the bandwidth otherwise to participate. But I think we have a better product because we did include those voices. So if that's the purpose of the extension to December 2023 for the submitting the study, I would be in favor of that change, but I obviously want to check in with my colleagues. I don't hear any objection. Oh, excuse me, Commissioner Warren.
Just some clarifying. I think the argument in favor of community engagement through this process is really a strong one. And so I just tried to map out how I would design the community engagement process. And it looks like, by the time they do their initial design, take it to council, then start the engagement, and then back to council, which would have to go to a public hearing if I'm not, okay, so no public hearing.
Yeah, I think it's important. Land use decision. We intentionally made it thus. Now, a local government may choose to run this through their decision-making body. There's nothing that precludes that, but it is not required.
But they should run it through their body, I would assume.
In terms of good process, I think it's a reasonable way to do it. Absolutely.
Okay, so if they were to take 1 month for designing the process, which is pretty quick but doable, and then another month-ish for the initial engagement with council, then that would leave them 9 months for engagement with another month for a council after that.
Well, the assumption though is that they start tomorrow. I mean, and so I think maybe that's what you're getting at. That I think we feel like there should be more time available to do the engagement that we're encouraging. And I sense from each jurisdiction that testified in this timeline, that's one of the goals, is to really make sure they get the right voices at the table.
Yeah, certainly. Chair Mcarthur, Commissioner Warren, the draft community engagement scopes of work with our consultants have the engagement activities scheduled from October through June. So in theory, they develop the community engagement plan over the next 4 months and talk to some of those key underserved populations about what should be in it, and then they engage for those 9 months roughly. So that that's not the end of the community engagement. Obviously, the study of the CFA is just the first step, and then there's an additional 18 months to actually adopt the zoning. So could go either way on where who wants to be involved in the study part, and yeah, it's hard to know. We want engagement all along.
Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, I'd be in favor of giving cities more flexibility, but I thought that if they took the funding, they would have to have completed the study by June 30th. Is that right?
Well, they have to use whatever money they're given in from our budget has to be expended by the end of June of next year. But I suspect that there's some local dollars that'll be in there as well. So I would think that I would give them more time, it seems to me, and that way they could figure out how to use that time and figure out the resources to do it. But you are correct. The money that we have available to get out to communities, that money it has to be expended by the end of June of next year. So biennial expenditure. I'm sorry, Stuart, we interrupted you?
No, that's fine. Okay. Just, one more question. And I'm going to ask this question to Ethan. How long did Clackamas County take to do their community engagement for House Bill 2001?
Be on the microphone. Talk about.
Thank you, Chair Mcarthur and Commissioner Warren. Clackamas County itself to do it. So Clackamas County, I believe, just recently passed their HB 2001 code amendment process, or code amendments, and they started, right as House Bill 2001 rulemaking was completing. So that would be just over a year and a half, 18 months. Sorry, Ethan Stuckmeyer, Senior Housing Planner at DLCD.
Chair,
Yes.
I feel like though I heard the distinction that it doesn't just end when the study's done, that there's a whole other, could you say exactly how many months after that to then?
18 months.
Yeah, there's a whole other 18 months after that. So I'm not opposed, currently I'm not opposed to extending this, understanding that the funding stops in June. But at the same time, just wanted to balance that with, there's a whole other 18 months to this process. So it's not definitive at that moment. It's just the study period.
Right.
Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you. The thing I like about the additional time is that if local governments want to move faster, they can.
Right.
There's nothing to preclude them. And so it just gives them that choice. And we heard from some that want to move forward fast and they can do so, and others may need a bit of extra time.
So I don't see any objection among commissioners on that. So why don't we make that change in the draft? I'm sorry, Kevin.
I just have a question. Associated question of, is the will of the commission to also to maintain 18 months for the zoning decision to follow, which would, we can do that. It would just adjust that deadline to June of, what would it be, 25?
Yes.
I could just point out for commissioners, that's on what Kevin is referring to now, it's on line 8. Oh, no, not anymore. So I think that's right. So on the timing table, the adopting the CFA land use center. So thank you, Kevin. I was going to point out the same thing, that we don't necessarily need to stagger or extend the zoning changes if we extend the study changes. They could be overlapping and concurrent.
Yeah, good, thank you for the clarification.
I'm sorry, but I'm not getting the technology very well. I was way better on my kitchen table, let me tell you. But anyway, I don't hear any objections to the extending the deadline to December 31 for the study. And then I don't necessarily hear anyone recommending a change to the zoning deadline piece of that, even though it shortens that up if a community takes the longer timeline for the actual study area boundary. Unless people want to give more time for that. I don't recall hearing testimony on that particular piece. So. Okay.
Chair, I was just gonna say, I'd like to support keeping the same deadline for the adopting the standards, because I think that speaks to the urgency of the matter that we're dealing with right now, being climate change.
Okay, great.
Sure.
Steve, you're looking perplexed. I want to make
Oh,
sure.
I'm just trying to make sure I'm tracking.
Whenever our attorney looks perplexed, I get perplexed.
You must have a lot of restless nights.
So question over here.
We have that. Any other issues raised relative to timeline?
Director Bateman.
I heard another question that was so generic. I'm not sure if it fits into this timeline issue or not, but there was the question from the home builders. Could you speak to, couldn't this be used to fight UGBs? I'm not sure what category that goes in, so I'm asking it now.
Oh, I think that goes,
I don't think there's timeline.
it's not a timeline issue, but if it would be appropriate to answer that, I think now.
Chairman Mcarthur?
Yeah.
I do have another timeline one, if we could.
Let's do the time, if you don't mind, Director. We'll do the time. Yeah, what's the other timeline?
And then
issue?
whoever's staff, whoever's kind of got this table of contents on our issues, if we could add what Director Bateman just mentioned about whatever. Thank you. The UGB and the performance standards being used for potential for litigation. I just think the commission wanted a little bit of clarification on that. Yes, okay. I think they're catching it, whether or not someone could walk it over to Esther and she can make that change. Thank you.
What is your issue on
Thank you. So Ms. Julie Warnicki, I believe I caught that, and I'm gonna look at Cody, because I think this is Division 4. I believe that Julie was asking for December 31st, 2023 to submit the coordinated work plan. So that's, if we could point out where that is in the timing table, or if it's just simply in Division 44, and the staff has concerns about that. Thank you. I mean, sorry, sure, that's in order.
So, yeah, so just real quick, Cody will speak to that, but the table of, in the staff report, it only applies to Division 12 and not Division 44. So Cody will speak to Division 44.
Transportation planning rules, scenario planning.
Thank you, Matt.
Appreciate that translation.
Cody Meyer, Department Staff. Commissioners, Attachment E, Division 44, page 5 of 18, has the applicability and compliance schedule for Eugene, Springfield, Salem, Kaiser. And it is Attachment E. And then it's page 4 of 18 is where it starts, bottom there. So it's Rule 3, applies to the Salem Kaiser study, cities and counties within that area. And so the top of page 5 is the deadline. And that would be 3A. So following home, we're looking at 660-044-0015, Rule 3, Section A, submit a work program containing all the elements in Rule 100 in this rule, which contains the contents of that work program by June of 2023. If you wanted to take a peek at what's in a work program we're asking for, we did, in addition to granting them 6 months, we heard the sideboards on adjusting dates were months, not years. So we did kick it out 6 months. They're asking for another additional 6 months. Also on page 14, some are scenario planning work programs. We loosened up a little bit of the contents here and asked for a proposed governance structure. So not that they have to have it signed, sealed, and delivered. It's a proposal for how they can work together. Proposed scope of work. What do they think? What do they think about working on in there? A proposed schedule, and then they could propose alternative dates. So again, we tried to be a little bit more flexible here and realize that these things do take time to put together, and just wanted, really the intent of this rule was for the Department of Transportation and our department to get a heads up and work with folks to set up for the scenario planning work. So it wasn't the intent that they'd have it all figured out yet. It was, the intention was to really start the conversation, start thinking about what are the pieces we need to put into play so we can get procurement going to support the done locally.
So do you consider it a draft work program they would submit? What is in there?
You thinking of a draft work program? I had to say it again because.
I would hope that it would be final because we're setting up meetings already and meeting with staff to, help them walk through this. It's our intent to, partner in the putting this together and getting an understanding that when this comes in, I would expect it to be final because we'd have worked through all the issues with them. But as you see in these rules, they are all proposed. So it's not something that would be held accountable to if they decided to tweak the IGA or whatever the intergovernmental agreement or whatever mechanism for a government structure.
And the date that is, what's the current date in the draft for?
That is back on, what I say, page 4, and that was, or page 5, June 30th, 2023, and the city's asking for December 2023.
Any thoughts from commissioners on that? And that would only be 6 months into the new biennium, right?
Correct, but we expect a large part of this work to be done with the ODOT funds, which are more flexible, so they're not tied to the biennium. We don't need to think about bienniums, so it's one less piece of math you need to do on that.
Thank you. Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, so it's, I'd be in support of extending it, but is there any, what's the staff's guidance on that?
Commissioner Sandoval, Perhaps, Cody, you could explain the ramifications for extending this. So for example, with the CFA study, we extend the timeline for the commission to six, is sort of approaching extending the timeline for the study, but not the zoning designation. Here, where they'd be extending the timeline again for the submittal of the work program, does that, it doesn't necessarily domino into any other compliance deadlines, or am I wrong? Thank you.
So the ramifications I would see is that if you look at B on top of page 5 of 18, is that the scenario plan is due by June 2024. So that gives you 6 months to do a very pretty significant amount of work. So open to the request here. I just want to make sure that we're not kind of putting something in a rule that puts them into a spot of being completely not workable. But that's not to say that maybe they just want to have the flexibility to put that together. I was more inclined to go with the flexibility on adding proposed to the products in the work program to get the conversation going and get us set up to get things procured for them. But that being said, if that's just something they feel more comfortable with, and then once they put the pieces in play on the Gantt chart and say, actually, we need to get this in this year, so to get things moving and delivered. I'm open to that, but would want the clear responsibility to lie with the cities and the decisions that they would be making on that, as far as I'm concerned as staff.
Fellow commissioners, any thought about that? Do you like the idea of giving the extra 6 months, but then still holding tight on the final deadline for that? For the scenario plan?
Yes, Cody.
That's reminding me that these work programs can propose alternative dates. So they could say, well, now that we have 6 months, obviously that's not workable. We're going to propose that that would be due in 2025 or something like that. So, but it does raise the issue of like, well, then that makes B a basically unworkable date. So if maybe you're looking at B in your decision making here, just see how those two interact.
Chair, yeah, that's what I was thinking, is that it's extending the first one, but then it's creating a scenario. How many times can we use the word scenario? that creates a unworkable phase 2, if you want to say that. So sort of like keep with the plan or change the plan is what it sounds like, not change one part of it.
Chair McCarthy?
Kirsten.
I'm sorry, Chair McCarthy and Vice Chair Hallova, I'm sorry, here, but Cody did offer another option, which is sort of a hybrid of the two, which would be keep the dates, but to submit a proposed work plan, right? So to kind of keep the date, but insert the word proposed in line A there. Is that right on page 5 now?
No, I think what he was saying is in section 100 over on page 14. Instead of the work program having the final structures, it says now a proposed governance structure, a proposed list of tasks.
We already did, so staff already made that change.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, thank you. So it did lighten it up already. Okay, thank you.
That was part of the calculus with giving them 6 months. We also added flex to that work program to go with that. Just hearing the concern from the local government saying like this is a lot. We wanted to still kind of keep the intent, but clarify that the intention on the agency's part is not to make this too onerous.
Well, now that I realize that the proposed is in there, thanks for pointing it out a second time and me finally getting it. I guess I feel comfortable with the existing schedule because there's a reason for getting the proposed done sooner, because you want them to identify the elements that you then might put under contract and help fund, or ODOT would with some of their money. So yeah, I see that. And it seems like it would be in their interest to do so. Any objection to keeping that timeline the way it is in, I guess, the more urgent option, I think is what we're looking at, right?
No objection. I think we should keep it.
Okay.
Other timeline issues that people captured?
That was a as is.
Yeah, but we're in division 44.
Yes, yeah.
So there was a more urgent option.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, yeah, right. Yeah.
That's what I was
No,
checking.
yeah, of course, yeah. Right, thank you. So we're keeping the language in Division 4 on the timeline issue as is. in the draft. Thank you for the question.
Can we move on then if we? Oh, yeah, well, yes, we should talk about the more urgent versus.
Talk about the more urgent versus the more time option, commissioners. See your team, Commissioner Lilac.
Yeah.
I know, thank you for your patience on that.
Full process. Just to clarify, we're providing some just general thoughts. We're not deliberating. We're just.
Well, we're not
as we kind of-
deliberating,
we're just
but
kind of-
which I think as we
we're just
go
trying to-
through these topics, what I'm trying to do is to make sure we capture those issues that resonated with you and that we bring them up and talk about them and recommend changes in the draft based on that. So we're not really deliberating on the whole thing, but I think we're trying to, again, capture those comments or maybe, you know, and really responsive.
Great. Well, I heard a couple of the cities support the more time option. Several others strongly supported the more urgent option. But if we have the alternative work plan option, then it sounds like both can really work unless I'm missing something.
Yeah,
The real key was the initial CFA is if they have a bit more flexibility with that and they have flexibility with the entire program, then whichever one we put in there is a starting point that could very well evolve through the work plan
And this
process.
is the alternative dates option. It's not the work program, because that's Commission 44, right?
Yes, Chair MacArthur, Commissioner Lilac, I just want to be clear. We have, two different sets of dates in A and B. They each have the alternative dates option, which can modify some of those dates. If you look at that table on pages, I think it's 12 through 14 of your staff report, some of those dates have the shaded background on them. Those are the ones that can be altered through the alternative dates. There are some that are, the way we've written the rule, they cannot be altered through that process. So I just want to highlight that there's flexibility, but there's also some differences between those two aside from that flexibility.
Chair,
Yes.
considering that this topic was the first topic 4 years ago on the agenda when I joined the commission, this whole topic, and considering the mandate at the state and the mandate from the climate, which tells us what's up. I'm kind of in general always toward a more urgent option, but I like obviously the process that we've gone through, especially with our cities and jurisdictions, to create the flexibility needed to meet individual kind of needs. And so that's why early on I was like, okay, the alternative dates is not just one of these that is flexible. It's, setting a standard that is going toward our goal, but if you're not able to meet that, alternative dates can be proposed. So I'm sort of in alignment with staff's recommendation on the more urgent option.
Again, we're not deliberating, but is that generally where people are?
Yeah, I also support the more urgent option. I think we've had a lot of time to address a lot of these issues with climate. We've known about the ways to do it for a very long time. And so prolonging it doesn't really help us get to where we need to go in an urgent manner.
And I do appreciate staff providing the flexibility with those alternative dates, because I think that is responsive to the suggestion that this is a one size fits all. It isn't at all, I don't believe. I think there's issues that come up locally and in the region. And I think that these shaded area deadlines can be negotiated, and that's part of that whole process. Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you. Yeah, I really want to provide as much flexibility as I can to the city. So I probably lean more to the more time option on the others, recognizing that I'm in the minority on that, and also just not knowing where we're ultimately going to go today and what time when the rules are ultimately adopted, be it today or at another time.
Yeah.
For you, we could talk about that now, but I think I'd kind of like to go through the other and really, well, it's fresh in our minds, capture again, those salient points we heard from an array of people who testified.
And Chair, I just was looking through the shaded versus the not shaded, regardless, the more urgent and the more time in the non-shaded categories seems to be this, it's, yeah. Except, I think except for the no timeline, which I think a lot of people had concerned over there is no timeline. So I think that should be put in kind of consideration. But if you look at the shade versus non-shaded, there's a huge section of this that has that flexibility embedded in it. And so I'm going to be looking at the different categories to see that. And I think the only one that seemed to really jump out with this was the CFAs that seemed to be a topic, and we just changed that. So I just wanted to point that out.
Great. Thank you, Vice Chair. If there's no other conversation at this point anyway on timing, let's move on to affordable housing and anti-displacement. I really like the approach that staff's come up with in concert with the RAC and other folks. I don't recall seeing any issues flagged on that necessarily. Yes, Commissioner Sandoval.
I wanted to address the whole home ownership issue with the communities of color, because that that relates to this. And so I was gonna kind of throw out a statement and then see if the staff had anything to add or what your thoughts were on that. But it seems like, okay, if we want to build, get these climate-friendly areas, there's two things. One is, like, what does the market do? And I've heard a lot of arguments about that, but in reality, we don't know. It's like the market will do what it does, But the second piece is, what does the government do, right? And so I think that there's three things that we could really do in these areas. So one, we've already started the process of doing that, which is increasing housing types. Okay. The second thing is providing affordable housing in these areas, which I think we're encouraging, and I think there's also the elements of starting to do that with the housing agency and so forth. And then the third thing is increasing money for people of color to be able to buy their homes. Okay, so are these, in terms of of home ownership, right? Is that going to be is that negatively going to impact communities of color? I would say no, because of those three things. So increase housing types, more affordable kind of housing in the area, and increase the opportunities and access for BIPOC communities to own their own homes. I just want to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah. Thank you for the question, Commissioner Sandoval, Chair Mcarthur, Commission. I couldn't agree more. I think you're exactly right that we are providing more housing options. We're providing more areas where housing can be provided. On its face, it doesn't seem likely that we're increasing affordability by taking those actions. It seems highly improbable. And I think by reinforcing support for affordable housing in climate-friendly areas, and also looking at potential negative effects that might occur and proactively mitigating for those effects, we are trying to make sure that we first do no harm in the program that we're trying to put forward here. And it does dovetail very nicely with federal funding. So that's really fantastic news.
Great.
Yeah, Chair, I didn't know if now's the time. I wanted to say something in addition to what Commissioner Sandoval said. We know that the existing plans that are in place perpetuate climate issues and housing inequity as is, right? And we know that this is the first time that we've, besides the housing rules probably, the first time that we've taken equity issues into consideration fully when doing rulemaking. So I just wanted to respond to some folks who feel like this may feel like the status quo is somehow better than what we're about to do. And so I really appreciated the stakeholders who made the connection between climate change and effects to how those affect marginalized communities. And that the work that you guys have done in conjunction with, you know, the RAC and stakeholders provides new opportunities for affordable housing, especially for communities of color and others, in conjunction with this. You know, it's like you need both, right? You need increased housing supply of different types, and then also this affordable housing and anti-displacement toolkit. So the work is very much forward thinking. And, you know, my big fear, similar to sustainability in the past, you know, with greenwashing, is that, you know, I keep on wondering when we're going to get to the moment of what I call equity washing, where folks use the terms, you know, marginalized communities or equity, you know, for their own purposes. And I think we know the folks that are fighting for these issues, and really where that fight needs to be taken is to the funding sources. And so, you know, I have had a huge passion for affordable home ownership for before I was on the commission. And being on a board of a nonprofit and advocating at every turn for that. And really, when it comes to home ownership, there's some things that are in the state of Oregon that prohibit home ownership with the condo, you know, variety of home ownership, right? Which a lot of that variety is what's needed for marginalized communities. But the other thing that prohibits it from happening is funding, because there's a cost to build it and then you have to sell it. And if you're going to sell it at an affordable price, somebody has to subsidize the difference between the cost and what you sell it for. So zoning can contribute or go against, but at the end of the day, zoning is not going to solve that funding issue, but it can create a scenario that allows for different housing types that can be attractive and affordable to marginalized communities. And so I needed to say that little speech to say that the work we're doing here for the folks that really care about these issues, they understand that this work is paramount. But in and of itself, it will not produce that housing. You need the funding to go with, you know, the regulations. And so, yeah, sorry for a little speech, but zoning in and itself cannot produce that housing without funding. But funding can't work if the zoning's not there to receive it.
Well said. Well said. Thank you, Vice Chair. Appreciate that.
So was there anything else on affordable housing and anti-displacement? There was anything else that we heard necessarily? Well, we heard that they're not really addressing those issues, in fact, I think they are, and that I'm wondering where all that misinformation comes from. If there are a bunch of sound bites from a lot of folks, but it seems like that's what to add to that. As Jehovah said,
How come maybe I should just be quiet. Anyway, yeah, I'm concerned about the misinformation that is out there, especially from folks that don't focus on affordable housing and equity. It seems like, as I said earlier, the folks, the advocates that are working in that field really support this work and really understand how we are in fact connecting the housing needs analysis, the zoning, the CFAs, affordable living, because people, you know, if you have to have a car, it's really expensive. It's a third to a fourth of your income, right? These days with gas, especially with gas prices increasing. So the extent that we can create neighborhoods where people can walk and take transit and other means of getting around, that's more affordable living. And so I don't understand when I hear these sound bites that we're doing the opposite, when I believe we're really supporting the work of House Bill 2001 and building on that. So there's a disconnect and I don't know where that is, but I don't believe we're doing that. I think we're actually making good on that promise of equity in housing. Let's go to large site block standards. Nothing, I didn't hear anything on those. Yeah, great. equity analysis. I think that was just a descriptor of what we're doing, and I think commission felt really good about that. I didn't hear anyone complaining or saying that we got it wrong. In fact, I heard people say we got it right. And thanks for all your work on that. That's new territory for all of us. Minimum residential densities. That's the big one with.
Yeah, I'll just note at some point we wanted to talk about urban growth boundaries, and this might be a good place.
Yes.
So we can start that conversation.
Great, that's great. And you've said it a million times, so I don't know how to say it differently for the listening public, but say it once more and we'll record your words and put them in concrete, cast them in concrete, because I think this is important for people to hear.
Sure, but I do want to note there's two issues here. So there are the provisions that are in Division 8 that require local governments to designate additional climate-friendly areas in conjunction with UGB expansions. I will speak to that shortly. The other section is in Rule 0350 of Division 12. And there's some concern that's been expressed about this is going to impede future urban growth boundary expansions or may create more opportunities for appeal. And I think Bill is going to speak to that issue to a degree. So let me first tackle the Division 8 issue. That's the housing rule. And essentially what we've done in those rules is to require local governments after December 2027, I believe, I don't have the rule in front of me, who are expanding their urban growth boundaries to address residential land needs, will be required to concurrently designate additional climate-friendly areas that are sufficient, that have zoned capacity sufficient to accommodate half of the residential units that the UGB calls for. Those are additional units above and beyond what the identified residential need may be. It's a little complicated because if, for example, there's a need for high density residential, a piece of that is going to be in climate friendly areas and a piece of that may be in other high density residential zones. But in a simpler scenario where you're expanding your urban growth boundary to meet a low density residential need, that is probably a housing type that is not going to be readily possible in a climate-friendly area. So you're expanding land area to accommodate that low-density residential need, and at the same time, you're providing additional capacity to provide half of that number of units within climate-friendly areas somewhere within the urban growth boundary of that local government. Does that explain? Are there any follow-up questions? It's complicated to explain, but.
Commissioner Lilac.
Yeah, thank you. It is complicated. So you're going to expand your UGB by to accommodate 100 houses. You need to accommodate an additional 50 in another climate-friendly area. Does that additional 50 have to be inside the existing UGB, or can it be in the expanded UGB?
It can also be in the expanded area. In many cases, that may not be a great spot for it because the climate-friendly areas need to be provided with good transit, have good connectivity. But it's conceivable that for some cities that may make sense. That there's good network connectivity, bike ped, transit. And so, yeah, I think local governments will have that option as well.
So is it fair to say this entire package of rules can increase the supply, I'll say supply, but I'll also say capacity for additional housing units, both inside current UGBs and expanded UGBs beyond what is currently allowed under the current housing needs analysis, buildable lands analysis, planning framework?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
So I'll speak real quickly to urban growth boundaries are around Division 12. It's most of we put everything into one rule, Rule 350, which is on page 73, starts on page 73 and 74 of attachment D. What we're trying to do with this rule is to make it, kind of more simple for folks to understand and at least more defined what the expectations are for transportation system planning when it comes to urban growth boundaries. Right now, and this is, I think, maybe where things got a little bit lost with some folks. Right now, the requirements are not necessarily super clear. Jurisdictions in metropolitan areas have to do a certain amount of planning to work toward either reducing their VMT, or they have to make a set of performance targets and be working toward meeting that. In the past, the department has asserted that folks need to be meeting those requirements before they're able to do an urban growth boundary. That's actually been an issue at remand, at least one urban growth boundary that I can think of. That's an existing piece right now. What we've done is in this rule in section, if I can find it, 2B of Rule 350 is we've said that transportation system planning assumptions developed to make decisions about an urban growth boundary expansion must be consistent with performance targets set under Rule 910, which is where the performance targets are for the performance measures are that Cody talked about earlier. So I think we've tried to clarify exactly what our expectations are, because right now it's implied, it's not clear. So that's what Rule 350 is really is about, is to make that clear. We've made a number of changes to this rule, specifically in consultation, I'd say, with Gordon Howard and Steve Shipsey, just to make sure that what we're talking about here doesn't step outside of our existing statutory bounds or step into Division 24 around UGBs. We're trying to make sure that we're within the lines here, but really making it clear what needs to happen with transportation system planning.
Any follow-up questions on that? I think we can move on then from this topic, unless there were other things flagged by, yes, Commissioner Lilac.
The only other question I'll ask, just since we're talking about UGBs, the question was asked if a city is not currently meeting their vehicle miles traveled reduction targets, are they still eligible to expand the urban growth boundary to meet their housing need? I think that question came up. It's come up to me a couple of times, and I think it's come up here today, and I'll just defer to staff on the response to that.
Yeah. So Chair MacArthur, Commissioner Lilac, no, the rules should not prevent a city which otherwise needs to or is able to expand its UGB from doing that solely because it can't meet or it doesn't meet the VMT reduction target.
I remember this time. Okay, so then I think we're going to go down to parking reform and EV. I think we've covered EV. I think you've done what you can relative to our responsibility on that. I think that I didn't hear anyone objecting to that.
So, Chair MacArthur, I just want to be clear. This was our slide from earlier today in the presentation. Of course, there may be a number of issues that aren't on this slide that you might want to discuss.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, I thought we'd start with this and then add. Thank you very much. So for the reminder. So the parking reform thing. So I am sensitive to the chicken egg issue. I mean, with communities that don't currently have transit, perhaps don't even have sidewalks. I mean, and parking might be, if in a redevelopment site or a greenfield site, a building might be built that it doesn't have much parking. So I get that, but I just want to be clear to the listening public that this doesn't go back in time and take away the parking that is available, that is already on the ground in existing development. It happened if there's redevelopment that happens. That's when these parking deregulation sort of kicks in, or is that oxymoron to say it that way? Since it's deregulation. So I just want to be clear about that, because I think a lot of the concerns we heard from, Cornelius, I heard Cornelius, I understand that they're a small place, but it seems like there's a lot built out there already, and I don't see things changing rapidly in the near future. And I think over time, as the thing is, if you have less parking and more density, then you can advocate for TriMet to bring their bus and give you more transit service. It's just that there's no, the community has to create readiness for those alternative ways of getting around. So there's a chicken and egg. Obviously, there's that time frame. There's a disconnect. But I think we've kind of thought through that with the proposal that we have in front of us. Anyone else have concerns about when the parking reforms kick in and that sort of thing?
Chair?
Yes.
I just wanted to add that a lot of times the more affordable housing, a lot of the people that need access to affordable housing also can benefit. Either they're not able to afford a vehicle, or they can really benefit from not having to have a vehicle. And I think in the past, a lot of our affordable housing has been concentrated in certain areas of cities or in certain cities and not other cities. And the more that the housing production strategy works, the more affordable housing will be distributed across our region and not just concentrated. And that will afford people the ability to have an option to live near their work. You know, a lot of times people in affordable housing, they might not have the option to live near where they work. So I wanted to say, as affordable housing gets more prevalent in many communities, I think it's going to help reduce parking need moving forward, and also save money for the people that live there. And, you know, I have some lived experience with regard to developing with and without parking mandates for different demographic groups that may or may not have parking. And some irony to this, you know, being forced to put more parking than my student housing project needed, and then scrambling as a developer to try to find people to pay for my parking stalls that weren't getting filled. And I'm like, I think that's not the point. And so I have a variety. And then I also have the variety of doing market rate for sale homes with no parking requirement, but knowing I couldn't sell those homes without having a parking stall to go, or one or two parking stalls to go along with that. So a lot of times people like to talk about deregulation, but then when it comes to these kind of issues, suddenly you want regulation, right? This is one of the areas where there are other tools besides providing parking that can go to solving parking needs, like shared parking, parking management districts. And so what I like is the idea of encouraging jurisdictions to use all the tools available and not just the kind of blunt instrument of parking mandates, because that really doesn't provide the flexibility that the private sector needs and it ends up burdening the renter or the buyer at the end of the day. That cost gets completely passed on to the renter or the buyer. So I think what we've done, what you guys have done is really great and speaks to kind of all of those issues, but very much so the affordability issue.
And thank you, Vice Chair. I was wondering about the deadlines for parking requirements, and I think the counselor from Eugene talked about, we all know parking, we need to do reforms with, that's clear, we have to reform our approach to parking, because really everything we've done in the past 50, 60, 70 years has really been about the car, as somebody said, and not about moving people in other ways. And so we have to make that change. The counselor from Eugene, though, is correct that it's a lightning rod issue. It's freedom. You think, you know, all the advertisements on, I don't have a television, but all the advertisements on television are really about people in cars and freedom and, you know, people driving up mountains and stuff like that. So kind of gross, but no. But nonetheless, that speaks to a lot of people, and it is a point of freedom. So it is, I didn't hear the counselor saying that she didn't want to tackle that with her city, but that it would take time to create readiness about that. So if I'm somebody, elected official in Eugene, and I see the park and if this commission adopts the more urgent option in general, I notice the parking requirement piece of that is in the shaded area, which means if the city of Eugene felt they needed more time to resolve some of those issues, they could, am I correct in assuming they could submit an alternative dates scenario or plan, I guess, and have a little bit more time to create readiness with their communities, really engage people, and then adopt, and not so much on the strict a year from now deadline. Is that a correct statement?
Chair McArthur, so part of the parking is not eligible for alternative dates. That's the first step near the frequent transit and for what I term the equity uses. That is scheduled for December of this year. The next step, phase 2, is eligible for alternative dates. And in practice, I found that really useful. Here in Salem, for example, they deregulated downtown, then they deregulated within a quarter mile of transit, and then they further deregulated under House Bill 2001, because they realized that although it's a hard thing to talk about, it actually feels fine. It's kind of easing into a hot tub. It's like, oh, that's really scary. And then you take it, oh, the sky didn't fall. Oh, let's take the next step. So it's very useful to have that two-phase approach because people have all sorts of imaginations of what's going to happen when we deregulate parking. And those fears are generally over exaggerated. So phase 2 is eligible for communities that do want to take some more time and choose between those 3 paths that are kind of deregulate, policy approach, or deregulate not entirely. So yeah. So phase 1 is scheduled for this December under the current draft, and it's not eligible for alternative dates.
And then under phase 1, what action, if any, is part of the local level? A code amendment? Because, I mean, even if we think it should happen quickly, that's if they start now or start, in September or whatever, having a code amendment prepared for their council by December sounds pretty quick to me.
So there is no code amendment required. Cities could directly apply the state law as counties currently apply other land use laws directly. But it's a pretty straightforward code amendment as well. It's a couple of paragraphs really. So it's not complicated to write legally, as we've all noted. Deregulating is pretty easy. But yeah, so certainly that date has been pushed out a couple of times in the draft rules from June 30th, maybe to September 30th to December 30th, recognizing local governments may want to have their code conformance there.
Great. And then you mentioned the term frequent transit within a quarter mile, or is it a half mile of frequent transit? Or it's like quarter mile, right?
In the rules, it's a half mile.
Half mile.
Yeah, I mentioned Salem's was a quarter mile, but
yeah. And so I'm thinking of the city of Cornelius. They have this issue where their entire town is within a half a mile apparently of a transit line, but I'm wondering if that meets the definition of frequent and they wouldn't have to do it. Is that, so it would not meet the definition of frequent transit service, I'm assuming.
Line 57 is quite frequent.
Oh, okay.
It's 15-minute or better.
Oh,
and according to the climate steward strategy that we've endorsed for Metro, it's scheduled for 5 to 10-minute headways. So it's pretty darn good transit, particularly compared to some downstate communities.
Okay.
So it would apply, and it would apply to most of the city of Cornelius.
Okay.
And having traveled around Cornelius, there are areas parking is tight under their current codes, but there wasn't a place where I didn't see parking within a block of a place that I traveled late at night on a Monday night. So it's not to say it's not easy. There are problems. There are problems with parking regardless of what the laws are. There's always spillover parking and some kind of concentrated issues. But yeah, so that's what I saw when I went out and visited Cornelius. Developers were providing some parking, and there's some localized hotspots.
Great, thank you. Any other issues with parking? Okay, so is there anything else on that initial list?
Chair, can I ask one more thing? I mean, because we talk so extensively about things and then we resolve them and then we just talked about the ones that we are still resolving. There was a point at which there were more conversations about the other tools available that jurisdictions should be thinking of that help manage parking that are not, mandates. And so you could highlight some of them now. I just wanted to bring that up, that, you know, it wasn't just that.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Holloway. There are provisions in section 405 about shared parking. There are encouragements for replacing it with car share and some other things that are in there. And then there are provisions that say, hey, you don't have to do a lot of deregulation if you unbundle parking and you do some other things that provide some price signals so that people will be incentivized to build the correct amount of parking. So,
Okay, let's continue.
I'm sorry, Chair McArthur. I don't know if you wanted me to address the truck parking issue or not.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes,
Yeah,
please.
so, sorry to lengthen the, but I guess it was a question. Let me pull
It's
it up.
important, and
Yeah.
I'm glad that Jenna brought it up because
Yeah.
I thought it was sort of resolved, but or addressed.
So, under the definitions on page 11 of the rules, page 11 of the rule of attachment D, sorry.
Transportation planning rules.
Page 11, lines 16 and 21. Parking mandates are about parking spaces. And then parking spaces are defined as automobile parking. So it doesn't impact truck parking. The parking mandate stuff does not impact truck parking. So that's the definitions issue. And then later on page 76 of that attachment, in line 17, we did add a line in response to Ms. Jarvis's testimony that adequate parking for truck loading should be considered. So sorry, page 76, line 17.
I thought you had, I thought I saw that, so. And then she gave specific sites, and did you catch those?
Yeah, she was talking about section 405, which this is, and section 5, which the definitions was. Or sorry, she mentioned section 5, which, yeah, with the definitions or the purpose, it was the definition. Yeah, so she mentioned section 5, which is my first thing that I talked about, and then she mentioned 405, which is what I'm drawing attention to.
So it's your interpretation that you have addressed those issues that she's raised relative to truck parking, and then I think she means loading as well. I mean, important to unload and load, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I in the parking section, I don't know that anything prohibits or sets real limits on truck loading. I couldn't find it, and I in response to her March testimony, I went and looked and tried to fix the things that I could. Yeah, the director.
And then the other thing she mentioned is freight movement, especially in ODOT facilities, but I think it's freight movement at the local facilities as well. So I was surprised by that because I know that ODOT would be looking at that as well. And we're interested in making sure that that freight movement happens and can happen in a timely manner. That's just as important as mobility for passengers. So did you capture that? It seems to me if that were an issue, it'd be an issue for ODOT as well. And if ODOT is in agreement with these rules, they would have wanted to make sure that mobility for trucks and freight movement happen.
Yeah, the language and the purpose of the old TPR and the current TPR have evolved a little bit. But we did very much want to include freight in the purpose, and we did so in 4 different places. This is on page 5, 5 and 6. And so it's on page 5 in line H, where we facilitate the safe flow of freight. We protect the functions of existing and planned transportation facilities. We provide for construction of facilities necessary to support acknowledged comprehensive plans. And then we encourage changes to comprehensive plans to be supported by adequately planned transportation facilities for all modes. So that felt sufficient, that we were acknowledging the importance of freight. It's not exactly what the language used to be, but it felt like four different hooks where if I was reading this in a purpose statement, and the purpose is a purpose. It's, I don't know how much legal, so I don't know if anyone else wanted to add to that, but.
Thank you. Other issues then that, I think we went through our big list, other issues that came up. I guess for me, there's a category of issues and with 2 minutes, there wasn't enough time to hear all the comments, obviously, but in the written comments from, especially, I'm thinking about the cities when I say practitioners, several folks raised issues that I would categorize as the need to align words with intent. Similar to what we did earlier in the meeting with Steve, clarifying the language around ODOT and that kind of thing. It seems that there's, I can't identify all those, but I listed several things in the submittals from the cities. So I don't think we can go over all those, but it feels like there is a need to comb through that, and perhaps with local jurisdictions, not to change the substance or the intent, but to align the words in a way that works for them relative to their work. One example comes to mind is that in some cases, it's not clear when they have to do findings on things versus when there are findings required. For example, if the tree cutting standards was raised in there. And so I haven't looked at that very carefully, but we don't want to create a situation where, because there's a reference to tree cutting standards in our work, that it requires them to go forth and do findings on every little piece of the angle of trees and things like that. That was an issue that was raised by Springfield a couple of days ago in a meeting. And again, I don't know if that's still an issue, but I don't know how to capture those, but I think there is a need to comb through this. Maybe it's an errata sheet, I don't know, depending on when we're going to vote on this or not. But I do think, again, it's really under the category of, we know the intent, we all agree on the intent, but if we phrase it just a little bit differently, it might work better for the local jurisdictions in terms of decision-making and findings.
Thank you, Chair McArthur. I don't know if you want me to address the tree standards issue or if that's a more general thing and we don't want to get into those weeds.
Yeah, it may or may not be an issue. Yeah, I don't think we need to go specifically into that one, but I think there are probably other word phrases like that in the document. And I haven't combed through it with the eye of what work they have to do, but I think that probably will be a useful exercise. Commissioner Leland.
I completely agree. And we received 30 submittals that were uploaded last night. And thanks so much to the staff for uploading those at 11:40. So we haven't, whoever hasn't had a chance to review those yet. But there were a lot of other good suggestions and comments to those as well that are fit in the same category of just questions, clarifications, and recommended changes of various nature. So I hear where you're going. Is there's this bucket of issues that we still need to address in some capacity based on where we go today.
Matt, did you want to comment?
Well, we've been combing through the rules constantly, so I don't know quite what to comb through them again. I'm not sure.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to imply you haven't done a ton of work, and if I left you with that impression, I think you've done an amazing job, but I still think there are turns of phrases that may or may not work at the local level, or just parenthetical clarifications, things like that. Commissioner Sandoval.
So this tree issue, is that in there or not?
Yeah.
Well, why don't you said something.
I'll briefly talk about that. That's on page 77. That's in D, lines 3-7.
Chair McArthur, I'm sorry.
Green infrastructure was, sorry.
I'm sorry. Just pause for a moment. Yeah. I'm sorry, Chair McArthur. Commissioner Boyer just needs to head out. So I did not.
Yes, I thank you, Commissioner. I understand that. So I appreciate that. I know you had a prior commitment and we're way over time. We'll probably do a process check soon to figure out.
It's budget meeting in the counties.
Yes, no, thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that. So I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead. Yeah.
So Commissioner Sandoval and Chair MacArthur, the tree standards issue on page 77, we talked to tree people and they said, and we had a specific part of this rulemaking that was trying to capture green infrastructure, which our RAC did not have adequate representation on. And Dr. Shondas and others highlighted the importance of urban tree canopy. When we talked to tree people, they said often city standards aren't strong enough and you should reflect the professional practice for tree care. And so that's all this references. A city would not be required to develop anything else. They could say our standards are ANSIs. So it's not a huge amount of work. That said, we did have an internal staff conversation as well that said, hey, if we want to vagify that one sentence that refers to the American National Standards Institute tree canopy stuff, like we could make that more vague. But yeah, the tree folks said often that's a shortcoming in how, you know, city ordinances and or enforcement work. It's a hard thing for city staff to prioritize, regardless of what the standards are. So I acknowledge that this might not fix the problem, and if making it more vague would be helpful, that is something that we could, I think that we as staff could support on that.
And do you think there might be other areas where to make it more vague, so to speak, or to be clear about what outcome we're trying to accomplish and not necessarily reference a prescriptive way to resolve it?
I don't know on the parking stuff specifically, but yeah. Or like that's my section of the rules that are more. So I don't know if anyone else has a specific other piece of it that they would like to comment on.
Yeah, certainly, Chair MacArthur. You know, we've made numerous changes over the last few months in this direction in a lot of different places where folks have pointed things out. That's not to say, of course, that we couldn't do more, that there's more work that's still outstanding, or that these rules are 100% perfect. I don't think anyone is saying that. So, yeah, I mean, we could keep running down these things if we needed to. Yeah, but like I said, we already have done quite a bit of that.
Again, I know you have, and in fact, I think a testament to that is the 43 pages or whatever it is of comments you received, and it was really helpful to me as a guideline to go through that and get informed on what was said and then how you responded. So you've done really great work. So I'm not implying there isn't the stellar staff work, definitely.
Yes.
So I'm just, one thing that Evan hadn't mentioned here with respect to tree canopy is, you know, we heard testimony, received written testimony that how relevant is this to reducing greenhouse gas reduction? And I think just to be mindful, and I know the commission is and staff are, and the sort of equity lens that the RAC looked forward was, and consistent with the governor's executive order, that communities of color and lower income communities have suffered a disproportionate effect from climate change. So while not kind of GHG reduction in generally, it is kind of increasing those equitable outcomes. So I don't hear commission saying just like take it out, but maybe just sort of, you know, look at the detail of that standard in that section, and whether it's now or in a, you know, a future review of rule. But that's why it's in there. It's not necessarily reducing the GHG, but it's mitigating a disproportionate effect in the heat island. Thank you. And the disproportionate effect and heat island effect. The confluence of those lower income communities and the lack of tree canopy.
I wanted to add to that. I think that was probably in the equity charge at the beginning. There were references to that, and there are studies that show, you know, in lower income communities that the heat island effect, lack of tree canopy is disproportionate in those areas. So I think that's one of the things I encouraged during the process. I obviously wasn't involved with the RAC, was that always looking back to the initial equity statement that was made and what were those outcomes and how, what in these rules was getting to that. So it's good for you to point that out, that was in response to some of those equitable outcomes.
Right, that's right. And then also, if we are trying to increase walking and alternatives to cars, the environment has to provide shelter. Thank you.
So I totally agree with that.
Totally agree with the outcome. The drive-through issue with Dutch Bro and the Starbucks and that kind of thing.
Yeah, so we have standards in section 0330. Let me see if I can find the page for you. This is in Transportation Planning Rules, Division 12. Is it 70? Land use requirements. Let's see, I think it's section 4. Yeah, so the cities and counties shall, so this is section 4, I guess it's page 71. Hopefully I got that right. Cities and counties shall have land use regulations in commercial and mixed use districts that provide for compact development pattern, et cetera, et cetera. 4B, and I think Bill did speak to this a little bit. The provision that no vehicular parking, circulation, access, display, or loading should be permitted on site between buildings and public pedestrian facilities. Bicycle parking may be permitted. So this is direction to local governments to develop standards in their codes to this effect. And I think we've heard some testimony that this is effectively precluding certain use types, certain businesses from locating. I will just say from personal experience, I've worked in a local government that had standards that were very similar to these. And I know these site design issues can be challenging, but I also know that they can be solved. I've seen drive-through coffee facilities, car dealerships, even we had a hotel that all the parking for the hotel came through a public alley behind the building. Really clever design. It can be solved. So what we're trying to do is to, you've probably heard this in design standards, bring the building to the street, not create an environment where the car is the primary focus, where it's easiest for folks who are driving cars to get from the street to the parking lot to the building, but actually make it easier for people who are on the sidewalk to access buildings without having to worry about conflicts with vehicles. And so this standard is designed to move local governments in that direction. I will note that section 2 does also include a number of exceptions that can be considered by local governments. So there might be site-specific circumstances where it's very difficult to accommodate this. And I think there's some flexibility. Bill, did you want to add?
Yeah, let me add to that a little bit, because we did consider this as an issue. And if you look at section 6 of that rule, which is starts at the bottom of page 71, it specifically addresses auto-oriented land uses, which are those that are both related to the operation, sale, maintenance, or fueling of motor vehicles, but also those where the use of a motor vehicle is accessory to the primary use, which includes drive-throughs. So think about a bank or a pharmacy or a restaurant. No, they're there for food, medicine, or money, not for driving your car. So, but the drive-through is accessory to that. What the provisions in this rule do is say you still need to provide for convenient and safe access for pedestrians, people using mobility devices, and people using bicycles. But we understand, in subsection B there talks about, we understand that you can't always reasonably make all the provisions of this rule work with that. It's sometimes hard to make that happen. So you can have alternate standards, local government. You decide how that works. You need to make sure that pedestrian facilities are protected. But I think we understand we're putting, a lot of the standards in Rule 330 are based on some existing pedestrian site design standards in Rule 45. So they've been there for decades. As Kevin mentioned, Corvallis and other jurisdictions have a lot of standards that already meet a lot of these rules. We've stepped them up a little bit as we've been asked to do in the charge, including the provision that Kevin just talked about. But we've also provided it out with Rule 6, Section 6 in this rule, but also this most recent draft added Section 2 of this rule, which provides jurisdictions broad authority to make exemptions from provisions of this rule when it's necessary, because we've heard those concerns. I will say, just rereading this rule, I think it was our intent to make sure that those provisions of Section 2 could be implemented through legislative means or on a site-specific standard. Just rereading it now, I can see how someone might think it would only be on a site-specific, but that wasn't our intent, and we're happy to make some tweaks to that if that's necessary, because I think we want to provide for local governments to have legislative provisions for these type of uses where it makes sense.
That's helpful. I think that was one of the issues I think Springfield raised.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Versus judicial findings and that sort of thing. So we're saying we would go into this section.
Darn it. Thank you so much, Sadie. I have to say it over again. Sorry, you guys. So this was, thank you, Bill. This is one of the areas that was raised by City of Springfield, I think, in their written comments about the distinction between legislative and quasi-judicial, because there's different findings and things associated with that. So you said staff could go back and make some tweaks to this language to clarify the exception section could work in without a quasi-judicial findings piece. It could be more legislative.
Yeah, and particularly in the second. I'm sorry, I thought I hit it. Particularly in Section 2 of that rule, to be clear that it doesn't necessarily have to be a site-by-site, conditional use or site review process, that they could have provisions within their, within the land use regulations to allow certain situations to have exemptions to certain pieces of this.
Thank you. And if there's no objection from my fellow commissioners on that tweaking, so to speak, to clarify, again, that's sort of my example of we have an intent and then how it plays out in the ground. Again, I know you've combed through this a million times, but that's kind of the example that came to mind a couple of days ago when I was thinking about this. There's the intent of not having it a quasi-judicial process, but it doesn't really specify that. So that's the kind of thing I'm talking about, Matt. I'm not talking about whole scale work through everything. So,
well, certainly that's one we can address.
Yeah, Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, I just see that, try to put myself in a planner's position here, doing a site review. So the way I'm reading this is that planner would then just make the decision that they lack available access. So it's okay for them to have a driveway going into their parking lot. Is that correct?
Yeah, Chair Mcarthur, Commissioner Warren, I think, it's obviously always going to be site specific. Unfortunately, we just got done talking about how things aren't site specific, but sometimes, that's why it's really tricky to write these codes around site design and making sure that they're pedestrian oriented. We did not attempt to do that in the rules. I don't think we should be doing that in the rules. We're trying to set kind of broad guidelines and then providing a lot of flexibility for local governments to make tweaks and changes to that as they need to locally. For example, if there's no other way to reasonably provide site access except to put a driveway in a certain location, that could certainly be something that absolutely makes sense. Yeah.
But then the question, though, that I think Commissioner Warren had is how would a jurisdiction, if they had a development, how would they make that decision? They just go ahead and make it kind of at the counter, or what is the process for them to make that decision? I think that was your question.
I think he mostly answered my question. I'm assuming that the jurisdiction will decide how that decision is made from the sounds of things. So they could require that the planning director make a decision. They could say that it meets the criteria within the rule, and so therefore we can approve as is.
Yeah, Chairman Mcarthur, Commissioner Warren, correct. Every local government is going to handle this a little bit differently, both on the process side and on the how the land use regulations work in a particular site, and that's going to be a different place.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Sandoval.
This doesn't have to do really with the site issue, but it's kind of a larger issue that I didn't know. I was surprised when Dutch Brothers called in and zoomed in, but it got me thinking about these businesses that encourage automobile idling, and to me that seems like Like it's, could be a huge issue, right? Did we address that at all in the rules?
Yeah, so Chair MacArthur, Commissioner Sandoval, we don't, we're regulating, land use and transportation planning. So, if we, wanted to really be very aggressive, we could say, don't have drive-through facilities anymore. That would be a very aggressive thing to do. It probably is in the direction of our objectives. It would reduce idling and have a lot of benefits along with that. And if the commission wanted to do that, you could do that, I think. But obviously you've heard from a lot of folks who would be very concerned about that, who business models based on that. And, staff didn't feel comfortable going that aggressive with our recommendations to basically not allow certain types of uses at all. We wanted to make sure that, first of all, within climate friendly areas, there were a range of uses that had to be allowed. But beyond that, we didn't want to, legislate anyone out of business. That we didn't feel like we could go far enough as staff in this process to do that. But of course, local governments make decisions about that sometimes.
Right. Yeah, no, so I'm not suggesting that we do that. I just thought it was interesting. It's a kind of an interesting, I just thought it was interesting. I should bring it up. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner. Deputy Director Green. I think we're getting to the short list of issues, and I need to have a conversation with the commission about what we're going to do today.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm sorry. So just finally, we've heard sort of multiple concerns about, again, drive-throughs, but from a different section. So Kevin, if it's okay, Chair MacArthur, could Kevin touch on the intent behind the rule on page 66, which sort of, allow outright certain uses within CFAs?
Right, yeah.
But then doesn't necessarily disallow other uses. So we're trying to encourage, but not, as has been discussed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to call that up.
Sure.
Oh, look at that. Wow. Sorry, I have that old school, I guess, but it's really exciting. So this provision here, let's see, so the section is 0315, designation of climate friendly areas. This gets at requirements for development standards in climate friendly areas. And the rule in section 2C essentially requires this section requires uses to be permitted outright. And what that means is no discretionary review process. So outright permitted, I come to the building permit, my design for the building meets building code and other applicable requirements, I'm good to go. And so what we're saying here is that non-auto dependent retail services and other commercial uses need to be outright permitted uses in climate friendly areas. What we're not saying is that auto-dependent retail services or other auto-dependent uses are not allowed. We are not prohibiting those uses. We're not saying they need to be outright, permitted either. So if a local government wishes to apply discretion to those types of uses, they can. We're not recommending that. What we're saying is, again, we're trying to streamline the climate-friendly kinds of development that we want to see in climate-friendly areas. And I do think this provision maybe has been a little bit misinterpreted to say, oh, you're not allowing these other uses. That's not actually accurate. Yeah.
Is that an area that another sentence could clarify what you just said so that people don't read it that way?
I think it could be done. I always have to look to Steve to make sure that we don't, the language comports. Yeah. Absolutely. I think we can do it. Yeah.
Yes.
So I think if I could amplify what Kevin just said, which is to really describe the form and function of the climate friendly area. Kind of reiterating that local governments could provide additional discretion would seem to encourage, in my opinion, would seem to encourage local governments to do. So honestly, in my opinion, to stay quiet is actually the best, and perhaps provide it in a guidance document that says, hey, these uses are welcome, and in a guidance document, we can do some site design graphics and others in the other area to describe how access can be provided within those, larger format areas, et cetera. So I think some additional guidance documents can help in these regards without kind of trying to get a little more complicated in the rule.
Sure, yeah, and that's great, I think, and for any of these areas that there's extra information, guidelines or whatever, they help explain how to go forth and do that. If that's the way to go about doing it, that's fine. I don't think I have to have all these words in here. I'm not implying that, but I do think I hear in this written testimony a quest from local jurisdictions to for better understanding, not just for them, because they get it, but then they have to explain it to others, and they have litigious folks in their area, just like we have, in ours. So I think they're looking for making sure they can make decisions that are sound and adopt the right findings, and go about and make good on the intent of the rule. In these areas. So I think that's their intent. I totally feel that, but they just are looking at this from a different perspective, and their community might be more, they might have, 15 attorneys that always come to their city council meetings, right? So they want to get it right.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Chair.
So it feels to me like we've gone through our list, and it's getting late, but I was just wanted to check in with commissioners. I feel comfortable with the answers that we've gotten, as well as some of the clarifications we've discussed. I feel pretty good about that, but I would like to have my fellow commissioners weigh in about where you are relative to action today, what your thoughts are. Just let's talk a little bit about that and then make a decision about what we're doing. Commissioner Warren.
I think I just have one question about the petition to stay, I think is what it was called. Does that force us to do anything at this point in time?
It seems like so 9 hours ago. No, I think you've handled the request to postpone. You've, as a matter of law, rejected that. You still have the ability as a commission to, on your own motion, postpone, if that's the direction you'd like to go. Having rejected that earlier doesn't preclude you from doing that now. You have the option of adopting the rules today, postponing the rules. If you chose to postpone the rules, there's the possibility that you could adopt the rules as a temporary rule today, which is kind of one way of capturing the good and still having a run at the perfect. So the perfect doesn't have to be an enemy of the good. You could, I think the reason I say that is because I think in order to adopt a temporary rule, you have to make certain findings. And some of those findings could be tied to this, the timing that is included in these rules, and the need for some cities to get started and some funds to be extended to those cities that would be delayed if we were to wait. And so it's kind of a smorgasbord here. You can postpone, you can adopt, you can perhaps postpone and adopt a temporary rule. So we have some choices. And I hope that helped and didn't add like a whole longer confusion.
So any other thoughts about what Steve said, or did you have any follow-up questions, Commissioner Warren?
I think the only other follow-up question I have now would be, just for the commission, is if we wanted to go with the urgent option or the more time option. So I don't think we ever really deliberated on that as commission, and the signal from Commissioner Lilac was that he would prefer the more time option, and I'm of course sensitive to that because he's really on the ground doing a lot of this work.
So Commissioner Lilac, if we go with the more urgent, but jurisdictions have the ability under the flexible alternative dates path, I'll call it, Does that address your concern about adequate time for local jurisdictions, or?
Thank you, Chair. I'd rather talk about the bigger picture than, that issue alone isn't a make or break issue. You were just asking the bigger, broader question. I'm happy to answer the bigger, broader question, but in my turn.
Yes, well, we could, yeah, why don't we do that? I just was trying to follow through. I wanted to create a conversation, but yes, if you want to go ahead and let us know what your thoughts are about either adopting fully today, adopting a temporary rule with the idea we come back, and some of these tweaks, so to speak, could come back in July, and we'd adopt a permanent rule that would give you a chance to do that. There is a timeliness in this for a lot of reasons, all the equity issues and climate. Those are all really, really timely issues. And we have been at this for a couple of years, and we have a really good draft in front of us. So, but we do have money available to spend. And if we delay adoption till July or September, that leaves a lot less time for jurisdictions to get their work done, because no one's going to work on a scope of work at the local level or at our level until there's something firm in the rule that's adopted. So that's the kind of the thinking behind, I think, Steve, about the idea of a temporary rule now, with the idea coming back perhaps in July, and adopting a permanent rule with some of these tweaks in there and some of the things we've described. So what are your thoughts about that, Commissioner Warren? Lilac, excuse me. I'm looking at you and saying the other name.
I guess I'll be the first to then to kind of share my perspectives on the big picture of where we're at. First of all, I thought it was a really great day. I am so thankful for all the testimony, for all the discussion with staff. I appreciate all of the submittals, and to me, we received a lot of submittals in the last 24 to 48 hours that provided additional changes, and I expect, we could go forever, and that will continue to happen. That may never change. As a former community development director, and I've been in a lot of planning processes, I'm used to, I should say it positively, I'm used to having a comprehensive plan or a big code amendment that may take 18 to 24 months. And my goodness, the last night, the last hearing, somebody's heard about it for the first time and they're frustrated. And why didn't I get noticed? And we can demonstrate everything that we've done to engage them. And I kind of feel like that has happened a bit for us in the last day. We've received the letter from, I don't recall how 20 some odd mayors from affected jurisdictions. We've heard a lot of people that say they're hearing about it for the first time, and or they're engaging for the first time. And we heard from the city of Eugene that they're just now finishing up with House Bill 2001. They've been completely consumed by that, and now they need to turn their attention to this. And they proposed a very extensive time. So where I'm at is I'm not in a place where I could adopt permanent rules. I think there are too many issues and too many people to still listen to. I could support a temporary rule. My question to our attorney is, how significantly can we change that temporary rule over whatever period of time it's adopted? And there's a timeline. I think it's up to 180 days, and I'm not suggesting that we would need the full 180 days, but I want to be genuine in listening to people that we have just heard from for the first time. And before I finish, I just want to say I really appreciated Mary Kyle McCurdy's comments that our partners aren't all Oregonians. But I will say that the 20 plus mayors would probably represent a couple of 100,000 people, and the League of Oregon Cities. I think we've heard from a lot of people for the first time. They've requested a complete delay or a pause. I'm not suggesting we delay or pause. We move forward, but the process isn't complete. And so I could support a temporary rule of some sort for some period of time if we have the opportunity to genuinely continue to listen to people and to review the documents again. I know I've said it too many times now, but they came in late last night and I haven't even begun to think about. One of them was, by the way, from a former commissioner, McPherson, who recommended we proceed with adoption today, but he had another with one change. And those are the types of things that I think we still need to think about before we adopt a permanent rule. So thank you, Chair McArthur. I appreciate the opportunity to provide my comments.
Thank you. I appreciate your perspective very much. And it's very useful, especially being a practitioner. So Anjali, I guess.
Is there something?
Oh, did you want to say?
How much can it change?
I respond to the question of whether when we adopt a temporary rule, that does not constrain what changes we could make in pursuing the final rule, the permanent rule adoption. They don't have to be the same. The only constraint we have is that we have to stay within the scope of our notice, which nothing I've heard today presented would, I would say, oh, we can't regulate, UFO landing sites. We would be able to stay within the scope of our notice and address the comments that came up today in a permanent rulemaking.
And then just on the issue of new comments coming in, at some point, we've got to say enough. I mean, so if in fact we adopted a temporary rule and then decided at some point in the future to, well, we would within 160 days or whatever the time frame is, we'd adopt a more permanent rule. Can we place a deadline on when we get comments? I mean, written comments, obviously people can still come in and testify, but I do appreciate your point about, I like the written work. I like seeing written testimony. That really helps me think about it and go back and actually I can peruse the draft and everything. But when stuff comes in at midnight the night before, that's just not going to happen. We start this meeting at 8:30. And so I think people that submit comments like that are placing us in a very bad position because we are really clearly interested in what they have to say. But there's no way to comprehend that between midnight when I was sleeping and this morning, right? So can we put a deadline on written comments for the next, if we go this route?
Yes, sure. For an example, if you chose to say we're going to adopt a temporary rule and we'll postpone permanent adoption to our July hearing, you could say written comments are due by July 1. It gives our staff some time to process that, evaluate them and come to us with a recommendation, have a shorter commission discussion in July of the permanent rule adoption. The one thing I have to say is if we extend the comment period, it has to be extended for everybody. It can't be, people who submitted today have a further opportunity. It's anybody still has that same opportunity. Okay.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair.
I think we're 98% there. We've, like I said, first meeting of my commission, this was the topic. And I remember getting all bothered by it in my first meeting because I was like, why haven't we done this already? And it was just my first day. So I am of the more urgent climate change is real. We can deliberate all we want and watch the places burn down while we do that, right? That dog, that cartoon where they show the dog, in the fire. It was like, I'm fine. That's how I feel. So considering that, I think if our process wasn't robust, if we didn't hear from diverse constituents, if we didn't go out, if we didn't do specific meetings with actual groups, not just inviting people to come and talk to us, but actually all that outreach, we didn't do all that, then I could say, wow, we really didn't give people the time to respond, and that would be, I would be very sensitive to that. I'd be very sensitive to that. We did all that. So it's unfortunate that there's some community members that are just finding out about it now. That's unfortunate. But I know we did above and beyond the department to make that possible. So, I mean, my general temperament is we're 98% there and we should adopt permanent rules today. That's my general temperament. I do see the value that could come about having temporary rules to adjust that 2% make sure things cross the Ts, just the little bit of language we talk now, like, with the biking rule, things like that, I could imagine. I think if we decide on a more urgent or more time, we have flexibility in both of those options. So I think the way more flexibility has been incorporated than one might have imagined at the beginning. And that I think is a good thing, considering that we're in partnership with local jurisdictions. So I think the department's done really well in that regard. If we do anything with more flexibility, I would not want to have anything that has no timeline, because that's not what we're about right now with this urgency. So I would be supportive of a temporary rule to get things in action, to identify that we agree that we're 98% there, 95% there, and to get money flowing. I mean, I wrote a note somewhere that said cities need the money now. One of our folks said that, and I agree with that. And I think a temporary rule, if not a permanent rule, would demonstrate our commitment to that. And then I think on a totally different note, we should be outward about how much we're going to go after funding to support the local jurisdictions. And I think getting that funding will be much easier, not easier, it's never easy, we'll have more force behind us to go after that funding with this either temporary or permanent rule, and also encourage others to come with us to ask for that funding. So that's sort of where I'm at on this.
Professor Sandoval.
Yeah, so I'm ready to adopt them today. Yeah. For a couple, okay, my reasons, okay. Okay, so first of all, I mean, the staff has been, you've been extremely diligent and responsive to, different constituencies, different interests, and yeah, I mean, I've seen how, open you've been to feedback and responded to them. So that covers a lot of my concerns. I think the public engagement was very inclusive, and it focused on a lot of different stakeholders throughout the state. So I think that was very solidly done. I haven't heard too much pushback on that. I mean, so for the staff, when we start talking about like the tree canopies and the edges, I think you've done more than is expected in terms of responding to people's feedback. So I'm comfortable with your diligence. I'm comfortable with the public engagement that has occurred. I'm paying really close attention to the equity issues, and I think the more we kind of go along, the more we kind of keep pushing this back, like the more misinformation there is out there, and the more people are able to kind of use, turn kind of equity arguments around. And so that kind of gets me, that kind of raises red flags for me as well. And then ultimately, I think we need to start really focusing on getting resources to cities as much as we can. And so I'm ready to engage in that process.
Thank you. So I hear the desire for, or the inclination toward action today. I don't feel like it's a unanimous decision to pursue a permanent action. I hear that there is an interest in action, but if we decided to adopt a temporary rule today with the idea of coming back in July, I'd almost put a deadline on that, because the same staff that is already pretty tired and is working really hard on this, that same staff, after they get some vacation time, they'll move into implementation. And so we want to free you up to move into implementation and use the dollars that we have and get those out the door as soon as possible. And there's a lot of other things you're doing besides getting the money out the door. There's technical stuff, there's guidance and everything else. So I would like to free you up from rulemaking activities to actually move into implementation as quickly as possible. So my thought is since I don't feel we have consensus on adopting a full permanent rule today, the hybrid solution is to adopt a temporary rule today. And with eye toward July as the timeframe for adopting a permanent rule. And you got some guidance from us today on about what areas to tweak, and that would also give you a chance to go ahead and do some of the tweaking and correct the language. So we actually have the draft in front of us at that time that reflects that guidance. That's what I'm hearing, but correct me if I'm wrong.
I think that sounds great. And, you know, just to kind of think about this again from the implementation process, I think it's really going to be crucial for us to be working with these jurisdictions. And I know you all are going to be doing that. But I just want to reiterate the fact that we should be flexible as much as we can, which I think you have written into the rules beautifully and throughout all the rules, which I really appreciate. But I also just want to voice my my support for while working with jurisdictions to remain flexible as well. And I know you all have been at this for a very long time and you have to be tired of these rules like I am. So I just really appreciate you continuing to push forward as best you can. And hopefully this will be off your plate for too long as another iterative process. And I also hope that we can revisit these rules again, maybe in 6 months, maybe in a year, whatever that timeline looks like on your discretion, and maybe go through another iterative process if we have to, just to make sure that we continue to adapt to what our jurisdictions are telling us and what they need from us as well.
Yeah, I like that thought very much. So I think we all know that this is new territory for all of us, and the staff has really gotten us a long way toward integrating transportation and land use with the climate friendly areas and everything. So we're very excited about the work. But we know that this is new territory. So as this plays out on the ground, it would be nice to come back in probably a year, I would think, more so, or whatever time frame works for the commission, to see how it's working, hear from locals, you know, and maybe entertain some changes at that time, should that be necessary. So I'll turn to Steve, or does somebody have?
I'm going to try to put a couple options up on the screen.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt your doing that.
So I've drafted a couple possible motions and we'll put them up on the screen, but they're developed right here and now. So take a good look at them and see if I've captured. Well, take a good squint at them. And the one thing I wasn't clear on was whether you had opted A or B on.
So we need to go back to the timeline, right?
Yeah.
To figure out what we place in this temporary rule.
Thank you.
So we do need to sort of circle back to you, Nick, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot there, but do you feel comfortable with, and please say no if you don't, I mean, with the idea of in the rule, it would be option A, or the more urgent option, knowing that communities could come and negotiate a different timeline for those shaded elements of the work. And that would give them some flexibility. But again, if you say no, that doesn't work for me, I want to hear it. I'm not trying to.
I'm comfortable with that with a temporary rule.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's good to know. Yes, Vice Chair.
And just, I was thinking maybe one consideration for if we go that direction for the temporary rule is to have the staff fill in, if we're going to make a decision later on about more time, or, you know, for the permanent one, that they fill in the no timeline with the date, right? Because I think that's,
Yes, sure, yeah.
that's like a gap.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Hello, I think if I understand you correctly, the commission is interested potentially in adopting temporary rule, making one choice or another between A or B, but that you would like us to continue to bring options in July with a few changes
No,
do the
I was saying, let's say we go today with the temporary rule, and we choose option A. Got
Yeah.
it. But maybe some of us are not comfortable for that being the permanent schedule. When you bring back options, and this is for me, maybe for somebody else, I heard testimony in this regard, so it's not just for me. Number 3 and number 4 had no timeline. That it'd be good to put a date in those.
So
If we don't choose B today.
let me be clear. So
Yeah.
whichever way you choose to
Right.
adopt the temporary rule, you'd still like us to bring you options for the permanent rule with a date in each box field.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Bill.
And thank you, Chair. Bill, I really like the question because as one of the reasons I'm willing to support a temporary rule is that there's still genuine engagement with people that are going to provide comments. So you may read something that was submitted last night. You may hear something from the mayor, whomever it may be, over the next several weeks. And so you may bring back other options for our consideration in the permanent rule. Is that?
Yes, that's what I heard, and
Okay.
that decision is left to July.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So there is a draft language on the screen. There's a draft language on the screen. That could be the motion, but any other questions, considerations you want to kind of think about, talk about? Dr. Bateman? Esther, is there more text under that? Is there more text? Yes. Yeah, that's important to have there. Okay. And so I think thank you. I think that second paragraph addresses my issue that at some point we just got to get the written testimony in front of us, and so we comprehend it in time to be able to respond. Otherwise, we'll be doing this in September and then November. So
Chair, can you remind me, or somebody remind us what date the next hearing would be on?
I mentioned this one.
Okay.
What?
19th.
19th and 20th.
Yeah, let's make sure it's the Thursday and Friday that we can find that on that. So, yeah. Esther, the July dates, please, for commission. Is it 21st and 22nd? Thank you. So I think because Sarah had advised it would be the 22nd for a reason.
Commissioner Leland, so what is your question? I'm sorry, we're still trying, so.
My question was just trying to confirm what the next date is for our commission hearing, and it was confirmed to be the 21st and the 22nd.
Okay.
I just wanted to see the gap between how long the staff would
Got
have
it.
to incorporate any comments.
Well, that's true. So let's say we get comment, but.
It's July 1.
Right, it says July 1, but so what are you asking? So maybe because
I think that's fine. Is what I was just trying to see that there was enough time.
Okay.
That it wasn't very close to the date. And it's not. Yeah.
So
The idea is that you've cut off written comment July 1st. You're either going to take this up July 21st or 22nd at your regularly scheduled meeting, but by cutting off written comment, you're giving staff a static packet to be able to respond to, and not a 11 p.m. dispersal to you guys again. And then you have your deliberation on the permanent rule at the July meeting, if you choose. I would say that in adopting the temporary rule, it's valid for 180 days. And part of our motion in July would be adopt the permanent, repeal the temporary. So that there's no dual effective period.
thank you.
Thank you, still space. Okay, so more operator error or something, but I don't have my Zoom anymore. So I'm going to use Director Bateman's. Thank you. So does that clarify people's commissioners' questions about that? Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's the idea.
I don't think this would be part of the motion, but the other thing I would just like to ask is if either staff can make a proposal or we can provide direction at the July meeting about what the process, building on Commissioner Warren's comments about what the process looks like going forward. Is there, how do we continue to evaluate the rules? How do we continue to engage local governments and everybody to make sure that they're working as intended? We amend the rules as we need, as whether it's 3 months, 6 months, whatever time frame that is that we recognize as a local government planner, when you adopt a code, you're going to amend it, or there's going to be a declaratory ruling because things you thought were clear or not clear. So if staff can bring back some ideas, whether it's office hours, it's an advisory committee, it's whatever that looks like, I think that's really important to demonstrate to everybody that has an interest in this. That even once it's adopted and once we begin an implementation, it's not set in stone forever. It's going to be fluid, as good policy is. Thank you.
And Chair?
Yes, that makes sense, Commissioner. Lilac, Commissioner. Vice Chair.
And I know there's a lot of documentation produced over this long time period that this has been worked on, but I didn't know if there was an easy FAQ to for the questions that are easily answered, that there's some misinformation out there, whether there's just does this do this? And it's like, no, this does that. Do we have something easy and accessible? And if not, that could be, I'm not saying anything to do with passing or not passing. I'm saying that could be a long-term strategy for information to make sure it's accurate.
Vice Chair Harlova, we have an FAQ started, but given the breadth of the rules, there are a lot of, so the most frequent ones we'll try to boil down and get up. Agreed, that's an important step.
Chair McCarthy?
Yes, Vice Chair. Vice Chair.
Deputy, yeah, exactly. Not qualified for that other role. I just also wanted to recognize that staff did put together a document, sort of refuting some of the claims about housing in particular and the impacts on housing. So that document is complete. I think it's on our website. And it was in the packet. It was one of your attachments.
Yeah, so on the issue of misinformation, on the issue of misinformation, I believe staff has communicated directly and clearly, and I think the rules are direct and clear. I just think there are some folks that are looking at these rules and making their own interpretation for their own desires, their own objectives. And so I think the whole thing about affordable housing, lack of homeowners opportunities, I think we're addressing those. And so especially when we hear from the advocates that do that work, and they say, yes, this will increase housing supply. Yes, it will increase homeownership. Yes, it's an equitable lens. And then I hear from others who make that assertion, that soundbite, with no facts to back it up, no experience in those areas. That gives me pause. So I don't know if we can get ahead of this misinformation campaign that's out there. All these emails we're getting that are just the same email over and over again. I suspect 97 or 98 or 100% of those people sending those emails have never read the draft. So I don't see how we ever get around that. I think you guys have done a great job of trying to get information out there. And I would call on our partners that are spreading some of the misinformation to really read the draft. And if you have some specific point you want to make about draft language that's doing what you think it's doing, give us those sites, because we need to address that. So anyway, obviously I feel pretty strongly about this misinformation thing going on. So is someone willing to offer a motion?
Chair McArthur, as a liaison to the Climate Friendly and Equitable Communities Rule Making Advisory Committee, I'm happy to make the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Leland.
I move that the commission temporarily adopt and amend OAR Chapter 660, Divisions 8, 12, and 14 as drafted in Attachment C, with option OAR 660-012-012A and E, with the additional changes to Division 12 in the May 18th, 2022 proposed rule corrections memo and discussed in deliberation today. The commission also directs the department to prepare the temporary filing documents as provided in ORS 183.335 sub 5. I move that the commission continue the hearing to its July meeting and allow interested persons the opportunity to submit data or views in writing to the department on or before Friday, July 1st, 2022.
Thank you, Commissioner Leland. I guess we'd take a second and then I would suggest we address the points that we made and that Steve, that all those changes we made today, draft language changes. So, but I think we have a second first, if somebody wants to second the motion, and then we can go back and offer an amendment. Is that the way it works procedurally?
Yes.
Okay. So do I have a second for Commissioner Lelak's motion?
Just a quick point of order. When he read the motion as written, he missed attachment D. So if I may amend your motion to add attachment D to what you moved, I will second.
And if I may, Commissioner Warren, I would ask that you also say that he read 14 instead of 44, and that it's actually 44 and not division 14. But so thank you, if you could make that clarification.
So I will amend the, I agree to the amended motion, and I'll take my glasses off so I can actually see it, because I tried to read it, and yeah, okay, now I'm nearsighted, not far. So yeah, thank you for the clarifications.
Well, can I ask them, Steve, how we capture in this motion, like the tweak you made on the draft today? There's little tweaks here and there. Is that in there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's where I tried to capture that in just.
Okay, sorry. Got it.
I'm going to try again. So when it says discussed in deliberation today, I'm talking about the changes we made on page 88, lines 30 to 31 and 36 in discussion with ODOT this morning. And then the changes because we're going 12A on page 37, lines 30 to 31, where we inserted determine and deleted some language and then changed G to eliminate the commission's role and struck H and move the making the director responsible for affirming or making a decision on the alternate schedule. Yeah.
So do we a motion and on the table? So, and then we have a second, which was a recommendation to the motion maker, which was you, Nick. So procedurally, how do we make all that kosher?
Vote on that, or is that?
I think you can vote on it. Yes.
So we feel like so we have a motion by Commissioner Lelak, a second by Commissioner Warren, and any discussion about that?
Okay. Would you take the roll?
Commissioner Sandoval,
Aye.
Commissioner Lelak,
Aye.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Vice Chair Housekeeping,
Aye.
Chair
Aye.
and Commissioner Jacobson and Boyer. Happy to.
Thank you. And so the motion passes. Well, unanimously goes. I know we added to the workflow. Yeah, hopefully it's vacation time. Yeah. So I think, well, I know we are
adjourned for today. Yeah. We kind of missed. We have dinner reservations at 6:30. Can we move those back or something? I don't know.
We are, I didn't know if Commissioner Mauer, Jonas wanted to say anything.
Carrie, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
So Commissioner Morrow, I mentioned you were out of the room, but I mentioned that you were here because you were there in the beginning.
It's audio.
Carrie ought to come up too. For sure. I hope he's coming up. So, Jim. And Jim should come up and sit in the hot seat or something. I know. Jim Baird, right underneath the barrel of water. Yeah. You come up. Okay. And if I come up. Was that the microphone? Oh, we're gonna give the cake now? Oh, yeah. You know, I'm only staying for the cake. And I had decorate the rest of it, but this is, I had a little farmer and I
This is your party too.
Yes. Oh, yes, it is.
And yeah, I'm like this.
Oh, look at that. But they're no kids. I know. So for those that haven't seen it, it's a cake that says to Director Jim from Oregon, and it's the shape of Oregon on it. And the reason I chose Director Jim to have it on there because, well, Jim, a couple of years ago, I think Anya referred to Jim as Director Jim, and it's so appropriate because Jim, you are very accessible, so the Jim is very important. But the director, you've been a great director. The wisdom and grace and leadership. I'm gonna cry.
Yeah.
But I had a whole other thing prepared, and I can maybe say some more comments tonight.
After you have your first martini.
I know. But anyway, we just I really enjoyed working with you. It's amazing. You become a friend as well as a colleague. So,
Well, everything you said, Robin, I feel about you as well. I mean, I have been fortunate to work with some really incredible chairs, this being one. And Greg McPherson. But I have to say that the relationship that you and I have built and how we have worked together has just been amazing. So you see, I'm choking up too. And that doesn't happen. And thank you to all of you. And unfortunately, we haven't been able to see each other and spend a lot of time close to each other, but particularly these last 5 years, and Carrie, you started it off with 2001 and 2003 and then doing this work. I don't think there are many bureaucrats that get the opportunity to do the kind of rewarding work that this commission and this department have done in the last 5 years. And it is such a treasure. So thank you all. And you're great.
Well, I traveled for 5 days to get here because it was important enough to me to honor Jim. And where'd she go? Where'd she go? Oh, there she is, and Robin both.
I went through 5 counties and 1 river. And so I went through, started in Grant County, and then I got on the John Day River for 3 days, and then I went through Wheeler County and Wasco County, Clackamas County, and Marion County. So I went through, I live out there in the hinterlands now, and I just want to thank Jim to sort of echo what Judge Grasky said this morning about being accessible to people that are not in the urban places. And that's really important. And what you guys did today, dealing with all this urban stuff, super important, as you know, because you heard me when I was on the commission. So I'm grateful for that. But I just really appreciate Jim for that. It's been very important. And I have heard from small communities and managers that you are available, and the rules don't always fit out there, and somehow you're able to make it work. And that's really important for those communities. So I really appreciate that. Obviously, we all recognize how well you worked with other agencies, keeping a positive attitude and supporting your staff through these past 2 years. Amazing. And the whole budget constraint thing that you've managed to, we can make it, we're going to do it. So thank you for that. So thank you very much. And I wish you and Robin, I don't know where she go. There she is. So can I say a few words about Robin right now? Okay. Robin has demonstrated once again her management skills and knowledge in this meeting, and her appreciation of everybody, every time. Really important. Respect and appreciation for everybody. And of course, your experience and brain power, keeping all the balls in the air. Really good. And it has been an honor and a privilege to have served with you. So I wish you both a lightness as you leave all this, and that you should have a lot of pride for what you've accomplished for the state of Oregon. I want to welcome the new director and remind everybody that there are other places in the state that feel, as we all know, disrespected, unappreciated, misunderstood. And John Jennings gave us all these hats that have the logo, and you all should get one. And it's the best country in the country. And so I'm really hoping that as a commission that hasn't been able to travel, that this opening up will get you out of there, because Jerry and I agree, that is the best part of serving on this commission, is going to the places, meeting the people, hearing them, and hearing us advocate for the program, and keeping them engaged so that they realize what it does for them. So thank you.
I don't have a script prepared, and Catherine said a lot of things that I would want to say. I have 2 thoughts about commission work, though. And one of them is what I think you saw today as you talked on and on and on about the temporary rules. Sometimes doing the important work and essential work for our state is pretty boring. You know, you read 30 pages of draft administrative rules, and then pick over how to amend subsection 3, sub 5, sub A, sub little 2, or whatever it is. And you need to worry about that stuff, because that's when you make the rules work. If you don't do that stuff, don't get the best rules, even though when you're spending all day reading through that stuff, it's pretty dull. The other thing is something that Catherine referred to in Jim's skill of going out to Eastern Oregon is, what do you do when the rules that the commission drafts don't quite work? And I think it is a real dilemma for all public servants, bureaucrats, to use Jim's word, is what do you do in that situation? I have friends that I used to work with in the Attorney General's office who say you have to follow the rule, and the courts often say that. And I'm thinking, yeah, but you can work to interpret the rule in a way that makes it work for everybody. That's a real tension. I don't think there's an right answer to that one. But I think as you work through how to make the rules work, or how you apply the rules when you carry them out to Eastern Oregon or somewhere else, that little bit of discretion in how you apply the rules is really important. And I don't, I just think it's something to keep in mind. So, Robin, it was wonderful all the time we served on the commission together. It was especially valuable to me when I was chair to have you right there reminding me, oh, you might open the public meeting. Close the public hearing.
Where are the sticky notes?
And there's some in your cards. But as Catherine said, your knowledge and understanding, technical understanding of what we're trying to do was tremendously valuable. Also for me, it was so helpful to have your graciousness and welcoming comments to people, because I would hear testimony and I go, okay, so now on page 43, line 6, what did you mean by that? And often when it was working well, before I could say that, you would say, thank you for coming. That was really helpful to hear, and so on. That was much more welcoming to people than, frankly, my get right down to the nitty gritty approach. So, and I think from what I've seen, you maintained that approach as chair, and I think it's incredibly valuable. And as with other commissioners, frankly, I just value your friendship, and it was really an honor.
Jerry, I still email and talk, and it's just really lovely. I always enjoy, oh my God,
So, she has her hat from John Jennings. I have mine from the Nashua County Onion Growers Association. And frankly, every time I wear this cap around town, people say, oh, that's such a cool cap. Where did you get it? Hey, it was a gift, and it's not worth $50, so it was okay to receive.
And you got it from Reed Saito.
That's correct. Thank you, Steve. He remembers those names from. Now,
Reed and I were on the ag board together for about 3 years. He was ag board chair for one of those 3 years, and he's just one of the greatest guys around.
So, Jim,
Jerry.
the things that other people have said, they're wholeheartedly true. You are probably the only person I know who can talk to just anybody in the state and communicate content. Besides how much fun it was to sit at dinner with you one night and hear you and somebody from Eastern Oregon, maybe one who was our Eastern Oregon rep.
Grant? Oh, yeah.
Grant, long conversation about which model of John Deere.
He had the picture of his combine.
Important stuff.
For an urban kid, I didn't know what any of that was about, but they had a 15-minute conversation about the differences between the 1956 version and the 1957 version, you know? Jim, it was great to listen to that. And what you and John Jennings did during the whole Safe House era, I think, was, it's not that other people didn't contribute, but what you managed to accomplish with that was just phenomenal. And just anyway, it has been a real pleasure. Thank you so much.
All my witness.
I would love to say just a little tiny thing, if you would allow me. Hey, Lexi, you want to vote? And I have been here to wish fond farewell since Dick Benner was the director. So I had to make sure that I came for this one. But you all know that I follow the budget, and that's a really important part of what you do. The thing that Jim did for all of us was by having the regional rep help the city of Donald and be able to share that story with the budget committee. Actually, I think was the beginning of changing the feeling of the legislature that this agency is about where we live, work, shop, and play, and how we get there. So thank you very much for your leadership, and wherever Robin, oh, there you are, you're over there now. Thank you for your leadership as well. It has been wonderful watching the work that this commission does, and I will continue to do that. But thank you all.
Thank you.
The farmer. Oh, yeah. We also have a cow.
Yeah.
And chicken.
Okay.
I forgot the pigs, I'm sorry. You never raised pigs, did you?
No, ate them. Only reluctant. So you know that farm kids belong to 4-H. So I was in 4-H forestry, and my brother had a 4-H steer, and his damn steer ate my trees. It's not like a King Nagel thing.
Well, we also have a gift for you from commission and staff, so I want to make sure you have a chance to open up that. Move this cake over.
Yeah, watch out.
And we planned to give everyone a bite of cake, but we kind of do better. What are the country laws? Oh, sorry.
Oh, sure.
So this is a blanket of knowledge, and we decided to pick this because that's really embodied knowledge. And this is inspired by the ancient Northwest Coast art practice of Chilkat weaving, which is a very difficult weave apparently. And it's traditionally made on robes for people that are of legal status. And that was important. So I think it really embodies who you are. And getting back to what I was trying to say a little bit before I broke into tears, you really have led with grace and wisdom, and just you have such an understanding of your staff, and you really reached out. I know that I was little stories like this tells you how human Jim really is, Director Jim is. Early in the pandemic, at the time, we thought it was only going to be a couple of weeks long, but it ended up being months and years, right? So early in the pandemic, Jim and I were talking. He called me up out of the blue, and I thought he had something important to tell me about commission work. And he says, "No, I just want to check in and see how you're doing." And he actually did that to every staff member in the agency. It took a lot of time and effort to do that, but it showed how much you care. And you kept me in line too at times when I was going off the rails, so that was important.
I'll catch you.
But it just shows you how the human touch that Jim has, which is why the Director Jim title is so good. And you have led this agency through some really tough times, as Catherine's touched on, the pandemic, wildfires, budgets, attacks all the time from the legislature on the land use program and others, and we accomplished a lot during your tenure. So anyway, hope you feel that warmth and love coming through in the book.
Thank you.
I'm going to pretty much agree with just one thing.
When we were out looking at the marijuana house.
That was fun. do this online here. I can just come over and do it next to you, but we'll share it. Because it needs to be on there. I can just turn it around. Turn it around and I'll show you. Sorry. So it's gonna, that's kind of my first, that's gonna be my first slide.
Yeah.
Just is Camp Sherman.
Most beautiful place on the planet.
Well, it is, yeah. And so let me just go to,
What's the significance of Camp Sherman in June? Have a place there now?
We don't own a place, but we go every year. And I've gone every year since I was probably 5.
So 25 years.
A few years ago.
That's 20 years.
all right, so I was driving home on Saturday from Salem, to my mother's place. And so I just took one shot. I jumped off the river. I mean, I jumped out very, very quickly. Got to do this for the United States here, but where's my-
Hey Jim, happy retirement. I know how special this place is for you. It is for me as well. It's certainly one of the many things we have in common. Spending as much time as we can in this just extraordinary place. And of course, I know you were instrumental at the start of your career with DLCD and helping to protect this place and water quality and character, everything about it that we love. So, Jim, thanks. Congratulations on an extraordinary career. I have just so genuinely enjoyed working with you on so many different things for many, many years, and I wish you the very, very best.
Thank you, Nick. Can you send that to me?
I was going to send it to you, but I wanted to do it this probably here first, and then I will. Yeah.
Thank you.
I feel like I have a couple words to say. I was like, am I even gonna talk? I don't know if you remember the last time I talked about somebody leaving and then I cried.
Yeah.
That was last time. I was just gonna say, I think it was actually one of your reviews that you were talking about, like, the energy and excitement and that we saw from you, in the last, 3 years, and thinking about kind of like your whole career and coming to this point, and really a lot of the work that we saw today was because of your ability to bring different departments together and really not be in a silo, because this good work doesn't happen. Work doesn't happen in silos. It's, in collaboration with community, but also with, in our work with state agencies. So I was just gonna say, I feel like I don't know you before, but I saw a transformation just in the time that we've known each other. And that is contagious, right? To the staff, and that transformation also, the contagious, the good part, was also what was needed during this pandemic. Just your attention to the staff and the needs and the ability to just keep everybody together through all of that, I think was huge. So I just want to thank you from my perspective. I remember the first time we met, and you're telling me housing's gonna be a thing. Not right now. But someday.
Carrie
Yes.
and I met you down at
Yes.
Stash Tea.
Yes.
And Kara says we got to get her on commission.
Yeah, it's gonna be a thing. So always remember that. And I wish you, I feel like you're not gonna retire off into the sunset. I feel like there's more for me.
Well, let's be knowing about that.
Yeah.
Exactly. Ask she who decides.
Yeah. Thank you.
Staff, anybody else want to say something? I want to make sure we don't cut folks off. But I think
Oh,
we're
no.
Carrie.
Wait, she needs a computer, right?
I
The microphone.
Are you the microphone?
Yeah, I just put my.
I'll
Okay,
shout,
you
really
can.
shout. I will project. Yes. That makes it all very hard. Well,
you know, obviously working here, for me was a great pleasure. And it was really wonderful to be able to work with Jim. I remember when, we met, when I was thinking about the job, he said, so what do you think? And I didn't know what I thought at the beginning of our lunch, but I was pretty sure what I thought at the end of our lunch. And it is that that willingness to collaborate, to be excited by ideas of other people, and a really deep care for the people, places, and environment of this state. So Jim, I'm forever grateful for the opportunity to get to work with you. And I thank you for that. And you deserve a lot of credit for what the state has been able to accomplish for our community. So thank you.
Lunch.
Much better memory than I do, and that's still sort of annoying. But I'm honest, I'm going to just say 2 words about Robin, because part of the fun of working at DLCD and with its commission was who you were able to sort of bring on board bring on board to develop good work for the state. And so I remember actually calling you when you were with your traveling with your daughter in Australia, and you said, I'm not sure now's it's a good time for you. And I said, oh, I actually think it's a really good time. Here's how we could fill out some of the paperwork and we could make this all happen. Robin, you were wonderful to work with early on in my career when you worked in the governor's office. I loved working with you at Metro. I did have the most fun working with you, really for you when you were on the commission. So again, my deep regard for who you are as a person, how you mentor people, and the gifts that you really continue to give to the state. So thank you very much.
Did you already give him there was something from staff? There's some kind of board. Yeah, we did it. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, good. I wasn't sure.
Isn't it martini time?
Yeah, it is. We're well over. But I just want to make sure we had a chance to celebrate with everybody who was there. Some of the folks that don't for dinner, but anyone else want to say anything? I don't want to.
I just want to share it to you as well. And your leadership, your mentorship, your support, your everything to me and to